She hasn't put a number on the board yet with the Flame Game Junior Dragster. I'm sure Letty and Emma somewhere up there in the grandstand.
Oh.
She goes 0.35 off the trailer. Great start. That'll do really well. She'll be in the top 10.
Number 7. Look at that.
And a 791 at 81 miles an hour as well. That'll bring a smile to their face. If you didn't hear me, morning Emma, morning Letty. I'm sure you're up there somewhere.
Sorry,
I'm looking in the. Sorry, morning Emma. Looking in the grandstand. Hi, folks. I think Letty might need their arms, mate. Just a little bit longer. Thank you. Okay, Eva Davis and Kai Cooper. Yeah, absolutely. I was, but then the other thing I did, stupidly, was I looked at the radar and it was just about to, according to the radar, about to tip it down the rain. I thought, you know what? Bad idea. I'll go in the middle of the day when you're busy, like you did to me yesterday. How's that? Is that good?
Yeah.
Eva Davis with Mayhem and Kai Cooper.
Yeah.
Uh, 0-1 for Kai. Is that going to get him number 1? Not quite.
Oh, only number 3.
Well, by 4/10,000ths of a second. Eva Davis into number 22. We won't mention the elapsed time, though. Jake Cooper and Sam Fairhurst.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Jake Cooper and Sam Fairhurst.
Yeah, Sam, of course, is your number 1 qualifier at the moment.
Am I right in thinking, Cole, this is their last qualifying session?
No, they have one more. I think. I need to just double check.
It might be into. I think they had 3 yesterday. It might be into eliminations actually after this, but we will check. Sam Fairhurst 0.13. Jake Cooper with the 0.6.
Yeah, you are right.
Yeah, yeah.
No, sorry.
Okay, Sam Fairhurst stays number 1. Jake Cooper stays at number 11.
Right, Teddy Howe is having a fabulous weekend. He's just been dropped to number 4. Was number 3 coming into the session today. But he's been very consistent, been very, very good indeed. Going alongside Frankie Kent, and he loves that new car. That is a fabulous machine.
And why wouldn't you? My goodness me. So he's gone from rental to, one of the nicest cars out there, pretty much. If anyone's wondering, Shelley and Kevin aren't looking to adopt any kids and give them race cars, so before you go asking.
Oh, number 1 for Teddy Howe. Look at that.
Is that
0-0-1. Congratulations. I knew he was on form this weekend, but that just rams it home. Oh, well done, Teddy. That is almost a perfect light. That is 1/10 thou off a perfect light. Well done, Teddy. Brilliant job.
Okay, we got Lola Bell Kent coming up next. Shelley running over to the other side of the racetrack. Well, I think Tony's got it covered. So yeah, Kestrel Lane for Lola and Max Taylor. Slick Tricks Lane.
So these two are 16, 15 respectively at the moment. Both go red, unfortunately, so no improvement for those two. Lola Bell only 0-1 red. Max was an 0-5.
Okay, so Jack Taylor and Neve Deevy coming at you next. Neve had a really good day yesterday. She ended up, well, she wasn't number 5. She was actually number 3 or 4, I think, wasn't she? Before the order moved around a little bit.
Actually, the top 8 really tight. Oh, no, we You normally need to get a 0 onto the front page, i.e. the top 16, but that's really good at the moment. And away they go again. 0-5 for Jack Taylor, 0-4 for Neve Deevy.
Well, that'll work for Jack, actually.
It does,
that.
yeah.
Probably 11 or 12, 11, I think, something like that. Yeah, move up to number 11. Neve stays at number 5, but another great light at 0-4. Well done, young lady.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Emmy Crundwell and Sam Hiscock, your next pair. All right, Emmy currently number 26, Samuel number 19. So Q4 for Junior Dragster. Number 1 at the moment, Teddy Howe with a 001. Let's see what he can do to stay there, but it's up to the others. Ah, right, okay, so they've just stopped at the moment. There could be a tiny bit of precipitation in the air, so that's why they are on hold at the moment. Even the juniors will hold them until we give a perfectly bone dry racetrack. But that's the thing we're going to be suffering with a tiny bit today, is you're just going to get these pesky little spots appearing. But we need them to sort of blow over before we can continue. So it's a temporary hold at the moment. Still got a bit of a tailwind. That's continued from yesterday. So that was creating a few issues for some of the teams, going a little bit too quick. It does make a difference, bizarrely. If you are racing into a headwind, obviously that will slow you down a bit. If you're racing with a tailwind behind you, it can speed the cars up a bit. And it's only a difference of 1,000th of a second or 100th of a second. But as we know in drag racing, that does make a difference, especially if it's in a dialing class. That could be the difference of getting the right side of your dialing and braking out. So it does make a difference. You've got to judge it absolutely right. Get your dialing right, get the tune up right, and everything else sometimes will fall into place. But just that occasion, it can catch you out. And wind direction can make a difference. So just to say, just a little hole at the moment. The cars aren't going anywhere at all. Nobody's running for the covers or anything. So we just got to let what this is blow over. We have our spotters out on the racetrack at the moment. Just keeping an eye on everything. And also in the shutdown area as well. Don't forget the racetrack is 1/4 of a mile, but the shutdown area is 1/2 a mile. So basically the whole strip here is 3/4 of a mile long. It can be chucking it down with rain at the very far end. It can be bone drying the sun out at the start line. That's the differences it can make here. But what we can tell today is that any sort of systems that come in will come in from behind the gantry and go up the track. But sometimes you can see a weather system coming in from the far end and approach us. So that means it's coming in from the south. But basically what we've got today is it's coming in sort of from the north, if you like. So we just got to keep an eye on everything at the moment. Just to remind everybody, our run order for today is Junior Dragster to kick things off. Sportsman ET are in the lanes. Then it'll be 850 bike and 950 bike. Then we're going to switch over to the classes that didn't get their runs in last night. Super Gas, Outlaw Flat 4, Outlaw Anglia, Nostalgia Superstock and VW Pro. And then we will pick up once again with the classes on today's run order. And as I just finish off that little bit, starters are reattached to the juniors on the track. Let's get them fired up and we can continue. So TCA is back in the tower. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing, mate? You all right?
If you couldn't tell, I lost a bet.
Which was?
I had to do the pro stock.
Ah, right, okay. Teddy Howe. My goodness me, he's on form. He went 001. He's #1 qualifier, but all of his runs have been really sharp this weekend. So well done, Teddy. He could be the one to watch this weekend. Right, Sam and Emmy. See what these two can do. Oh, 009 for Emmy. It was a red though, unfortunately. Sam Hiscock goes 9. That's going to move him up from number 19.
I tell you
to
what,
number 14.
Sam's doing really well considering this is his first event. 09 light in your first event.
That's cool.
It's decent.
That's cool.
It's really funny as well when you start racing, you learn that you never actually leave on the green light, never, anywhere near it. You have to anticipate when it's going to come on, and you anticipate and you leave at a certain amber, don't you?
Well, the go light is the third amber.
Right.
That's the go light, not the green one.
Because you have to be underway and moving as the light goes green. That's the idea.
Yeah.
It doesn't always work like that. But when you get to racing in a lot of classes as well, when they're heads-up classes especially, if someone is bang on time and someone's only a tenth of a second, you can clearly see the difference.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It makes a massive difference. So Chloe Cromwell, who I think is debuting this weekend as well, yeah. She's over there in the Kestrel lane. And Daniel Weir, I was just admiring the paint job on Daniel's car underneath us. Both went red, just a little bit too quick. Everything matches perfectly with the pinstripe in his helmet. It was incredible, really nice. And also Dad's got a new toy as well, finally.
Yeah. Oh, we look forward to seeing that.
I thought he was building something else as well. Because he's obviously got the pickup, isn't he?
Yeah.
Or the wagon, sorry, no, the station wagon.
Yeah, the Suburban.
That's the one, yeah. And he was building something else, I thought, anyway.
Which he is.
Which he is.
Yeah.
And he's bought a Mustang.
And something else is coming out soon. I've just been having a conversation with him.
Right, okay, so we're stopping them again.
To do with spots of rain, folks. Obviously, it was actually forecast to rain for a lot of this morning, so I don't want to sound too ungrateful, but we really have got away with an awful lot of it so far.
Just seeing some people on the bank taking advantage of the moist grass.
The moist grass?
Well, it's not wet, is it?
No, it's all right.
Damp.
Well,
So,
don't forget, folks, Live Action Arena. We've got 2 shows from them today. First one is at 12:30. We've got all of the other things going on. Historic aero engine fire-ups. Basically, the whole site is very, very busy this weekend.
Also, as well, Santa Pod are very kindly offering an upgrade for the VIP over there, or the viewing, I think, on the spectator side. Thank you very much indeed. So, yeah, first of all, we just want to say thank you very much to everybody who's here this weekend as opposed to the original weekend. Because for obvious reasons, we couldn't run it then. I mean, you can still see we've still got drainage issues. They hadn't had the chance to finish all the drainage before the start of the season. The weather was that bad. I don't need to tell you if you live anywhere roughly nearby. But, yeah, it was disappointing, obviously. That weekend still happened, but it was effectively, it was just a quiet weekend. Well, no, a nice national drag racing weekend, but what I mean is none of the other stunts and shows and everything that we've got this weekend. So thank you all for coming along for the rescheduled event. Also, if you're here for the first time, congratulations on finally finding us. You'll have a wonderful day. Please make sure you walk around and visit everything. The pit area is actually open. I remember one first timer I bought with me years ago saying, we walk around having a look at everything. And then later on they said, why do they show all the cars before they race them? I said, no, they're not showing them. That's, that's working on them, getting them ready, that kind of thing. But yeah, you can walk around and do that as well. Great news is Oldham Performance and Draper Tools have retail stands opposite the main pod shop this weekend, so make sure you stop by and look for some show specials. Also, the new championship range, the 2024 championship range, FIA championship range, is coming soon. It's nearly here. It won't be long. Kestrel as well. Have the flying Kestrel car between the pit stop CAF and the grandstand. They've got some samples as well. So make sure you do stop by. What I was just alluding to as well, the start line viewing upgrade, the balcony here by the start line, premium viewing of the start line from pitside balcony, £50 per person, and this can be bought at the grandstand ticket kiosk as well. So if you fancy going up there, currently it's being viewed by one marshal in an orange jacket, but if you fancy going and joining him, it's definitely well worth it. Just going to enhance your day that little bit. Talking about enhancing the day, let's hope the rain is definitely due to move away through the day anyway. Colin mentioned Live Action Arena shows, 12:30 and 3:30 today, and the aero engines opposite the Live Action Arena on Saturday, 10:30, 12:15, 2:30 and 4:30 in the afternoon, and again tomorrow. Everything, basically, the show kind of repeats itself tomorrow. So if you're just here for the day, you're not going to miss anything. We've got lots of drag racing stuff to show you, but there's also all the stunts, all the shows, and the other stuff that go on as well. So we're just on pause for the moment. If you've never been before, drag racing is the quickest and fastest accelerating motorsport on the planet. It's also the loudest. It's also by far the most powerful. 2 top fuel cars on the start line, more horsepower than a Formula 1 grid. Those weedy corner cars. You know. Anyway, but yeah, so it is the loudest, fastest, most powerful motorsport on the planet. However, being the fact they accelerate so quickly, it does need to be dry, crucially. That can be anything from rain, oil, whatever it might be. So if there's any what we call downtime, it will be where the track crew are making sure that the track is in perfect go fast conditions. Now, if you've ever seen anyone try to run any sort of slick tyre car, which is what we run on a racetrack, when it's even spitting with rain, lethal isn't even close to it. It turns the surface to glass because the rain actually sits on top of the sealed rubber, and it does make it very tricky indeed. Well, not tricky, it's just
I was going to say, it's not even like comparable to anything because it's just impossible. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
You can try as much as you want, but you're not going to go anywhere.
Exactly that. So that's why the track crew out there at the moment just making sure everything is perfectly safe. And obviously, we've got kids out there as well, so we want to make sure that we want to make sure everyone's safe, but, definitely the kids. So, they get the thank you very much indeed. You timed that perfectly. They timed that break perfectly, so I just finished. Thank goodness, everyone says, but there we go. So, yeah. Back on with qualifying for Junior Dragster.
Freddie Taylor and Ada Cassisi. Freddie currently in the number 9 spot. Came number 3 in the championship last year. He's in number 9 with an 05. And Ada in number 15 spot with a .10. Ada will be definitely looking to improve on that. In fact, so will Freddie. What do you need to get into the top 5? You need an 017 or better at the minute. That's more like it. That's more like we want to see in the juniors. I know a couple of events last season to get in the top 16, I think you needed an 01. Just a quick look underneath Freddie's car. There we go, thumbs up, no worries at all. So the juniors, as I'm sure Colin and Dal have explained, qualify on their reaction times. 2 good examples there. Improvement for Ada goes 076.
It's only going to move up 1 spot though. But nonetheless, it's another 0 light.
Yeah, no improvement for Freddie, unfortunately. 0.15.
Someone needs to tell Harley that grunge happened 30 years ago. Do you know that? I don't know why I just thought of that, but thought it was necessary.
We're trying to find the acceptable bet that if he loses, he cuts his hair. He hasn't agreed to one yet.
He doesn't have to agree to it, just get him when he's asleep.
Harry Peters and Mackenzie Love.
We've all seen Jackass.
Yeah,
it's dead easy.
Right,
Yeah.
but considering the fact, he's just done his first full-blown gig playing guitar, I don't think he would look right with a haircut with doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
So, I think we got to leave him be now. Oh dear.
So Harry Peters and Mackenzie Love. Harry's got a bit of room for improvement. Mackenzie's already in the top 5, and he's moved up even further by. Well, I beg your pardon, he's in the top 10. Goes to number 7
Nice
with
move.
0-2-1. Harry, no help for him with the .2.
There you go, look, he's done the burnout without the tyre covers on this time.
Yeah, that was a bit of an odd one. That wasn't it? But as I said yesterday, that was the issue with having black tyre covers. You can sort of forget that they're on. So it's a good idea to have brightly coloured tyre covers.
The other lane, Tom Peters. He's currently in the number 18 spot. Well, Luke's only in at number 6. He's the gatekeeper for all of the O1s. If you get an O1 light, you will jump over Luke Mugridge. That was... Oh, I was going to say that was much better from Luke, but no, only an 04. An 01 red for Tom. Definitely trying.
Yeah, so no movement at all. 6 and 18, that's where they came into that pairing, and that's where they've left it. All right, Ted Sullivan and Grace Smith in the next pair.
Both these qualifiers got O lights in yesterday's qualifying. Teddy with an 06, Grace with an 03. 03 is only good enough for a number 8 spot at the minute. I say at the minute because that will drop. Oh, 03 and an 04.
Ted might be. Oh no. Yeah, no, that is a 04. It says 9 on the screen on the scoreboard up there. Moves him up to number 10. Sorry about sounding confused. Doesn't take it long.
Right, this is the last pairing, I think, in junior tractors. I look in the pairing lanes. It's all... Well, no juniors down there. So, Daniel Todd with the Dragon Slayer. He is currently in the number 23 spot. Anything with a 0 in front of him guarantees him onto our front page of the timing screen, i.e. top 16. Oh, Daniel's just been promoted to Sportsman ET there. Here we go. Daniel Todd. Oh, I thought that was almost going to be a perfect line there. 01 red for Daniel. So he's going to stay put. Okay, so now that that session is finished for Junior Dragster, that now confirms Teddy Howe as number 1 qualifier for the time being. So well done to young Teddy. As we hear underneath the tower, Sportsman ET, Ben's van. Jane McCready going alongside Clive with the pickup. So I did bump into Jane McCready in the pits on Thursday. And just alluding to the fact that they've been running Ben's van for 10 years now. And she was supposed to send me a message as a reminder of some of the details, but she hasn't done that yet. So I'll keep waiting.
Well, I can see they're just leaning into Jane's van. There we go. Lost fire there for a second.
Went 15.09 yesterday, I think, hence the 15.08 dial-in. Has dipped into the 14s on a couple of occasions. Now they've still got the tailwind. I wonder. Ah, no, going to be given a solo here, actually, so it's going to be Clive Dandridge on his own. Nice launch, 05 light, but it's all about the ET. 12.53 is the target. Thinking about it, 12.59, 105, moves them up from 23 to 12. In actual fact, I've just spotted all the SPRC stickers on the back window. If you count them, there's 10. So, Jane McCready with the Escort van, Ben's van, of course. Dial-in of 15.08, currently in the number 13 spot. The clocks give us a 15.16. Stays put in the number 13 spot.
Still pretty close on the right side of the number, which is always the most important thing. So Gary Lake and Georgina Smith. George is number 11 currently. Gary in at 6. Very tightly bunched at the top of the Sportsman qualifying order.
So me and Gary went on a run this morning. Who wasn't there, Daryl?
That would have been me. That would have been me. I was. I had a hamster wheel installed in my caravan. I thought that was nice.
Yeah,
it was a lot warmer. It was a lot warmer and drier as well. I will give you the full runner's excuse in just a moment, or not runner's excuse, as the case may be.
I'm trying to think what on earth he's put a hamster wheel in his caravan for.
So you can run on it. Perfect size, mate.
I thought he was going to try, like, so I built a miniature washing machine or something.
Yeah, why not? You got it. So once again, spotters out on the racetrack. The cars are being, even though these are street tired cars, a lot of them, it's still like glass if it gets wet. So it's still not a safe thing to do. We just have to wait until the sprinkles pass. Good to see everybody not running away and disappearing, which obviously means it's not raining that hard. Hardly at all, frankly.
I think there's actually an episode of Top Gear where they go try drag racing in the wet with a Mercedes and a Ferrari, and they get nowhere
At all.
I think they spin out a couple of times. That's all they do.
Well, again, the good sign is nobody's moving, so we're not far away from our first. Yeah, we do have tractors on track as well, but they you can see the sweeper on the front of it. That's to keep the moisture off. You can see the shredded tyres effectively on the back. That's if we need to drag any new rubber over it just to make sure it's in tip-top condition. But yeah, the live action show, I beg your pardon, until lunchtime, 12:30 today, a little bit later on. We got a full programme to get through today as well. We had a full day of qualifying yesterday, which finished about 20 past 8, I think, last night, something like that. But we've got fuel cars, we've got Pro Modified, we've got Super Street Bike, we've also got jets coming your way very soon as well. The Oklahoma Willie Jet Bus and the Firefalls versus Firestorm, that would be cool, over 1,000 foot. Didn't Roger recently run very quickly?
Yeah, 5.8.
That's terrific.
Yeah, fantastic. And the car is working so well for Roger at the moment as well. So it ain't going to be. Martin's got something to think about. With Roger going very, very nicely indeed. So yeah, going to be very entertaining to watch those.
Well, also later on today, that would be great. The two jet dragsters, Firefalls 5 and Spider-Man.
Yeah.
They look very similar. I think that's because Martin built both of them, didn't he? But yeah, it's going to be great. Some great stuff going on as well. Obviously, coupled with the live action arena. So we've got a number of jet car runs today as well as our fuel cars, Pro Modified, all the great sportsman races that we have here, and national events too. Yeah. So I think just for the moment, because it is still sprinkling, unfortunately. If we hand back to Nitro FM just for a few moments. Hope the wet stuff goes away. There's a little bit of it around, but it is due to clear, or be clearing very soon. So we do apologise. We can't do anything while that's happening. Grab yourselves a cup of coffee, go for a walk round. Whatever you would like to do, obviously you can go all the way around the site. And most importantly, enjoy yourselves.
Lovely launch from Chris Todd. 891 back in the 8s. Brilliant.
156 miles an hour. 1178, 136 for Terry Newton. Again, that car is an 8-second car here in the distance. But it's all about the number that comes up on the board under the index.
Whoa, getting well over towards the wall for Rob Smallwood. It was a beautiful launch, 111. Gary Carr's going to go through. What can he do this time? 11.04 moves into the number 1 spot.
Takes the number 1 spot for Gary Carr. Darling is 877. We just saw Gary Carr go nearly 8/10 under his index. Nick Williams is going to be there or thereabouts as well. If the car hooks off the line, because it's been struggling hooking it up on the when the light goes green. Even though these cars look the same, they do have different indexes. If you look on the scoreboard, you can see there's about a second difference.
Yeah, well, besides engine size, well, look at that. I hope someone got that picture. Ian Blackett's in right in the right place for that. Nick goes through. Is it 799?
Yeah. And that only gets him the number 2 spot, folks. Reuven Dawson goes 902 at 148. He's now bumped back to number 3. So listen to this, folks. 0.74 under only gets you number 3. Joe gives him the signal that it's a buy run. Comes up on the 2-step.
.960 foot, and then it just turned, and he didn't lift until he hit the block.
Do you know what? If he hadn't doinked the block, he would have kept going. He definitely won the national finals last year.
Yeah, all of a sudden just came out swinging. Fishtailing launch, but no issues. Going towards the centre line, reels it back perfectly. Lots of black smoke. Goes
That was huge.
596.
Look at that. First run of the year as well, folks. 596, 237 miles an hour. Tyre shake through 60 foot. Actually popped the passenger door open, right? What's so heartwarming about that is, for, like I said, for many years, Sean actually struggled with all kinds of things. Some amazing photographs of him literally blowing the front end off the car with nitrous explosions. To see that happen is just fantastic. So well done to the whole team. 9.9 to 60 foot, 262 to 330. Funnily enough, Wayne wasn't far behind and he hit it. 8th mile, 392, 190. Over the stripe, 596, 237.
Next up is the man who's got the Kestrel beer lane sorted. He can do that one now.
Absolutely.
He's going to have a go in the slick tricks lane this
I think
time.
this is the first time in 2 weeks he's running this lane.
Yeah, he's run 4 580s now this year, all in the Kestrel beer lane.
At least. Yeah. The one earlier was a 586. He did actually say, let's turn it up and see what it'll do. Which is a bit ominous, isn't it, really? They've definitely got the 60 foot. They've got the first part of the racetrack dialed in. It's just how much the rest of it will take. He's here for this event. He's here for the door slammers. He's here for the main event. I don't know whether a lot of people know, but when you run a turbo car in Pro Mod, both Motorsport UK Pro Mod and FIA Pro Mod, they have a boost restrictor on them just to keep everything even. They still produce a monster amount of power. They still back half like nothing else, but they need the boost restriction. And I remember talking to him last year at the door slammers, and he said, I really want to get the first half of the track sorted out, because then I can take the boost controller off and see what it would do. Right? At the door slammers this is, because there's no rules at the door slammers, exactly. Doesn't exactly hang about with a boost controller on it, does he, really? So 586 was what Andrei Arnova from Estonia ran earlier today.
.97 60 foot.
Oh, look at that 8 mile number. 584, 249 miles an hour. They might have even been hoping for more than that. You know, they're all right with that. Do you know what, actually? That might be marching on for a Motorsport UK Pro Modified ET record, and I think it might be. At a national event, because they run Motorsport UK Pro Mod at the FIA events as well. So people have been quicker at the FIA events. But anyway, 584 for Andrei Arnova, 249 miles an hour. Quick numbers, 60 foot, 975, 100 slower. 330, 260, 8th mile, 386. When that 8th mile number came up, I thought that'll be a low, very low 580. But the back half was only, in inverted commas, a 198.
guy to get it down the track is going to be your number 1 qualifier. Will it be Steve Willett, and will it be on this run?
Nope.
No, drifting over towards the wall.
Didn't sound like it was firing on all 4 cylinders either, and it did go left as soon as he nailed it, which is most unusual for Steve. Trickled through the 1089. A couple of years back, he was knocking on the door of the 5s. This at the time was one of the world-beating top fuel bikes. I'm talking 34 years ago when it was debuted by Brian Johnson.
Much better over towards the wall. He had to roll off of it. Still a 1/160 foot.
Yeah, that was pretty much what it ran last time. But it's strong. That's the most important thing. Sounds really crisp, really strong, and they look nice and happy with that again, which is the most important thing. So about 330 and spun the tyre. Let's see what he can do this time round. A new rider for this machine. He's been in funny bike for a number of years before. This is a 5-second fuel bike though, folks. He's going to have to get off that as a beginning. Same thing. The bike hooked and went right, and he didn't even. That's really good. 104 60 foot. Didn't really have time. You can steer it with your body weight when it's down the track and both wheels are on the ground, but he still had the front wheel in the air, and you can't do a lot with that. So,
Got to get within 1%. Well, that's a lovely looking launch. Front wheel just skipping off the floor. Margot Schmidt is not far behind either. What's it going to be? 686, 224 again. And 706 at 209.
Not quite sure. 224 is going to back up 227. Steve Venables over there, Kestrel Lane. The number you see on the board, the 1838. That's the bump spot. And it's Johnny Hines, the man in the slick tricks lane. That's his number. He wants better than that now.
Wheel spin for Steve Venables, and again when he gets back on the power. Not sure what the issues were for Johnny Hines. Didn't really seem to move.
I think it's spun as well, actually. If you look at the tyre track, it goes even for a street type, well, it goes a bit thinner. 970 at 123 was not what Steve wanted, and 1247.
There we go, much better from the both of them. Lots of wheel spin for Rodolfo, no issues at all for Al Morrison.
Long gone. 718, 198 miles an hour. 886 at 168 for Rodolfo. Doesn't get him in. That's what I said. The bump spot now moves to an 862. Very doable, though. What is Chris Reed's? Not
118, 60 foot from Al Morrison. 693.
213 miles an hour. Street bike, which is always good to see. Look at that 60 for Jake. 119, but he's off the throttle before the finish line.
Brad isn't.
Wow, 57, 188 for Brad Head. Actually goes to the number 7 spot. That makes Boyce the bump again with a 781. But he's in for now. Personal best.
So Wayne going to disappear off in the distance, lift about 1,000 foot and hope Colin doesn't come past him. Ooh.
980 for Wayne Hiscock, only 97 miles an hour. Yeah, you saw that right. And so Andy Dibley with the Magic Rat in the Kestrel Lane. That car's another one that's got a lot of history in UK drag racing. Quite a lot of it with Andy as well.
Whoa, lots of fluid on the track out of Jasmine's car. Not sure what that is, but she's still going. Obviously not an oil pressure issue.
Water by the looks of
yeah.
that. Oh, dearie me. Great run for Andy Dibley. 991 with the 2, 145 miles an hour. Well done, sir. That's number 2. Jasmine Tunstall, 100, too quick. Yes. 989 with a 0, 143. We're just going to in your younger days. So Andy Harrison, previous UK Supergas champ, already went 9.98. But it's never been as quick as when it's in Andy's hands.
See, Andy's consistently getting down the track now.
Playing with the 60 feet. I think that's what they're doing. And now he's trying to race. Look at that. 10 flat, 991. Bob the right side with a 998. So, Dave Fulton goes number 3, bumps Bob Molden back 1 spot, went 9.93 at 145. Bob Molden just broke out at 985. Let's see if he can avoid the tree 2 times in a row. This car has had the odd tendency to do that over the years, but not for some time. This is another one that's been around a long while. This was there's from 40 years ago or thereabouts. Des Taylor's Model A delivery van, the Revel car.
It sounds very lazy going down the track. Still goes 9.80 breakout. Leaves him in the number 10 spot.
Carl, you can race and have a picnic on as well. Look at that wing. My goodness. Actually, both of them you could, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, that's what they used to be called, wasn't it? Like picnic tables or whatever. The wings. They obviously serve a purpose, though.
Yeah, when Mark's car gets going, it's going to be a real one to watch out for.
It's not exactly hanging about now. Look at that. 949 at 150 miles an hour. 1225 at 116.
11.03 and 11.49 between them. And believe it or not, the one in Citroen Lane's the quicker of the two. Whoa, taking a bit of a wander around his lane. Adam Lowe's got his nose in front. What will the numbers be? 11.48 and a 10.99.
Absolutely overjoyed with that one. 121 miles an hour as well. To a 11.40, excuse me, 120. Another Carman that's just amazing. One like an award-winning type of car.
Lots of wheel spin off the line.
That's going to be quicker than, I think his PB is like a 12.4. That might be quicker than that. See how much quicker. Oh, maybe not. 12.69, 112. I think the speed's his best ever speed. That was the idea.
108, 60 foot. Takes a bit of a wander to the centre line.
Well,
Hey, what? Ben Kennedy's on a run as well. What's Ben going to do? 881!
Oh, goodness me! 153 miles an hour for Ben Kennedy.
Back for Wayne Power. Doug bringing himself in. Lovely wheels up launch from Doug then.
Both of them, actually. That looks really strong for Wayne Power as well. Really strong. 9.49. 141 miles an hour. And they look delighted with that.
Pressure. I think he had shifting issues, which is why he only went through with a 12.1. Certainly means, well, lots of wheel spin for both of them there. The Audi's going to get there first. He goes 9.83 and an 11.74. Improvements for both. Chris goes actually to the number 1 spot with that. And Jacob gets bumped to the number 4 to the pairing lanes. So 12.99 the dial-in for both of these cars. That is the class limit in VW Pro. Can't dial any slower than that. Lots of smoke out of Carl's car. Not sure if that's exhaust or something else. In fact, I can see a little puddle of something. He's going to get there first. He goes 13.88 and a 14.47 for Patricia. Issues, unfortunately, for Sam. But 11 flat the dial in for Phil goes 12.05. In the caddy, Sam goes through with an 18.4.
Such a great idea. There's quite a few cars like this. Ben Mace has actually got one that hopefully will be in comp sometime soon, because that would be such a thing to see.
Well, it was a lovely looking 60 foot from James.
$9.50 with a 6 will be your new #1 qualifier. Goodness me.
Well, James moved up to #4 with that one as well.
Yeah, 11.46 in the other lane. In VW Pro.
He has run in VW
okay,
Pro.
well, then he would have done. I was also thinking of the Outrage car, but I'm not sure whether he actually ran in VW Pro.
Oh, issues for Rob Carter.
Car went silent. Oh, look, we've got someone on work experience join us. How cool's that?
For those who don't know, Colin's just come back into the
Yeah,
tower.
obviously I was being serious. I think that it is Luke, isn't it? Yeah.
He's made it.
Yeah, he's in VW Pro. I think he's in comp this weekend? Can't remember. 12.48 for Luke in the Kestrel Lane, 11.95 for Jake Fronda.
Yeah, Luke waiting on belts, apparently, because he's been here, he's been ready, he just hasn't been able to race because he can't get strapped into his car.
I think it was, something like that.
Ooh. I really hope that isn't what I thought.
Well, it depends what you thought it was. If you thought a meteor landed on him, it's not that.
Oh, okay.
If you thought something broke, it might be. 11.92, too quick for Jake.
But yeah, tremendous success. Tremendous success.
Good, good. Rob Carter bumps into stage.
In fact, that's much more like it, isn't it?
Yeah, it was nice and strong earlier too. 776, 178 miles an hour. I think that's the quickest and probably fastest he's ever been as well, judging by the dance on the start line. So Patrick rolls up the speed ghost in the slick tricks lane. Jason in the Gladiator. Both crew chiefs give each other the nod. There we go. Wow. That's what funny cars do. Patrick Pears, 260 foot in an outstanding 0.887 and was actually shaking the tyres before he even got there. Jason nailed the throttle, spun the tyres, and there was a audible and visible pop underneath the Gladiator. But Patrick was really, really sideways. Still goes 952 at only 66 miles an hour, and he was on the throttle for less than a second, I'm pretty sure. But still a great effort from both of them. They were still trying their hardest. There's no way you can't try hard with a Nitro funny car. But yeah, Patrick, I think that's got to be the quickest we've ever seen to 60 foot in a fuel funny car in Europe. 0.88 is...
For the two cars on the track. Just waiting for the time assistant to be updated. There we go, there's the blue light. Lowry Anslow and Olivia Carter coming in for their second qualifiers. Ooh, not too sure what happened there. Olivia didn't seem to move anywhere, but got a red light. Yeah, so the time won't be representative, unfortunately. It may work in her favour, though. Lowry looking for a 13.90, goes 14.17, and Olivia goes 18.55. Moves her up to the number 5 spot, and Lowry...
I think he's retired the Sirocco now, isn't he?
Oh, okay.
Well, he's currently your #1 qualifier who's gone. So 14.69 is the target for Paul Robinson, gets a 14.73. Hello, new number 1 qualifier, Paul Robinson, drops John to number 2.
Looking for a 13.00, the quickest dial-in you're allowed in VW Sportsman. Up against Steve Metcalf with Blue Steel Baja Beetle. Nigel off and running. How close can he get to the 13.00? Oh, 1290 breakout. He's in VW Pro numbers now. 15.90.
Oh, not good enough though.
Nope.
That was a good effort from Callum. So that's still available then.
Yep. So Polly Judge and Bruce Harvey, 16.15, the dial-in for Polly. She goes 16.20, and Bruce goes 19.20. Improvements for both. Polly goes to the number 9 spot.
Just read on the back window, actually, VW Sportsman, but he's got the Thunderbug. And on the back window, beautifully written there, the memorial pass for Dad. Tell you what, you're going all right, actually. Looking for a 15 flat. Lorraine, 15.95. 14.0. Massive breakout. And Lorraine, for good measure as well, breaks out. Gang of Lupove. 13.77, plays 15.67. So, Thomas, you enjoyed your day up doing commentary again?
I have. I've been loving it.
Good. Good.
We get lots of nice messages from people as well, which
Those are the ones that
appreciated.
just got through. We put a filter on it. We did block the other ones.
Oh, okay, that's good.
No, thank you ever so much, indeed, mate. Really appreciate your help today. And looking forward to next weekend as well.
Indeed.
Yeah, the bizarre thing next weekend, all the commentators next weekend were born on April the 10th.
Oh, really? Oh, it's just me and you, isn't it?
Yeah, next weekend. Yeah, Third and Karen Waterhouse.
John Crawford recently posted some pictures of him as a kid, and I looked at him going, "No, that's not you. No, that was never you."
Okay, so the menopause outie TT, I like that little bit of a typo. 15 seconds is the dial-in for Karen. John Crawford looking for 15.65. Now, this is John's first qualifier. He's been at work today.
Okay.
Hence, that's why he missed his first one. Managed to blag his way out and got here in time for a second one. 14.71 breakout for Karen, way too quick. John Crawford straight in at number 6 with a 16.06. But Jack, I'm so pleased that you are still supporting everybody here, and I know it's not a good ride you're on at the moment, mate, but keep hanging on in there. And you got so much support from here, you wouldn't believe it. So Jack, just keep fighting it, mate. I know you're doing everything you can, and to Gary and the whole family, special thoughts with you all this weekend and every weekend, to be honest. But I know that you're tuned in, so from me to you guys, all the best. All right, young Tom Circuit with Harold the Lupo, the resident of Buckingham, dialing in 18 flat, but getting there first will be George Miller. Sonic the TT, 14.51 the target. The result is, still waiting to come through, 14.17. That's a big old breakout. Tom Circuit goes in at number 5 with an 18.26. Impressive,
Quite
actually,
an impressive kit car as it goes, that one, isn't it, really? Jason's currently number 14. That was a 16.60 this time. And Jerry is 18 currently, of course. VW Sportsman very, very well subscribed this weekend.
$15.47. That's moved him up from 18 to 3. Nice move. Breakout for the Skoda. 16.43. A little bit too quick. Right, Sportsman ET.
with the Boardman's escort.
I like that.
One wheel peel for the truck, all the way out to 60 foot.
1228 and 1480. They are numbers 14 and 20 at the moment. Clive Dangridge goes 1383. That's not going to help. Matt Halsall moves up slightly with a 1527 on a 14.80.
Well, I was just echoing what
Already
Clive
one
said.
did.
He said, unfortunately, it's his last year in Nostalgia Superstock with the truck this
Okay.
year. Because trucks are not eligible for Nostalgia Superstock from next year onwards. So, slight tweak in the rules to try and keep it the way it is.
Going to put a tonneau cover on it.
That's what we were saying, turn it into a camper, because I don't know if there's a rule on that. But
got to be on it. So, Debbie Taylor and Chris Creswell with a great reaction time. 0-1 in a street car. Debbie's number 16, Chris is 8. Debbie gets there first, obviously with a very nice 13.41 up to number 4. Chris gets bumped back 1 spot, 82 on a 70. Only a tenth of a second separating the top 10 or thereabouts in. Taking on Steve Mellors with the car that identifies as
A Pro Mod.
does indeed. In the Kestrel Lane, 15.60, plays 15.21 for Jane. Jane is currently number 8, Steve, 26. Hulk gaining some fans. I bet you didn't know the Hulk had a bald head, did you? Nice looking reaction time though for Steve, 037. Jane goes too quick.
15.08 for Jane. Oh, that's heading back towards the 14s again. Gina Smith and it's Ash with the Dream Wrecker Skyline.
It's like we're going Gran Turismo racing. These are proper JDM icons. Supra taking on the Skyline.
Do you know what I find quite funny? Is that I've been to Japan a couple of times. You don't see cars like this driving around the street over there.
No, you do.
Bizarrely.
In my mind, you do.
Did you? Yeah, sorry, okay. I didn't mean to wreck it for you. See small boxes on caster wheels is what you see.
Yeah.
Nicely done for Ash and Georgie as well. 15.81 on a 75 for Georgina Smith. So the top 8 are covered by 0.06 in Sportsman.
Stokes post from social media yesterday. He'd hitched up his caravan to tow it from Didcot to here. So that's about 55 mile towing trip. Well done, Jaco.
Kirsty Tram in the other lane looking for a 12.09.
Still a little bit of a tailwind for everybody. Oh,
12 flat for Kirsty. 9 hundredths too quick. 9 stinking hundredths too quick.
Yeah, double breakout actually, 13.17, too quick. On the other side as well. Oh, let's have Nostalgia Superstock.
By the biggest margin. To gain half a second when you're running 15s takes, believe it or not that much. Whereas if you're running 6s, gaining half a second is quite a lot.
So, Holly Walters and Adam Wakefield.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard the humming a second ago, but that was because Adam was parked underneath
It
us.
was just the resonance of it. It's just like almost painful. He's 11. Holly's 13. 13.52 on a. That's a new number 1 qualifier actually for Adam Wakefield. Holly actually moves up a spot as well to 12 with a 59 on a 49. So there you go. The top 12 are now within a tenth of a second. It's a pretty stout field at the top in Sportsman. Very close, and 2 very close reaction times as well. 008 red, unfortunately, for Al. Oh my goodness. Alan Medley from 26 to number 1. 13.41 with a 3. On a 13.41. Well done.
And a 008 light. Unfortunately, it was red, but even that out, wow.
Mustang earlier, apparently. Which, as you can imagine, well, from a Camaro owner that are well known for being the friendliest of people in the world, probably didn't go down too well. repeat. That'll really help, actually. Yeah, you go to number 9. So 400ths off gets you number 9. Rob Creswell goes 1470 on a 47. What a queue session that was.
It's still going.
Oh, it is.
And one of the perfect bits of timing is we walked into Pro ET pits and they'd just been called. They all started suddenly coming out. It was
nice.
like, oh wow! All these cars suddenly started moving around. So that was quite good.
Brian Huxley and James Green. James was number 1 at the start of this session. He's now number 3.
You also think of VW Beetle dressing as a Skoda is impressive. How about an El Camino being a Touareg?
It's pretty good.
Yeah, but the Mont Blanc car does go rather well. Oh, 1608, obviously stays 3, but Brian moves up 3 spots, 16 to 13.
With the 49.
Yeah, we introduced the Huxley.
There we go, just fixing the timing. Otherwise, although Jill might be quite happy, she would be number 1 qualifier.
Yeah, but she would also have been called Al.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Jill Medley, they've got the same number apart from 1, which was what the problem was. But that's fine. So it's now Jill. Now, her husband went from 28 to 1. Can Jill go from 27? This would be incredible if she can.
Oh,
She had a good
here's
go.
a move.
Yeah, she has improved actually quite a bit. Up to number 14. Indard stays number 4 though. Junior Dragster please into the pairing lane. That'll be the start of Q3. Junior Dragster.
0.5 dialing.
Yep. That's
Yeah.
got to be it, yeah. In the Slick Tricks lane, taking on the website on wheels, Chris Wynn. With the veto. No run actually previously for Alexander Pryor with the caddy. $15.48 for Chris Wynn. I don't think that's going to improve him actually. Alexander Pryor goes he gets bumped back. Alexander went 20.69 on a 20.50.
Didn't win the final, but left with the points lead because he qualified well.
He did well, yeah.
Compared to Gary Lake, who won the event but had a nightmare in qualifying. So, Richard Palmer was the points leader coming to this event, having not won the previous event.
Well, he's not actually qualified, and he's going
not
to do
yet.
really well to get up there in this field at the moment. Troy Aptree, currently number 24. Is that going to help? The answer is, we don't know. Yes, it does. Richard Palmer actually goes into 26 with a 14.09. Troy, Mr. Attree moves up to, I think that was 14, wasn't it? I saw, yep, West Coast. He won a really high dollar race out on the West Coast. This was in the 60s. And with the money that he won, he used to buy his first aircraft.
Oh wow.
And that was how it started.
Wow.
And now he has, I can't remember how many there are, but he's actually part of like DHL's network and everything else as well. It's massive. 13.25 goes 13.13, too quick. And Felicity goes 17.26. No help actually, even though that was a very good run. 14.00, pretty much what she always dials anyway, with the family BM.
So would she now need arm restraints?
Stop it. Probably. I don't know. Yeah, good point. I don't know that whether that kicks in at a certain elapsed time though. That's the
Oh,
only
maybe,
thing.
yeah.
It might be an elapsed time thing too.
Interesting choice to run with the roof
The
down.
roof down for once, yeah, exactly. Well, it made a difference.
Yeah.
300ths too quick. 99.9 miles an hour, as close to 100 you can get without actually being there.
Much better launch from Pete Slater.
Yeah, he went 18 something earlier on. Wow, that's a lot more like it. 8.60 up to number 5. And breakout. Big speed as well. To 850s, which it doesn't, it can run, if it doesn't spin the tyre, it can run, but does need a little bit of help from the weather. Oh, dearie me, Mick Wynyard with a 7. 96, 182 miles an hour. Madeira. Kestrel Lane, who hasn't got a time on the board yet, actually. There's a number of these that haven't run.
0-1 light from Daniel there, and that's a cracking job.
What a bike, that's really
Yeah.
good. J Rose sitting up, but it wasn't enough. Daniel Madeira, meanwhile, goes to not qualify to number 1. 8.517, 154 miles an hour. 8:37, J Rowe takes it too quick again. We've got a good one here to get in the 850s. Not like that, unfortunately. Overpowers the track. Craig, meanwhile, is long gone. He's already run an 856, I think. 866 this time. And Stace goes 951.
7:45.
Dear, he's in the wrong class. I don't know about anything else.
Well, he's got to, as I say, he's got to race 2 meetings in this class before we can move up to Super Street Bike because of licence. Oh, backhand loose.
Well, this might be closer to 850. Maybe not. 814 at 179 miles an hour. Get a time on the board early.
Ah, okay. I knew he was here.
But, do you know the really surprising thing? No Rick Suwatsky.
That is very unusual, actually.
Well, the fact that he's been racing that bike for... Didn't somebody work out that he'd put in more runs than anyone?
Anybody else, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's in the thousands.
Well,
Oh,
Josh
Dave Hall's
is off the
okay, but
throttle.
Josh has got an issue.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Oh, well done.
9.50 with the 4. Good speed. Oh, so close. He did that really well as well. Just you could see his arm on the board up there. 10:36 for Pete Harrison. And Harrison Brown is a 10:95. That's not Harrison Brown. That's 10:03, 10:95.
Yeah, you broke out.
No, I think it's the time
The
is
other way
absolutely right. It's just that I got him to switch the lanes because the lanes were wrong way round.
Okay.
But the ETs need to switch, so I think that was bang on.
In the Kestrel Lane, 8:94 against Scott Smith, 10:50. Yeah, qualifying earlier, Cole, was so close. Top few, all with it, nothing between them. Too quick for Phil, 8:92 and 10:65. Scott Smith goes up to number 10. How many people are giving silly names to? That's another one.
Yeah. So yeah, that has stuck.
The Dayglow Days, it's a great name.
Yeah.
Oh, good run. Actually, he only stays at number 3, would you believe, with a 59 and a 55, 11:45. Justin Morton moves up to 16. Moved up, as quite a few of these guys and girls have, from junior drag bike, funnily enough, in the Kestrel Lane, 9:53. And Liam Holgate, again, perfect example. Liam is graduate at the junior drag bike school of drag racing. As you can tell by the reaction time. .10:02, 9:61 for Grace, that'll help. Number 10. So same sort of thing we were just seeing in all the sportsman classes. 800ths off, number 10. So Kyle Rushby.
Last weekend, I was on the way back from Cannock, and they were on the way back from a bike boot sale, if you like, and they bought this pit bike, mini drag bike thing for like 175 quid, and it runs. It's a brilliant little thing. You want to see on their social media. It's cracking.
Oh, Chris Ben breaks out, but I don't think they'll mind. 971 at 138.
Yeah.
It's a great number. Kyle does precisely the same thing. He's good to see you. Happy Jimmy.
I think that's a
How could you tell that they know each other?
Oh, well done, Chris. He's such a nice guy as well. Deserves a break.
1065 and 870. $884, no improvement. 1055, too quick for Cole Hester. So Nick Playdon, who's currently number 6, and Lee Baxter. Again, there's absolutely nothing in it at the top of ET Bike. Quite honestly, if you paired up the top 12, it'd be down to reaction time who won. Lee Baxter's shaking his head before he gets to the Christmas tree. Nick Playdon, 11:24. Again, that's exactly what he ran earlier. Yeah. Stays put. Scott Collier, your number one
he's
qualifier.
number one again.
Yeah.
Oh, good lad.
He was right on the money. He's in the Kestrel lane. It's Robbie Dobby with the Super Penguin. $9.50 is what Scott's looking for. He's already number one. Oh, $9.51. 2 runs within a few thou of each other. Both of them good enough to be number one, quite honestly. And 9.80 on the other side of the track. So there's still room at the top, but there ain't a lot of it.
And another superb human being born on April the 10th. Leo Lester. Sorry, we're having a bit of a thing about April 10th at the moment because all good people are born on that day.
Apart from the ones that are born on that March the 25th, because we
that's
outnumber
right,
you, seriously. There's a lot of us.
Oh dear.
So 10.85 goes.
10.66. Good old breakout that. Oh, only by 200ths.
The first one was a checkout run. He's now going to try and nail it and see what he can do. He did mention the word nitrous, but I didn't see any purge, so we'll see. He might try to find he likes it so much that'll be that, really. Jasmine's already run a PB today. Nicely done. 9:31 and 1:42 for Brett as well. Too quick, but I don't think they can. Andrew Mansell gets in at number 17. We're done with ET. So Mick Sharp in the Kestrel lane, 9:69. One of the quicker darlings I've ever seen for that car.
Wow, 71 on a 69. He's
still only number 7.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a little bit packed at the top. 92 is what Don's looking for this time. Adrian Portelli is number 2, looking for 10.91.
$9.99 for Don, 10.91. Perfect ET, Adrian Portelli. Right, Matthew Dowdy. You know, Matthew had a little fluid leak earlier on. It was a washer jet hose had come off. That's all it was.
It was simple.
Yeah, very simple indeed. 11.20 on 11.07, 6 to number 4. Well done, Matthew.
I don't know who that is in the pits, but they've been doing that all day.
That's the Speed Ghost. Well, and actually, that's roughly where they are.
It won't be good. So unless I just said what I said, no one would ever knew it happened. I was walking up to take photographs, and they were all racing down the return road. literally, not like junior dragsters side by side, but trying to overtake each other and everything. It was great. It was really
Right,
good.
no Max, he's been pushed back, so it's just Jack.
Oh,
003 red. Oh. Well, he's already number 9 with a 08, so he had to try and really cut a light there. But just went red.
Harley nearly so upset he put his hair up.
he nearly shaved his head.
He's not that upset.
The attention to detail from all these youngsters is so good to see.
I
Right, so Tom is 15, Sam 21. Let's see what they can do.
Isn't he too old then?
Tom
Sorry.
went red and Sam 0.13. Well, 4 places up there for Samuel. Tom stays 15.
You've got to admire British optimism. Painting a car with metal flake that really pops in the sunshine that never happens. You know, you want a colour that pops in the rain, that sort of thing, or when the temperature's like 10 degrees or colder. So, Ada Cassisi in the Cherry Bomb in the Kestrel Lane, and Teddy Howe.
Again?
Did they pair up earlier?
They were in different lanes earlier, but they are in the opposite lanes to what they were earlier. Steve crewing for one of his cars. It's actually his car this time.
That was good. Very good.
Well, Teddy is already number 4. He's just moved up to number 3. Well done, Teddy.
So you can see how small of a margin we're working with here, because them two cars look like they're launched together,
They really did, actually. You're right.
but the difference was between number 3 and number 7, or number 10, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, 4 places up for Ada. Well done.
You always know it's quick when the timing system has to have a think about it.
See, we're going to have to buy Steve some more pits.
Discs on them, or like they used to put black, like blackout stuff around the wheels so that the lights could see them.
Yeah.
Because, or like, because I always remember Dennis Priddle had really nice shiny front wheels, but it used to reflect the beam back.
Yeah.
So they used to have to put like shoe polish or something on it just to muddy it up a bit. Well, they both go red. 09 and a 01 for both of them. Colin?
Yeah, can we have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator, let's have you in the lanes, please.
And that was obviously a different time when, like, the beams these days are right on the ground. So the when the tyre breaks it,
Yes.
that's what it does. But in years gone by, the beams were actually used to sit higher, and they could quite easily shine through the wheels.
Yep.
I never understood why they took like nice shiny wheels and made them look all. You know what I mean? So Kai Cooper and debut this weekend for Chloe Crumble.
There was a lot of ribbon in the junior dragster pits about Chloe saying princess all the time. It was quite amusing. It's a good job I can't remember everything, but it was quite funny. So both of them go red. No help for either. I think Chloe went so red she was trying to catch the pair that went before, I think.
Not far behind, really, no. Yeah, shame about the crew chief holding onto the car.
I had a chat with Kev, and I said to him, Kev, that's a nice car. And he basically turned around to me and he said, you know, sometimes when you get hold of a second-hand car and it's not all it says on the tin, he said that. He said it's absolutely spot on.
Whose was it?
I think it came in from the States, didn't it?
Oh, did it? Yeah.
He said, but yeah, everything was right on it. They haven't had to change anything. They're really, really pleased with it. So
Fantastic.
well done.
Frankie, up till now, has been running the Santa Pod Junior, isn't
has,
it?
yeah.
The rental car. So, yeah, if you want to get your kids into drag racing and spend a load of money, yeah, you can actually rent these cars from Santa Pod if you wish, which is what Kevin had been doing for Frankie. Taking on Eva Davis with an 012. She went 011 earlier, so that won't help. I don't think that's going to help Frankie either with a .22. great memory from last year as well, when Frankie and Lola raced each other, and Frankie double bowled her. She's unfriendly at the best of times, but when it's your sister you're racing, it adds a whole new level of aggro to it, doesn't it, when you get out the other end?
So Emily currently qualified number 22, Harry number 18. Well, that was a big old red light from Emily there.
That was a left before tree activated, which I don't think I've seen for some time. That was obviously a twitchy right foot, just one of those things though. Harry doesn't improve. I think Emily.
Not yet though.
Nah, both moved at the same time. Both went red, 0-2 and a 0-5. Okay, Luke with his brother Nick taking the tyre wraps off.
I think he may have just done a burnout with the tyre covers on.
I think he just did actually, yeah. Well, at least they're warm. I don't know about the tyres. Maybe just giving them to Mum. At least Mum can warm her hands on them now on a cold day. Isn't that nice of him? Young lad keeping his mum warm. Up against Mackenzie Love. These two actually 5 and 6. They're way up in the order at the moment.
Yeah, number 5 and 6 qualifiers at the minute, 023 and an 027.
That was good. That was really good from both of them. I don't think it's going to improve their positions though. No. It doesn't. 0-2 for Luke, stays fine. 0-3, sorry, 0-5, apologies. In the other lane, stays 6.
Any particular reason why Grace runs a wheel that you know of? Or?
It's a very bougie thing to have.
Okay.
Some people prefer it as well.
Doesn't improve. Improves with the reaction time, but not position. Yeah. 0-3 stays 7. Ted Sullivan goes 0-6. He stays 10.
Big time, haven't they?
They've only just ran.
Yeah, but they were due to run last tonight, and then they're back round already. Wow. Can we have Pro Modified into pairing lanes, please? Pro Modified. Let's have you into the lanes, please. So it's George Miller and the Craw Dog. John Crawford in. This pair, 14.10 place 15.95. George should get there first, and he is out in front. Let's see what he gets. A 14.41. John goes 15.92 with a 9. Breakout by just over 200ths of a second. Nice prize fund posted by the VWDRC this season. I saw Luke's post earlier on. So he could be in the money at the VWDRC awards night if you can take top spot in the championship this year. So 14.70 the dial in for Paul, 15.30 dial in for John, 14.67 a breakout, 15.24 guess what, breakout again, no help for those two. Goldface. Jordan currently 18, Nigel 19, Jordan 13.99 and Nigel to 12.85. Oh, 13.84, that's a breakout, but Nigel Gregson gets one the right side, goes 13.30 and he moves up to number 10. Nice move. Right, Jimmy the Golf, driven by Thomas Webb, currently number 20, and it's Jerry Sadler, the Blue Action Beetle, currently in at number 3. Right, next pair, Laurie Anslow, 14 flat, Bruce Harvey, 18.51.
Yeah, one of the benefits of having just ran is you pretty much know what you're going to dial. I know the wind's picked up a little bit. Breakout for Laurie and 18.34. No movement at all.
They're all breaking out. All go too quick.
I think it is.
One day, if you dial in and the run will balance.
Yeah, just keep moving the dialing round. It'll happen one day.
I love him. He's great. Such a character. Yeah, it's hopes and dreams, mate. Danny Bean and Lorraine Large. Danny 1370, Lorraine 1565. $13.35. Come on, Lorraine. 17. Oh dear. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, don't bother with that. I wouldn't, really.
Did I tell you about the time? I think it was Bug Jam last year, and it was fancy dress, and I went into their pit area, Lorraine and Trev, and this guy started talking to me, and I'm thinking, I don't know what you're talking about. He was in fancy dress, and I didn't recognise him. It was so funny.
Well, 009 light for Steve Metcalf then. Oh, so close to the perfect light money. No movement either side. Thing is, they did so well earlier. Changing around the order is a bit difficult. Hazel Carter. Hazel was on the thing. Okay, Olivia Carter in VW Sportsman. Taking on Jason Anslow. Olivia looking for an 18.00. Well, she's actually catching the Skoda.
Yeah, it looks like it.
16,
Unless that's an
53.
optical illusion.
Whoa.
Jason, what a job. Well done, sir. 16.53.
That's a 1.4 second breakout.
Good man.
All right, Karen and Justin, your next pair. So Justin dials 13.60. Karen dials in 14.60. Red Dwarf taking on the Menopause. Well, problems for Karen. Let's see what Justin's got for us. 1360 is the target. 1366. And considering he hasn't put a run in today, goes straight in at number 4. Nicely done. It's Reese Finney with the Lupo. $16 flat, the dialing for the Lupo, $15.22 for the Audi A6. Oh, $15.22 with a 7. Nigel Gregg takes number 1. Well done, Nigel. Excellent run. 16.35. Where does that slot in? Number 11. So best runs for both of them, but certainly Nigel with a better run taking the number 1 spot there.
Tune in on the live stream. A big motored Chevy Copo Camaro in the Kestrel lane and a little teeny weeny Honda engine with a big turbo and front wheel drive.
Has he got the billet? Is the billet block in there?
It is, yes.
It is.
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. He's into the 8s. They both are, actually. They're fairly evenly matched in performance, actually. Ahmed got a lot of tyre spin off the start line, but then that thing, obviously, as you know, comes on like a train at the other end. So, Reuven Dawson with the newly minted in the 8s. Copo.
Oh, what a launch.
Here comes Ahmed.
He's caught him already. He's actually going to pass him before the finish line. It's going to be an 8.
Oh,
85, 173 miles an hour.
To take the number 1 spot. Yet. If Rob Smallworth goes 7/10 under, he'll be doing handstands, I think.
Oh. That carried the front wheels to at least 100 foot. Oh, Rob's all over the shop. 790. He takes number one.
Oh.
799 for Rob Smallworth.
827 for Rob. Sorry, 123.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Had to back out of it. He was a couple of tenths in front of Nick at half track, ET was, but the car was having a little bit of a wander.
His brother's stable. And this is the weekend that Gary was on social media looking for crew. Good wheels up launch there for Gary. Good light as well. I think all about the ET.
The air definitely helps this weekend as well, and the tailwind. Let's see what it is.
Oh, he's 11.04
Again.
He's got
I love
a bracket
the way
car.
that Keith's down there going, oh, we didn't quite do it. Oh, hang on, my son's number one. Oh, they've got a run in. They're in the show. So let's see what Jean can do. Quickest nitrous car so far this weekend. So Jean's PB is a 5.91. He ran that in the final at the national finals, winning his first ever event in Pro Modified. Very well deserved. Kind of picked up where he left off. Goodness me, that went.
That's gone.
Oh! 595 at 237 miles an hour. That actually almost launched like a funny car, not like a Pro Mod. Little bit of tyre chatter out there. That's more of a paddle than a shake, that is. But straight, strong, 595, 237. That boy's got himself a race car. That's really nice. So he went, in testing last week, he went 582 at 251 miles an hour. Earlier on today, he ran a competition PB of 5.84 at 249. And in the immortal words of Victor Bray, without the swear word, he ain't going to be wanting to go any slower. Let's put it that way.
Pro ET into the penalty lanes, please. Pro ET, let's have you down, please. Let's see how Andre gets on.
Yeah, going to build the boost up. This thing has been 60 footing like a bandit, but that's what they've been working on.
Whoa, lots of tyre shake, uncharacteristically this year for Andre Arnover. 0.96 60 foot, but that was about it.
Yeah, turned it up on the start line. Just got a little bit too much tyre chatter past the 60 foot. That's the first time we've seen a busted run from that car. Well, I was going to say today, all year, really, pretty much. But that's the whole idea of testing, just to see push the limits, see what they are. His number one qualifier anyway. Unless Wayne's got something to say about that.
Well, Wayne's run earlier was stout. Just made a hard... Lovely launch from Brad and a lovely launch from Danny.
Look at Danny go. Oh, he's in the sixes. Ladies and gentlemen, a new speed record, and it's 230 miles an hour for Daniel Lentz. What a run. Smith, Danny's teammate, actually. She's already run a 706 over 200 miles an hour against Rodolfo Maduro. Both of these two from the Netherlands. Rodolfo isn't in at the moment. And he's still not going to be in at the end of today. Bike stalls on the start line, unfortunately. That won't be a quicker run for Margot. Not bad. Not better. 764, 196 miles an hour. Morrison of the Morrison Racing clan. Alan is number 5 with a 7.18. Huge run from him earlier on. I think he's pretty safe at the moment. We just have to see how everything shakes out. So, can Jake Michel go quicker than 668 with a 7? He's got to go some to go faster than 230 miles an hour.
That's insane.
That's not bad, is it?
Wow.
That's what you call not hanging about, that is. Yeah. So, here we go then. No, Jake won't improve. Spun the tyre. Great looking run for Alan Morrison, though. Will he improve on a 718? The answer is not quite. 719. Jake still goes 726 at 214.91. Much better launch for boys. This is going to be quicker. 731 and 741 at 202. for Chris Reed. That could be one of his quickest and fastest runs ever. So the one guy we haven't seen today is Kev Charman. We'll get to that in a second. Good luck, Phil. He's been making it further and further down the racetrack every single time with this bike. Let's hope it sticks. Just has to roll out the throttle because he was heading for the centre line. But again, nice and strong. 8:37, 109 miles an hour, 1.15 to the 60. 468, poodling along at 133. Be the ultimate iPad game.
Oh, yes.
Wouldn't it? Here we go. Big old tyre shake around about 60 foot. That was a stonking launch. 102 to 60 foot. That's about where they want to be, but then tyre shake set in and the car turned to the right. Andy wisely backed out of it. Still runs 12 seconds, even though he's only on the throttle for less than one of them. Just to explain, folks, I'm sure most of you have been here before, but what tyre shake is believe it or not, they need a little bit of wheel slip, because those big chunky Goodyears, because they're so soft, when they hook, they actually fold up at the front, and that means that there's a big lump at the front of it. And if the tyres don't spin to release that energy, effectively they run over that bump. And when they run over that bump, it causes what you can see there in the slick tricks lane, which is tyre shake. But an excellent launch for Andy Raw. That was a 102 to 60 foot, Carl. That's not bad. That'll work.
He'll take that.
Yeah, he's got a headache, but it's still 102 to 60 foot. Yeah, good looking launch. We've also got Tony Betts. I'm not sure whether Tim Garlick's round to
I
run
didn't
again.
see Tim down there, actually. So, yeah, he's only...
So, Tony Betts on an official qualifying run. He ran it all the way through earlier on today, so nothing to think he won't do it this time.
Would you look at that 104 to 60 foot, making a bit of a wander at the top end?
That's awesome.
Oh!
That's a 589 at 250 miles an hour. The European Nostalgia Funny Car record has been reset again in the same day. Also, the first over 250 miles an hour as well. That is absolutely hauling. They're delighted.
He's gone into the field at the end. So obviously everybody's chasing after him down there.
Oh, that's horrendous. Dean's actually kissing Mickey Moore. I really, no, we don't need to see that. We don't need to see that, folks. This is a family show. So obviously Tony got to the finish line a bit faster than he thought he was going to.
I don't know if he had chutes or not, but he has gone into the field.
I did see.
Oh, he did?
Well, I saw a plume of smoke as well, so...
Yeah, he did. He definitely did. But 250 miles an hour for a Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car is absolutely hauling. Let's just hope the car's still in one piece. The car's gone straight on into the field.
It's gone a fair old way, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he must have either been late with the shoots or... let's have a look. Oh, yeah. My goodness me. It's all right. He's up. The good news is I can see that the car's upright, Tony's upright. You know, it's just got to be retrieved from the field. That's the only problem. But... there we go. When you run the fastest run, that's the fastest Tony's ever been as well.
Yeah.
The numbers, folks: 104 to 60 foot, 266 to 330. I knew it was going to be good because I glanced at the 8th mile number, which was 393 at 196 miles an hour, and then out the back door to 589 at 250 miles an hour. Well,
outstanding.
Yeah, absolutely that. So yeah, the car's upright. He's absolutely fine. Getting a thumbs up from the team to go and get him. So they haven't backed it up yet. So welcome Tim Garlick, dude.
Right, 104 to 60, straight down Broadway.
That won't be quicker. No, it was running out of puff at the top end. Unfortunately, still two great strong runs. 6:05 at 2:23. He was off that before the finish line. 104 to 60. But when he got to the 8th mile in 3:98, Tony was about 500s quicker than that. Yeah.
Ronnie Mercer, no nitrous, 10.28. And Bob Molden, 9.37. Real stout number for Bob if he can hit it. 001 off the line for Bob Molden. Just missing out on the perfect reaction time. Goes 9.39 up to number 8. Ronnie Mercer though, 29 on the 28. 19 up to number 3.
The qualifying himself, Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra. Up against Laura Bainton.
So Laura dialing in 10.30. Dave Rudd 9.61. Laura number 29. Dave currently 9.61. So at the moment 30 cars have put qualifying runs in. So we're not quite at bump spots for knocking people out. But we are expecting a few more cars to come out. Massive breakout, 9.49 for Dave Rudd. Yeah, big adjustment coming up on that one. Brilliant car, this one. Been around a little while, but Johnny is now the proud owner and driver of it.
He was making some runs yesterday in testing. I don't know if he was licensing yesterday. He appeared to be doing some familiarisation runs at least.
Be, he ran the car last year at the Hot Rod Drags. Oh, look at them, both 00 off the line. Okay, reds, but my goodness me. So Warren looking for a 9 flat, gets a 9.15. Johnny, 10.21, gets a 10.56. But for them, so close to a perfect line. Both of them, 00. 005 for Warren, 009 for Johnny.
Susie currently in at the number 26 spot. Looking for an 11.90.
$13.10 at 75.
Both of them are actually, funny enough, but the particularly partial to the pickup.
Well, it's a much better launch for Bill Wilson.
Yes, better 60-foot even with Wilson off the line. 10.01, look at Lee Morris. Oh. And Bill Wilson, 11.72, massive breakout. He will not care one bit about that into low sevens. Whoa!
Yeah, he needs those longer wheelie bars before the next event, I think.
You're right.
No improvement. Andrew Brook actually moved up. Why
Well, that
wouldn't
was
he?
fun, wasn't it?
Has that got nitrous on it? Is that why it does it?
Oh,
Is that the
yeah,
difference?
full on. Right, Stevie Gates, Mason Griffiths. Now, Stevie broke out by just that much earlier on. Let's see if he can hit that 8.52 this time round, going alongside Mason looking for 11.59.
This should be about a 49 then.
That moves him up to number 5. And Mason goes a little bit too quick there. I say a little bit, nearly a tenth too quick. Breaks out, no help. So Nick Mugridge, Darren Law.
Speaking to Nick in the power lanes, he said his weather station says he should either run a high 98 or a low 99.
Right.
And he wasn't sure which one to choose. So I told him, well, if you run a high 98, you're not going to improve, are you? So you might as well just try hit the 99 again. That's what he's gone for. So Darren Law, ever quicker, 865 dialing now.
So what you're saying in roundabout terms is to be a 996.
Oh yeah, PB.
Darren Law well into the 8s. Look at that, 865 now. 880 and 1006, 132. So weather station was wrong, you were wrong, I was wrong. He was wrong. Great stuff. How many qualifiers have we got on the board?
It's 30 now.
31 now.
31.
Yeah, okay. Because I thought there was 40 entered. but maybe I was wrong.
I thought it was up there as
I
well.
thought it was, but there's a whole. It's very you normally get 1 or 2 that don't make a session or 2, but not 9. Breakout and nowhere near, unfortunately. Jack McClure moves up 1 spot to 29. That was a big breakout by Darren Huxley. Obviously, it hooked and went that time. Hit the Roadster, 9.20 this time around for Dave. He's qualified number 22. You checking the entry list?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really didn't think I was making it up. Both on time on the tree. .923, nice today. Up to number 13, 960 for Brett.
So that's that one there. Paul Marston. Haven't seen him run. Pete Dodd. The Camaro, he's not going to be here till main event.
Okay. But there is 40 engines, isn't there? It's not my imagination.
Has Andy Bond run in Pro ET yet?
No.
He's switched.
Right, okay.
He's gone for gas and comp.
Whoa, 002 red light for Mark Huxley there. He's looking for a 978. Goes 976 too quick.
Has Anthony Mitchell run yet?
No.
And Reuben Dawson, has he put a
Yeah,
run in?
yes. Yeah.
He has,
He's
right.
in the Poundlands as well now.
Right, okay.
So yeah, there's a
that
whole
accounts-
bunch missing.
There's a whole that accounts for quite a few.
Yeah. Okay, Neil Watkins and Dave Cherritt. Dave's actually on the bump at the moment because he took a swipe at the tree. He took a really good swipe at the tree. That's a lot more like it, dead straight. .998 up to 27. Breakout for Neil Watkins. 11.29 on the 31.
Well, that's much more like it. Straight down Broadway. He's got 887 on the board. What's he going to run? 891 and 1140.
And that only gets him number 18. Look at that. 11.40 for Dougie McClure. Just misses the number. Dragster, cool black belt. So they're 11 and 19. So Tom K's 11th. Presumably he's 200ths off or something like that. Something ridiculous like that. And I mean that in a nice way. I just mean, you know, it's just that tight already. We're, you know, day one. Too big for both of them. Doris goes 9.02, 10.05 for Tom K, breaks that by 300. Something fluttered off his car again.
It's funny you say that. I had a trailer on a sticker on my trailer the other week that came off, and I was thinking I was going that fast, but no, you're right. It doesn't stick to texture paint. You're dead right.
No, Colin, you were going that fast, is what.
But yeah, in my own mind. Yeah. Right, Reuben Dawson and Matt Dowdy.
Oh, issues again for Matt.
Well, he is calling number 21, but they don't want another non-starting run, unfortunately. So Reuben Dawson's been living in the 8s, apart from the last running comp, which was a 9 flat, I think. 895 is his dial-in. So remind me again, what's the difference? So it's got no power adder. Is that the difference between that and Nick's car, basically? Wow, look at that for a launch.
Yeah, so that's 427 cube compared to Nick, which is a 350 supercharged.
That's the main difference, obviously. 902, 149. Obviously looking for a little more than that, I think. He stays in at number 8. Okay. Amy Watkins, I think, will be the last car, actually, in Pro ET for this session. We move on to Super Pro. I'm not sure quite where we're going to finish this evening with regards to run order, because obviously we're running way late now, sadly. Curfew is at 8 o'clock on a Friday, which is only 50 minutes away, and we have more than 50 minutes worth of vehicles to run, let's put it that way. You could clearly hear that misfire then, couldn't you? Maybe that's what's pegging them back. 986, you could hear it at full revs as well, yeah. Amy keeps just kind of slowing up a teeny bit every single run. 10.04 at 139 is nowhere near usual pace. Around about half a second off, actually. Well, what a shame for Matthew Dowdy.
And in fact, Don Scott, look, Don Scott's car's being attached to
Has
a
a
tow
Peugeot
vehicle.
got enough grunt to tow that thing? I wouldn't have bet on it, you know.
No, and that's right. No, what it is, you can see the Superbird is about to eat the Peugeot.
That, like, loads. It's well worth it. So, John Sleeth has run 762. I think that's when he's dialing with what it is now, which is 750. Look at that thing go. 7.50 is what he's after.
746.
182.85. I think that's the quickest he's ever
it's
been.
the quickest
actually.
he's ever been in that. Well done, John. 182 miles an hour.
I run low 8s or 7s is so that they've got something to dial back to.
Especially if the weather's
'Cause
bad.
That's exactly right, because on days where it's really hot, if they were right on the number when the weather's like this, they're going to really struggle on a hot day. Dave Russell, Tom Atkinson, your next pair. They're normally the first pair, frankly, but not today.
In fact, Tom Atkinson following his burnout tracks perfectly there. I don't know if you noticed that.
8.44, nicely done, Thomas. Dave moves up one spot, 72 on a 69. Not that there's a choice.
Yeah.
8.45 for the Rebel.
Cracking burnout as well. I don't know if you just saw that. Took it all the way past 60 foot.
Almost turned into drifting. So very, just about as different cars as you could ever get. Servo Camaro and small block slingshot.
That's
Well,
a
you'd
much
actually-
better run from Pete.
And Andy, you'd expect it to be further in front though. 8.13. The speed's there, 178. Pete goes 8.70, 151, a little off pace. He does improve, but not the numbers they're
Andy,
looking
don't
for.
think-
It came out twin turbo a while ago.
That's right, yeah. But yeah, someone could message me. I'd be very interested because it looks very similar. So, Daniel Giles is currently number 10. Jack Williams actually is ahead at the moment. He's number 7.
Well, tied together on reaction times.
Look at that thing go. Nothing between them. One stinking 10,000th of a second for Daniel Giles, too quick. And 7.52 with a
Where
five.
did that come from? Absolutely incredible run
Yeah,
for them.
Tracy
Well done.
looked a little shocked,
Yes.
to say the least. So 8.91 this time for Callum. He's number 11 at the moment. Bob, that's his only run so far, the right side, number 15.
005 light from Bob Doyle there.
Well, you're on this one,
45 and a 43 for Bob Doyle, up to number 7. Callum Swinchat actually backs off to a 9.05. Yes, flipping heck.
heading 760 road.
Yeah, after the two-step for a long old time, just decided as soon as he saw that third yellow to go.
Sitting in an auto with the engine in front of you, surely that feels faster than the dragster.
Yeah.
But
He also
I
likes
wouldn't
winning, Alan. He's not very good at doing that losing thing.
fair point. Up against Matt Peters, very similar dive.
Whoa! That looks like a tyre has actually de-beaded itself on Matt's car.
I think that might be the wheel. 65 for Al Schofield on a 63. He's already run a 65. That was a lot of shake, and I'm not sure that was caused by something going awry. That will need $1.50 to move that car.
I think you're right. I think that is the whole wheel.
Yeah, I think it's done one of two things. I would say it sheared the bolts, but when it shears the bolts, you see them.
Yeah.
That has probably pulled the centre out of the hub on the wheel. That's the only way, if it snaps, that it would do something like that.
Well, the reason I think you're right as well, because it's still inflated.
Yeah, the tyre's fine.
Yeah.
The tyre's fine. I'm sure the car's fine. It's just the wheel's going to be a bit second-hand, unfortunately, after that. So we have to go and fetch Matt Peters. Go on,
I was just saying, looking at Alan Schofield's run, 765 on a 63, 002 light as well. He's getting a handle on that car. But
Look what he ran earlier.
Yeah.
Look what he ran earlier. 65 and 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you, he doesn't like doing the losing.
We just got to protect the ground for the big events coming up, especially the main event, because this place will be absolutely rammed. And talking of the main event and talking of other events, if you get hold of this weekend's race programme, it's £5. It's available from the vendors on site, obviously the Santa Pod shop and the mobile unit next to us here in the catering area. So pop in there, get hold of the race weekend programme, and if you look on the very back page, it gives you a list of all of the big events coming up. Next weekend, the Nostalgia Nationals, and if you fancy a taste of top fuel, we've got a couple of them here testing next weekend. Suzanne Callin and Duncan Micallef are here next weekend. They haven't had a chance to run the cars this year. They want to put some runs in before the first round of the FIA European Championships. So they're going to be testing here next weekend at the Nostalgia Nationals. Weekend after is Jap Show. That's on the 12th of May. And then it's a big weekend. 17th to the 19th is Door Slammers and, of course, the VW Breakout as well. Door Slammers is the big money race, and we've got a lot of interest, a lot of foreign teams coming over for that one. That is a phenomenal event. You do not want to miss that. And then hang around, because just a few days later, we start on the Thursday with a test day, then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It is, of course, the main event, the first round of the European Championships on 2 wheels and 4. That is a big banner event for us at the end of May. And make sure you come along to that. Get your tickets, get yourselves organised, sort out your accommodation, even if it's a tent or a local hotel. Just get yourselves booked in. You do not want to miss that. The entry is looking like it's going to be pretty strong. Pro modified, we are expecting very good numbers, because the one of the issues that we've had at the moment is getting cars over here because of certain restrictions, but we found a way of doing it, so it looks like we could get some very strong European entries in for that event. So please do not miss that. Come and join us. Going after that, Sportsman Nationals, Street Weekend, Summer Nationals, and then it goes into July with Dragstalgia, one of the key events of the year, and then some of our big lifestyle events. Bug Jam, of course, towards the end of July, the Mopars, Ultimate Streetcar, Mustang Nationals, new event for us this year. So there's all to come at you. So it's all available for you to see on the back page of the race weekend programme. Just get hold of a copy of that. And of course, all of the details on all the events are on the Santapod website. So visit santapod.com and order your tickets there. Or if you want to do it by phone, again, telephone numbers are on the back of the programme. Okay, that's basically it for the time being. Don't forget, Live Action Arena, 12:30, first show from them today, so don't miss out on that one. The time now is approaching 5 to 12. You can still see that our track crew are sort of keeping an eye on the situation. The tractor is still out there, just has to keep an eye on everything. But again, if I look out the back window, there's still a few spots in the air, and we cannot run unless we are 100% bone dry. So make the most of the opportunity, have a wander around site, see what's going on, visit our traders. But Live Action Arena is where you're going to hear and see the next proper action. So make sure you get over there and see that. Okay, I'll sign off for a little while. I'll hand the airways back over to Nitro FM 96.2, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Well, you saw Michael roll off the throttle and get back on it again. He obviously felt something that we couldn't see.
Pretty good race as well. Yeah, he's off the throttle at the finish line, only 145 miles an hour. Sigmaro with a 765 at 1 Ambridge, currently number 3 with a 751. And if you didn't see this before, Colin, You'll never guess who's number 2. Up against Adam Burns. Yeah, you'll see in a sec. It's pretty impressive. So, Paul Hambidge. Yeah.
I think I just saw it on the screen.
Oh, fair enough. No, that's cool.
Wow. Oh, Adam Burns, unfortunately.
That kind of happened in the first run as well, but the bike actually just would, same
Paul
thing.
Hambidge, the silent assassin, does go silent at the top end. 10.04 at 76.
Yeah, no, that's actually...
Foot, obviously slick and wheelie bar machine, and it will be the boost that takes Danny
faster,
theoretically faster and past Jazz.
The thing is, almost every run Danny's made, he's been almost sitting upright all the way down. I think he's just had trouble keeping it hooked up.
Yeah. Jazz pointing slightly right in my eyes, but could be wrong. Leaning the bike over to the left.
Good looking runs in both lanes, actually.
Wow.
Danny's on a flyer. Look at that. 7:33 at 2:01. He goes to number 2. Jasmine gets bump back spot for another 7.4. This time a 7:49 at 1:73.
Yeah.
That played out exactly as you explained it. It's
Yeah.
like he's nutting an invisible wall, trying to sort of G himself up to ride the bike. Yeah, he's not done it. He's not done it this time. Brilliant bike, Tony. He's been a proper mad biker for many a year. So what he can do this time. 9:32 was his run earlier.
Whoa. Bit tail happy.
That was well held, that was.
Gear selection issues at the top end as well.
I would say he's obviously getting chilly out there. Rolls through the 1150. It's
Well, Booser, number 1 qualifier, 6.98. I'll say that again, 6.98. Wow. He's done it at last. He's got in the 6s.
Yeah, fair bit of celebration going
Oh,
on, I'm sure,
bet there
after
was.
that.
Yeah.
Taking on Chris Neary. Chris is also in the 7s, went 7.94. And there you go, no trouble off the start line at all.
120 to
for Mark
60 foot.
Dainsey. This could be even
Wow.
quicker.
7.30, he's rolled off the top at the top end.
Only 7.13, which should still be number 1. And 7.91, nice run in the other lane as well. So back.
Well, Stephen Hudson currently a number 1 qualifier. In fact, kind of uncharacteristically varied in the qualifying numbers for
He's
Supercom.
the only one actually in the 890s, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Steve Hudson stays number 1 with a brilliant 891 at 146. Paul Hudson,
Flames coming out of Andy Clifford's car. Sat there idling with flames coming out the headers. That is so cool.
The funny thing is as well, that's the kind of thing you when you look forward to doing when you grow up. You see slingshots with the flames in their faces. I doubt they have flames on the run. That's because obviously it's probably just running a bit fat. So Brian will get there first to an 871 too quick. A 907, even with all that difficult, I think, to switch between the two. It can't be easy, can it, Tom?
No. Not in the same car. Makes it more difficult when you race cars who are double classing with you as well.
Yeah.
Hold on tight. Saves it beautifully. Hard move over to the quarter mile, takes out the quarter mile blocks, comes back to the middle of his lane and is stopping nice and safely down there. What a drive.
Well, they warmed the tyres a good couple of minutes ago now, at least. Okay, here we go then.
Well, both of these drivers looking to get into the 8s.
Well, that made no difference at all, did it?
No. Warren 9.1, he ran in Pro ET earlier.
Arrow straight as well, 9.12 and a 9.21 for Richard Tunstall. Little off the pace still for the Jammy Dodger, unfortunately. They're missing a couple of tenths at least.
Well, actually,
It's my go. I've got my kit on. Come on, shoot.
Well, that could be Leah by the side of the track and Joe could be in the car. We never know.
I'm pretty sure Leah wouldn't take that.
I think Joe would.
So 890 is the number up till now. Actually, she's number 9 qualifier, which normally means this will be number 1 if previous form's anything to go by.
Hits the throttle stop instantly, comes off about now.
End of the grandstand, we worked it out. It comes back in again. 893 with a 3 goes up to number 2. That'll work. So just junior drag bikes.
The junior drag bikes. So that'll be 7 pairs and a solo if they run like that. So Jackson King and Isaiah Alvarez.
That's a terrific turnout, isn't it?
Brilliant.
It really is good, yeah. Leaps and bounds, I think, is the phrase.
Okay, 1250 breakout for Jackson and a 1337 on a 35 for Isaiah goes to number 2. Nice move.
Okay, and just to finish him off, it nearly worked.
Cruel.
2 out of 3 ended up bang, but one of them survived. So that's the unfortunate thing about having 3. One tends to always, pull through somehow. So, Leah Morrison in the Kestrel Lane, 1093. And Anouk Bergering from the Netherlands. Looking for 13.15. Leah is currently number 4.
1096 on the 93. That might move her up one spot. No.
It's been pretty tight, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Deary me.
59. Ninja 250cc. Ali Lester is your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Darling in a 9.15 for this one, going alongside Brad Morrison. 11.40. Currently number 7.
Smooth looking run for Alia. Goes 9.42 on a 15, no help there, and a 34 for Brad Morrison. That's 600 too quick. Oh, funny enough, Andy Bond was
Andy
actually
Bond's
down there.
He's just going back now, yeah.
So, Rico Patterson currently in the number 10 spot. Dials 13.20. So Maggie looking to get the 9.90 number. Issues for Lyra. She sat up on the bike. Breakout for Maggie Smallman. Big breakout. Goes 9.7. Yeah, Lyra's obviously spotted something because she's running 12 to the 330 foot.
Yeah, I think she's going to be timed out, possibly. Oh, no, makes it 18 mile an hour.
Yeah, it's more clearing the racetrack, I think, that's the thing for the last pair.
Yeah. One thing that I did spot earlier on is we were obviously doing our pit walkabout earlier on, looking at the bikes and everything, and all of the junior drag bikes came back en masse. They all came back together.
Yeah,
it was like a bunch of hooligans going off to the skateboard park. It was quite bizarre, but they all came through together. And it's like, what a sight that was. Really, really good. So I think they obviously...
I'm begging
start testing.
Yeah. Whoa, lots of tyre shaking spin, but he's back on the power. Big pedal goes over the line to a 657, 210 mile an hour, 9.9 60 foot, shaking the tyres.
With the tyres rattling all over the place. 287 to 330. Not spectacular numbers the rest of the way down, but it is what it is. Like I said, first run of the year, and what we're talking about is Andrei Arnover, who you saw first with the turbo car. That was it probably was his 8th away, and he holds on to the bike with a passenger.
160 foot as it picks the wheels up about 200 feet out. I've never seen that before. They usually come up from the hip, not that far down the track.
It's just the clutch starts coming in. It picks them up. You know, we were talking about Mantorp earlier. That was one of the reasons that was one of my favourite places to watch top fuel bikes, because it goes off fairly flat and then goes down a dip and then goes uphill. Good luck.
Beautiful 160 foot, and again the clutch coming in. It's just spinning the tyre. That was a gorgeous one of the first passes, isn't it?
Yeah, look at that. Round of applause to him, everybody. That was really nice looking run. Just broke traction just after about 330. Numbers 1.15 to 60 foot. Still comparatively lazy for a top fuel bike. However, it's a case of going from A to B and getting the number 1 spot. Yeah, you're right.
There you go. So away Andy Bond goes, lifts at 330 foot, and he's actually braking. Timor goes 99005. That is the Euro Dragster Perfect ET Award as well, I believe. First run out. Issues in the first round. The car didn't seem to really go anywhere. Andy's car making the characteristic move to the right. Oh, no issues at all for either rider. The throttle stop comes off. 988 and a 10.00. VW Pro to the pairing lanes, please. VW Pro to the pairing lanes all the time, because the car tends to just straighten itself out. And you hear the throttle stops come off. .983 and a 998. Breakout and a little bit slow.
Low launch. The guy that used to drive it was amazing. He used to lift at half track, count to 3 and nail it again and run 790 every time. Amazing.
So Bob a long way out in front, gonna have to lift, goes 983 himself and a 999.
Good job.
For Stu Morris. Tends to run the number quite a lot, as in someone with a throttle stop. So you can sort of shadow them and guess at the top end. But they've got against each other. Lovely wheel stand from the Dark Revenger in the Slick Tricks lane. So wait for the engines to cut. One's cut, but the other one didn't. 979 and a 963. So that's sort of what I was talking about. Both drivers go way too quick because they sort of look at each other going, well, when you lift, I'll lift. Not sure if he's still licensing or whether he's got his license.
I think so. I think he had a couple of launches. It's going to be progressively getting further down the racetrack. This is much more meatier than anything he's ridden before, in the nicest possible way, of course.
Oh, blimey, spinning about the same point as everyone else, but that thing was monstrous.
I'm sure he enjoyed that. 108 to 60 foot, 283 to 330, 470 at 114. Obviously, he's backed off by then, and a 9.10. Quickest run of all the top fuel bikes, but that seemed to be the spot where just about every top fuel bike spun the tyre.
For Darren Shepherd. Again, heads up class. .1088. PB for Adam Lowe. He's going to get to the finish line first. He goes 11.49 and a 12.1 for Darren Shepherd. So, Simon Goff. Das Packet, of course, the package, but in German. Sort of bunny hopping off the line. Expected new build. Peter Shattuck off and running. Needs to be at 11.49 to take the number 1 spot. Goes 11.0 at 120 mile an hour. Lovely run. 14.15.
Yeah, for Simon, 106 miles an hour. Round sixes. with the Flying Fifer.
Let's see what they've got for the first runs of the year. Ben spooling the turbo. Colin goes in. Nice and gentle for Colin as he moves over towards the centre line. Does his bit of a pedal and keeps going again.
No shake as well. That's always going to be good. 787 at 175. I can only guess they're getting set up for 760. That's actually teammates. Daniel is the standard bearer for the quickest run ever in Europe.
Which actually is the national record, but not the European record.
That's correct. That's a good-looking run for Daniel. What an opener. 677 with an 8. 227.93 miles an hour. Taking it on, boys. Chris Reed.
That is a new bike for Chris Reed. Unfortunately, not a lot happening on the launch for Chris. Ven is gone. 1.3, 160 foot. Could be a 7.2. They got cheated a little bit because I read it.
212 miles an hour. Boyce goes through. 862, 183. Good speed. Just didn't really. Alan Morrison, who was getting quicker and quicker back at Easter. He's not going to get a time. He rolled the lights.
A little bit of wheel spin for Jake Michelle, but he's gone out of way.
677's the number. Now it's 674. 221 miles an hour. Look at those short numbers. 120 to 60. 310, 452, 178, the 8th mile. And number one qualifier again. Scary stuff.
So Al looking to take the number one spot. 674 is the number. 123, 60 foot. He looks close.
That's a good stab at it. 687.
And a 785 from Brad Head. 179 mile an hour. Moving in the right direction on the new combination.
Yeah, 687 at 221 that was for Al Morrison Jr. Did actually do it quicker than that, to be honest.
Yeah, it did.
Maybe lots of stuff that's quicker than you, but
yeah.
Actually, there's every chance there is, really.
So Hazel Carter, 12.99 is the dial-in. James Hodson, 10.85 with the Golf. He goes over the line to a 10.79 breakout. Hazel goes with a 15.37. Going against Carl Goldsmith. Is this a new car for him then? Ooh, bits flying out the back of Carl's car.
Yeah.
Not too sure what that was. Looks a bit light, so it looks fine.
Yeah, he just blew away, didn't it? James with 925 goes 952. Right numbers, wrong way round. Still good number though. 138 miles an hour. Carl with a 1438. And Chris Waterhouse looking for 985.
Now that looks a lot like a front-wheel drive launch. I know it's a four-wheel drive car. Oh, lots of smoke coming out of the car at the 8th mile. He's still with the power on. Goes 981, 150, and a 1242 for Phil Blogg.
Hopefully that's just a little bit of overrun or something like that, and it's not that bad, but they look rather chuffed with that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I say remap at very least.
Lovely launch from Rob Carter, 132, 60 foot. You can see the suspension working beautifully, separating the rear end, putting the traction on the floor. 824 at 170 mile an hour. Brilliant opening run of the season? No.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, was he here? Was he not here at Eastern National?
He wasn't. Well, not that I saw, actually.
No, I didn't see him.
1407.
I love the name of Sam's car. It's called the Unauthorized Purchase. And Sam's car running what looks like a Pro Mod style ball horn out the side. 164, 60 foot from Jacob Bailey's car. Sound like gear selector issues though at the 8th mile. He's going to go through. It's not going to be a 10, but it is a 12 at 105. Nice checkout pass. Sure he was entered with. But you hear the two-step and the wheel spin. That's a rapid dial-in. 11.99 from a Golf R. In what he calls Neo 2. Oh, and he goes 11.95 breakout. So again, another dining class. Runs on the Sportsman trees, you see there. Lights count down. Got to aim for the numbers on the scoreboards without going too quick. 14.99 the dial-in for the Audi. Let's see what he can do. Goes 15.24. And a 18.73. Huge breakout for the Golf. So if you're ever wondering how quick some of these cars are this weekend, just have a look at these, because these cars mostly are standard road cars. Obviously they're race cars now. Oh, tiny breakout from Paul Robinson. Breaks out by the times dial 1471, ran a 14.70. And Karen Waterhouse with a 14.60. Second between them, nice and easy. And in fact, they launched a bit quickly for me to get my timer out. So I'm going to do it in the next pair. Apologies. Cracking burnout from the Lupo there. Let's go to the line. Breakout and not a breakout. Of course, Golfing McGolfface in the Slick Tricks lane. Danny Bean in the other lane. Right, start the timer. He's off and running. With the Lupo chasing him down. See, I've got the advantage of I can watch him and try and judge when to stop the timer. Now. Oh, broke out. Oh, so did he. 13.08 and a 14.34. Oh, the timer's reset, so I can't see where they've gone in. Danny goes to number 3 spot with that in the Lupo. Hit. Not too sure what just came off of Reese's car, but looks like a little bit of rubber. So going over the line, going to stop the timer about now. I ran a 15.71, he goes 16.22 and a 14.09 breakout in the other lane. She dials 16.80. Now, can the Skoda beat the Passat? Well, he's ahead now. I think he may stay there as well. I'll tell you what, if he's guessed this straight away, that'd be well impressive.
Jason's not too shabby, I'm sure he would. Wow, almost a second off, 16.99. Of course.
Whoa, wheel spin for the truck. It still goes a 008 light. Kirsty with the quickest dialing you're allowed in Sportsman ET. That is 12.00. Goes 12.13. And a 12.53. And a 12.28 for Clive.
So we can do it together.
So Jago with the slicks on the Skyline now. I'm not going to say the model of the car because Nissan guys love it, but I think it's a GTST. I think. Gary Lake looking for a 13.94, goes 13.98, puts him in the number 1 spot, and Jago 14.57. Slow launch for him. Yeah, sort of out of character on the new slicks. He goes into the number 4 spot.
For now.
That noise, of course, is Ashley Simmons with the Dream Wrecker Skyline.
007 for Debbie Taylor, right on the money.
That's the second 00 like this class.
Hard to do with street cars.
Yeah, very
31 hard. For Ash, gets him the number 2 spot. Debbie with a 13.77. Number 5. For now, anyway. Obviously. Deliveries get there extra quick with those. 13.25.
I believe he was one of the winners of the dialing days. Quite a lot of these drivers in the Sportsman ET class are winners of the dialing days, and who've just liked it and stayed. 13.94 was the run. Jane goes 15.28, puts her in the number.
What are you doing racing? I'm just kidding, Chris, of course. But you know what I mean anyway. It's a name that's made for racing. Yeah, Hero was always my favourite one because, like I said, he drove like a complete hero all the time. Right, that will be Simon Swarbrick, 12.10, 12.12. Look at that for Simon, number 1 spot. Chris Wynn with a 15.33. I didn't see where that went. I'm really sorry, I wasn't quick enough. Went down to number 7. 40 cars in it.
Yeah, I think there's a class limit. I think 13.00.
So, a lot of cars that are in, that's what I was getting at, a lot of cars in Sportsman ET, Gaster Circus, Nostalgia Superstock. There's loads of classes it should be feeding on, if you see what I mean. 15.91 with a 9 for James Grew, takes the number 1 spot. Terence Attree, number 7 with an 18.76. What a run for James Grew, though.
I assume his truck's broken, because that is a guess and a half, that is, isn't it?
Going to stay broken if it... Well, the thing is, especially with front-wheel drive cars anyway, we have this conversation quite a lot. It is kind of the chaos theory, because weight transfer, no, I can't do that. Everything going through the same wheels you steal. That's not a good idea either. Okay, let's do all of it together.
Yeah. Oh, breakout by the smallest margin for Matt. 40.
Whiff of loud stuff of the season.
13.47, the dial-in for Richard Palmer.
That won't be a 13-second run.
Oh.
Might be for Dave, but he's running after him.
Georgina looking for a 15.90. Goes over the line at a 15.82 breakout by the smallest margin. So one of the unique things about this class is when they're around the corner, they're told to rev it to basically clear all the condensation out of the exhaust. When Adam did it a second ago, he actually did a small burnout. Obviously,
doing what he's told.
Yeah, well, he did it again there. It's on street tyres, which is unusual because a car like that, you'd expect to be on at least some sort of slick. He's looking for a 13.81.
93, nicely done. And a breakout for the Hulk. The Hulk had a little bit too much muscle that time around.
Rob and Chris both have Fiesta STs, both running in the 14-second zones. That could make quite an interesting race if they get each other. So the Fiesta goes thinking about it. 14.47 breakout and a 17.22. So only good enough for the number 5 spot.
Okay, Steph Pateman.
Whoa, cloud of smoke from Pete's car. That's a... So,
crew chief, Carl Harrison. Final adjustments on the injector, on the bug catcher. Get it? Never mind, anyway. That's actually a bird catcher on there, but there we go. Good luck to Andy Raw.
Ooh, well, they say you can't pedal a nitro car.
Well, you can. That almost looked like it took him by surprise then. That was still nice and strong. Not nearly as quick and fast as they were looking for, but first run of the season is always just to check everything out, make sure everything works, make sure the systems work. I think he's even pulled the parachutes up the top end to make sure they work too. And then once we've got that one out the way, yeah, I think that is trailing the chute behind it.
Yeah.
Then we can get after it and try and get a bit quicker and a bit faster. So, Tony Betts with Venom. The cast of thousands Venom team. But you never know.
What a beautiful launch. If he lifts now, it would be such a shame he hasn't lifted all the way through. 594!
Oh, wow! Ladies and gentlemen, the quickest run ever in a Nitro Nostalgia Funny Car in Europe. 594, 239 miles an hour for Tim Garlick. And that was his first run of the season.
It's, of course, Mick Wynyard and Carl Thomas. Carl Thomas on his new bike for the season. He ran it a little bit last year, but only dabbled. He's on it full time now. 8.52 was a run from him and a 7.86. Joe Elliott. I think this is the only BMW as well in the 6-race lane. Oh, issues for Joe. No issues at all for Jay Rowe. Jay goes 8.48 with a 5. Breaks out just by that little bit. Yeah, one of the only BMWs well capable of running deep in 7s. In fact, he's done it before. But he's got to run the 8.50 at least 1 point this weekend. He's going to be close to the top end. Here he goes, 8.53 and an 8.53 side by side. Number 2 and number 3 qualifiers. Pete Wise goes to number 2. Ian Critchlow goes to number 3. See the difference. Whoa, and that's why we do it. Huge wheelies from Pete there. He only went 004 red as well. Just notice that as he rolls off the power. Craig goes 8.56. That a good 161 mile an hour. That puts him in the number 4 spot. Lots of wheel spin, having to roll off the throttle. Whoa, huge plume of smoke, but it seems to have cleared. She's kept it on the power. Goes 9.34 at 158 mile an hour. So looking to run 8.50, bike capable of going way quicker than that. '06 Red, that is an insanely quick launching bike if he can go '06 Red on that style. Goes over the line, 7.45. Yeah, I said the bike could go way quicker than an 850. I'd say he has. And can we have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? That's Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please. Huge wheelie from Josh McLean's bike. Not too sure what fell off it, but something did. Dave Hall. Oh, Dave must have gone before the tree ran. He doesn't get a time, unfortunately. 950 is the number he wants to see on the scoreboard. Goes 947 breakout. And Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin. You can see we're going back to the Sportsman tree. Harrison making his way over to centre line, but reels it back in nicely. 988 breakout and 1046. So let's see what these two riders can do. Both looking for an 11.00. Peter Harrison goes 11.03 and 11.35.
Gary pointing at the wall at about 100 foot out, but that normally straightens itself out, no problem. Well, Liam won't be qualifying high up on that run. He won't break out, that's for sure. 77 for Gary Lester. Phil was number 4 in the championship last year, unusually for him anyway. Taking on Carl Hester. Phil dials 895. .897, that'll work. Number 1 qualified now, only 0.02 of a second off. Carl Hester goes to number 3 with a 1071 on a 1065. Easter with the Jade Racing machine in the Slick Tricks lane. Scott put some real cool videos up on YouTube. Check them out if you get the chance. Jade Racing. Here's the name of the channel. Looking for 953. Goes 53 with an 8. Number 1 qualifier. Well, that's going to take some beating as the weekend wears on as well. Congratulations to the family. Dad Jerry looking absolutely delighted. Even though Justin Morton and Nick Playden are up next. I beg your pardon, 11.13 in the other lane. Sorry, I didn't mention Scott on the other side. So Nick Playden looking for 11.20. Goes 11.24. That's some really good runs here. Justin Morton not going to make the finish line under power. I think Nick Playden's going to go into number 3 with that one. Let's wait until the screen updates itself. Number 4, beg your pardon. Jake with an 11.80 dial in the Slick Tricks lane. And for Lee Baxter, just a tick over a second quicker, 10.70. .11.05, 11.83. Actually, Jake moves into the number 4 spot with that one. It's really tight at the top in ET bike this time round. Okay, Leo Lester, Kestrel. 10.57 with a 9. Dave Grundy goes to number 3. And Leo with a 10.92 on an 85 goes to number 9. They're seriously tight at the top in ET Bike. And this is only session number 1. Okay, it's Grace Pollen. 9.53 for Grace.
Yeah, no doubt a checkout pass for Brett. Before he got here, the bike has only just turned on. It never ran, never moved under its own power or anything, but still goes 10.33. Lovely job, and a 10.12 for Grace. Dials 9.90. One of the Super Twins running this weekend. Goes 9.79. All steel American muscle cars running in this class. And I believe engine has to match the manufacturer. Nice big wheelies for both of them there. Spencer, your reigning champion in the class. Glued together as they go over the line. 10.92 and an 11.07 with a 6. Your new number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Pro ET to the Ferry Lanes. 009 red for Don Scott. He's looking for a 9.88. Mick looking for a 10.00. Timon's thinking about it. Oh look, they ran what each other dialed. Bird. Ah. Looking for a 14.99. I believe that's the class floor. I don't think you can dial any slower than that. Goes over the line. The 19.0. Nicely done. Now, looking behind the tower.
It's Crew Chief and friend to just about everybody, I think. John Wright walks away from the car. Tony Betts gets the thumbs up from his lad. And let's see how far down the racetrack he goes. Tim went further than I thought he would.
Car makes an instant move to the tree, but it's fishtailing down the track. He's kept his foot in all the way. What is it? 6.51 at 260 mile an hour. That looked a hell of a lot quicker than that.
Trying to scrub off speed, I think he was, wasn't he there? 0.10 to 60 foot, 431 at 174. Through the stripe, 6.51 at 260 miles an hour. Well, I said he would be number 2 qualifier, but that would not be a qualifying run. However, wow.
And now Sam Hiscock takes the reins, rolls it in deep, goes red, 0.11 red and a 0.1 green. Yeah, for Kai Cooper.
What Tom was saying there, deep means deep stage, which means there is 8 inches between I was going to say H's have rolled out, but there's 8 inches between the beams. Pre-stage, when you light the pre-stage bulb, you've got 8 further inches to go to make it into full stage when both bulbs are lit. However, if you go a bit further, because the wheels are that much further down the track, the first bulb goes out, which means you are deep staged. However, that also changes your reaction time because the car is closer to the timing beam, which starts when the car goes through it. So it means if you've deep staged, you're more prone, you might get a better reaction time, but there's also a very high probability, if you're normally pretty good on the tree, you're going to red light. So Lola Bell Kent for West End Motorsport. 1.14. What did you have earlier today? That is an improvement.
It looked better than that. I thought I was going to see a lot better than a 0.1, but that moves her up into the number 12 spot. from number 14. Ada Cassisi.
Right, I should be the fastest in the land then.
You did race top fuel.
That's a good point. Okay, 0.117 for Ada. There you go, I said the quickest. 0.16 for Teddy. I could probably fit in one of those as well still. Actually, if you could, I definitely could. So Ada moves up to 13. Teddy stays in at number 3.
Jake Cooper, and like that was an 04 red by Jake. 0.16 from Neve. Someone's pedaling it. 9 flat and an 893. Nicely done. So Chloe, brand new to the class this season, and in fact this event, going up against her relatively experienced sister.
Comparatively, definitely, yeah.
She's been racing for a couple of seasons now. Well, Emmy with a big old red light, 0.19 and a 0.29 for Chloe. Both looking for the same number, both looking for 8.90 or thereabouts.
Steady off, Rich. You don't want to put a golf cart in orbit, mate.
Studded cockpit, so we can actually still see out the side.
Oh, even though you've got the
Yeah,
shroud
yeah,
on
yeah.
it. Okay.
But we're worried about the reaction times now. That was close. 05 red for Jack. 0.17 green for Max. You can see the difference lovely here in the JMs to the JMAs. The JMA ran an 804 and the JM ran a 967. 81 mile an hour. That's a strong mile an hour for JMA as well. I don't think I ever went that fast in it. And Harry Peters in the Mike Boss. So you know the whole thing between Fords and Chevys?
Yep.
You're either a Ford guy or a Chevy guy. In Junior Dragsters, you're either a
Half
Mike Boss
scale,
guy or a half scale guy.
Yeah, Mike Boss makes a lot of really nice looking big cars as well, doesn't he? But the half scale, obviously the half scale is just half scale.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although they make funny cars now. Or roadsters. 03 reds for both of them. 032 for Harry, 034 for Dan. 810 and a 939. As we see. So looking for reaction times, needing better than an 012 to take the number 1 qualifier. Looks good. 04 for Dan Weir puts him in the number 5 spot. Eva goes 0.11.
Eva's going to move up a little.
Yeah, moves to 12. Tell you what, you want to talk about history in a car. Freddie Taylor's car
Yeah.
was campaigned by Matthew Seamarks, Rhiannon Bellini, Aaron Fensom, Tyler Ashdown, Frankie Fordham, and now Freddie Taylor.
I bet they're all queuing up to give him driving advice as well. That'd be great, wouldn't it?
If I'm honest, I don't think Freddie needs it. Freddie's a
No,
pretty
I'm
good
only
racer in
joking.
it just yet. Up against Max Love. Again, cracking racer in his own right. He's one of these drivers who can go out and just win an event. Cracking lights for
Looking
both
good.
of them. 03 and an 02. Luke Mugridge goes to the number 2 spot. Max Love goes to the number 4 spot.
Yeah, I think Luke was already there, but at number 2. But that's still a couple of great. What you want is you want to be consistent. See, a lot of the time, one of the things I've noticed, and this is no respect to any driver in any class, but in qualifying, everybody is like on the money, trying as hard as they can, and then a lot of times in eliminations when there's actually win lights, like you just motion.
Yeah,
it kind of
backs
takes a
off.
step
Yeah.
back, if you like.
Going back which drove the car, though. So, Teddy Sullivan, your current points leader in Junior Dragster, winning at the Easter Nationals, taking on Emily Moore with the Miss Hyperactive Junior. Both these 790 cars. I believe Emily's only just made the step up into JMA.
That's another car that's been around for some time.
I remember racing it when Jacob Kopans was driving it. 839 and a 92. 0.1 red for Emily Moore and a 0.13 for Teddy Sullivan. Waiting for Emily Moore to clear the top end. Just going around the corner now. Frankie going in. to stage 1190. So he is a junior stock. Stand first, of course, the JMA. He's been around for a long time now. Goes red, 06 red, and a 0.15 green for Frankie Kent. One of the things I loved Frankie for was I was at the top end crew for Ada last season, so one of Frankie's first ever events, and he went red in eliminations, and he comes around the corner smacking the steering wheel, and I'm like, yeah, you're going to be a racing driver when you're older.
I think he was then.
Yeah,
by the sounds of that. Person best ET. I said, no.
I lost.
You know, it like showing up and not winning gets old. Well, for me it did instantly.
Yeah.
Not like it took no time at all. So Gray Smith stays at number 5. That was a 0.52. Really good lights in a row again. That's the kind of consistency you need.
Curry T coming around the
Wait for
corner.
Dave. Kind of an odd number, that. It's not really super gas and it's not really super comp, is it? And that car can definitely run both.
Racing resumes, and the answer to that, Paul, is 3 minutes, because we're about to get going once again. Right, yeah, sorry for the delays, folks. We cannot run when the track has any sort of fluid on it, even if it's a couple of sprinkles of rain. We've got to make sure we have a bone-dry racetrack. Otherwise, cars and bikes with big horsepower could just spin the tyres and end up not going straight, which is not a good thing when you've got concrete walls either side of it.
The one bonus about how that worked out, if there was one, was that it didn't really soak anything.
No, it didn't. We didn't lose a shutdown
No.
area or anything like that, so it was good news.
It's just a case of waiting for it to move away, which fingers crossed it has now for,
Yeah.
I don't want to say the rest of the day, but I'm going to say the rest of
Well,
the day.
we'd like to.
Yeah. that'd be
So, Live Action Arena is now running, and now we've got the track strip running. Happy days, folks. So, the time now, 1:45. Lost a chunk of time, but as I say, we can run on quite late here, as we did yesterday. 8:20, I think it was, when we finally finished, and we still got some catching up to do.
Can we have super gas to the pairing lanes, please? Super gas back to the pairing lanes. I saw you guys all drive up the return road, so come back, please. Gary Lake and Georgina Smith going to kick us back off into Sportsman ET.
I see Gary Lake's invested some new wheels and tyres this season.
I've
He's
just
got some
noticed that.
skinnies on the front there. And now he normally dials in the 14s as well, 14.1. Look at that, 13.94. So Georgina dialing in 15.79. Still that little bit of a tailwind helping them along. Well, let's see how they get on. So Gary Lake will get to the top end first. Now then, his target is 13.94. That's what he would like to run. He gets a 13.92. That's a little bit too quick. Exactly the same for Georgina. She went 200ths under her dial-in as well. She aimed for 15.79 and she got 15.77. It's only 200ths of a second, but in bracket racing that is classed as a breakout. It's a little bit too quick. Right, Alan Medley is your number one qualifier at the moment. He reckons 13.39 is what he can hit this time round. And Brian Huxley with the Focus, 13.46.
Yeah, definitely just to focus, honest.
Yeah, rather rapid one.
Oh, look at that. Brian Huxley, bang on. 13.46.01.
Perfect ET again, but not bad actually for Al Medley as well. But Brian Huxley takes the number one spot there with a perfect ET. That's about the third or fourth this weekend, actually.
Ashley Simmons and Chris Wynn. Chris in the website on wheels, 15.10 is the dial-in. Ashley looking to run a 13.25 in the Skyline. Oh, you've noticed Chris went 009. 1363 and a 15.40. No improvement for either of them. The Pro Mod MX-5. Of course, the Hulk MX-5 driven by Steve Mellors and Jill Medley with the full circle Jeep. One of very few cars to nearly beat Andy Bond in Street Eliminator. Granted, she did leave before the tree ran.
I was going to say 15 flat is a bit of a realistic number for Steve Mellors there. 1560 though, a little bit more like it. 1236 Jill Medley with the Hemi in the full circle Cherokee. So Jill's going to get there first, but how close to her darling is she going to get? 1246, a tenth off. And Steve goes 1572, 1200ths off. Steve moves up 2 spots from 21 to 19. Jill stays put at 16. All right, Troy Attree and Richard Palmer, your next pair. So the family cat, let's see what it can do. Didn't go entirely to plan yesterday, to be fair, for Richard Palmer. But hopefully all the issues are sorted and you can get the Jag to go down the track. No issues. Darling a 1365. Troy with the Blue Temptation Camaro 12.50. So for you first timers here this weekend, this is Sportsman ET qualifying. Whoever gets closest to their darling, which is the numbers you see on the scoreboards, without going quicker than that, will be the highest qualifier. And qualifying points all add up, along with their elimination points towards championships at the end of the year.
The number you see at the top of the board is their reaction time, which disappears when the car goes over the line. 12.56 and a 12.50 for Troy Attree. Only number 14, that is. That's a bit scary, isn't it? And what we call a breakout for Richard Palmer, i.e. he went too quick for his predicted time. Now, when it comes to qualifying, it doesn't matter too much if you break out. When it comes to eliminations, if you go too quick when they're paired up and you're looking for win lights, you'll be going home.
Yeah, as Darren always says, it's tournament-style eliminations. The winner goes on to the next round. The loser, game over.
Such as tennis tournament, football tournament, whatever you prefer, yeah.
All right, Stephen Giles then, with the subtle indifference. Subaru Forester, 1305 is his target. And wow, 1247. That's a massive breakout.
That's almost on to the next class breakout.
It
That
is,
actually, isn't it?
He's going to a little bit shocked when he gets that timing slip. Could be a PB, actually. Because that's, that's huge.
I think that's one of those ones where it goes, oh yeah, that's what it should have been doing this whole time.
That's right, yeah, definitely.
It's definitely that Maverick that does that, isn't it?
Yes. It just hums at the right frequency to just vibrate everything.
Yeah.
So Adam Wakefield then in the number 3 spot. Darling in a 1351. We went 1352 the one yesterday. Car's been a little bit temperamental for him though.
Yeah, I can see him in the car trying to get it refired.
Well, they give him a couple of moments to do it, but obviously if it doesn't refire in a sensible amount of time, it's going to be a case of pushing it back, trying it again. Yep, there we go. This is only qualifying. Obviously, if this was in eliminations, that would be it, if you like. Just means this run doesn't count, obviously. We got loads to come for you as well. So we've got our National Drag Racing Championships going on today, but also we've got various jet cars. We've got Pro Modifieds, which is the Motorsport UK Drag Racing Championship as well. Lots of stuff to see and lots of stuff to do. That's the idea.
All right, Jago Stokes and Chris Creswell, your next pair. Jago Stokes currently in the number 28 spot, looking for a 1320. And you've got Chris Creswell with the Fiesta, 1475.
He'd probably talk better if you can't see what's going on. That's probably a good idea, actually. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so Chris Creswell currently number 17 qualifier. This is a 32 car field. And we'll be into eliminations a little bit later on today, I think, all being well. So even though the tree runs at the same time, they will run different times. They're trying to get as close as they can as the numbers you see on the bottom of the scoreboards. So 13.20 is what Jay goes after. He's only number 28. I say only because he's normally a lot higher up than that. That is a huge breakout.
This is telling me
12,
that the conditions may be better than we think they are.
Well, they're obviously better than they think they are too, more importantly.
1320, that's Jago's usual dial-in, isn't it? And a 1295, that's massive.
So, Simon Swarbrick, you never know, could dip into the 11s this time then, with the pop. Well, it could happen. He's number 6 at the moment, taking on Debbie Taylor.
Didn't he do that yesterday?
Quite possibly. Thing is, if he Sportsman ET, the cut-off, if you like, or the quickest you can run is 12 flat.
Yes.
12.00. Any quicker than that, you're on to the next competition cast, which is Pro ET, which is the next quicker bracket. Then the next quicker one than that is Super Pro. We do have what they call heads-up classes, which means first to the finish line wins. But this is a great way of evening everything and everybody out, actually. So Simon's looking for 12.12 goes. There we go. See, 11.91. Breaks out too quick. And Debbie Taylor breaks out as well. The 33 on a 38. Could we have 950 bike into the pairing lanes, please? 950 bike, please, as we move on through Sportsman ET. We've got lots and lots of cars in Sportsman again this weekend. Holly Waters down there with one of the family Mustangs. In the Slick Tricks lane, 15.58. And 20.50 for Alexander Pryor with the T-Caddy. Volkswagen Caddy with a delivery service rack on the roof.
Well, interestingly, I've just noticed, if you go through the dials, I think the next slowest person to Alex is a 15. So the minimum 5-second wait. No matter who gets Alex.
I think there's a couple. I think Felicity's a 17-second as well. There's another 18-second one somewhere, I think. But yeah, it's still a while. Let's put it that way. I think it was Kirsty that raced him before. That was an 8-second wait, wasn't it?
Oh, Terriatri, 18.
Too quick for Holly. And
Flick, you say, yeah.
Well, you break out. 21-23.
VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please. VW Pro, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
I like this. We're on an announcement a minute at the moment. Have you noticed?
Yes. Let's get them down.
That's the way to go. So, Kirsty Tram with the quickest dial-in in the class, the quickest you can dial in the class, 12 flat. From what we've seen so far, though, that could well be in trouble. Now, Kirsty's car is the exact example of what happens when the weather is good or whether the weather isn't. Because this car can easily run into the 11s. They have to slow it down to run 12 flat here. But when they went to Hockenheim last summer to run in Pro ET, they had to try and run it flat out, and it was really hard for them to run an 11.
Yeah.
Just because the weather's hotter. That's all it is warm weather, less horsepower. 12.04, nicely done. Even Tom's happy with that one. I can see a nodding beard down there. Well done, sir. 1872 breakout. Kirsty stays number 20, though, would you believe?
What?
That can't be right.
No way. No, she should be around about...
Yeah, I don't
9.
think it updated with her
Oh, no,
elapsed
it
time.
hasn't. No.
That's what it is, yeah. I think the screen might have cleared before the fellow in the other lane went through. Okay, Matt Horsell, Rob Creswell.
So Rob looking 14.65, Matt looking 14.80. Breakout for Matt, a little bit too quick, 500s, and Rob, not quite there, 15.01. Bit off pace.
I think this must be Pete Walters underneath it, because he's another one of the cars that hums the tower.
Yeah, so Pete Walters in the Camaro, formerly driven by Jack Petley.
Okay.
If you remember, that was where that car came from.
A few more goals to go before we get into Super Gas, by the looks of it. Steph Paintman. You find a lot of families that race together, stay together. Families that stay together, race together as well. Let's see what difference having the roof up makes to Steph today.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Well, I don't blame her for putting the roof up. It has been, raining a bit. So, 14 flat in the Slick Tricks lane. She's currently number 29.
O2 lights either side of the track. Unfortunately, Pete's one was red. But, as you say, red lights doesn't matter in qualifying. It's all about the ETs. 12.20 is the target for Pete. He gets a 12.25. Steph, 14.06 on a 14. Pete
number
stays 10.
Yeah, she moves to 13. However, that might be 14 when we got to
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking. So, Felicity Gibbs with Little Miss Rampage. 17.20. And then I think after that, yeah.
So Felicity currently number 9. Target for her, 17.20. Nicely off the line with an O2 light. And it's a 17.25, stays number 9.
But very consistent, actually.
Yeah. Right, Mont Blanc. The Tuareg. James Grew.
What's really interesting about this, especially you're considering buying a VW, you look at the difference in the dial-ins. The Tuareg is quicker than the Golf. Than the Estate over there.
So what Tuareg has he got? I think that's the 3-litre version. That's right, I think all Tuaregs are 3-litre. Yeah, just different power output.
So 1591, 1655. They're 4 and 5 already, so they're going to do well to improve. Wow, look at that. Super consistent. A 73 and a 55 for Ian Dance. And James Grew, once again, only 2 measly hundredths of a second off of his dial-in. So I think we have just got a quick trip up and down with the Bluebird. And then it's going to be Super Gas.
Yeah, we also got VW Pro in the lanes as well.
Just want to quick say, shout out to everyone watching on the live stream. I might do what I did yesterday and get everyone to message in where they're watching from. So, even if you're on the bank or the grandstand, load up your phone, load up YouTube, go on the live stream. Got replays and stuff on there anyway. But message in, tell me where you're from. We had people from Australia, Finland, their beds, the tower yesterday. So, who have we got today? Have a quick message in. I'm going to load it up on my phone as we speak. Here we've got Bedford from just down the road.
Yeah, we've also got a lot of our regular spectators that come and see us that obviously can't make every single meeting. I'm going to give a shout out to the posse in Paignton, because you got young Carson Kirkwood with Mum Leanne and of course Justine. They always tune in when they're not at the racetrack. I know they'll be tuned in today, so Hope you're keeping well. We will probably see you we'll definitely see them at the main event, so possibly even Door Slammers. I'm not sure when they're next up, but hope you're all keeping well down there. And if you have some sunshine, can you send it this way, please? But yeah, no doubt they'll be tuned in. Also, we're going to give a shout out to Jack once again. I know he'll be tuned in, watching what's going on today. All the best, mate. We do hope to catch up with you soon.
Yeah, Jack's just messaged in on the thing as well, so we definitely know you're watching.
Yeah.
Hello, Jack.
Morning, mate. Nigel Gregg's just messaged in. Can you give a shout out to my mum, Gillian Gregg, who's at Santa Pod for the first time today? And I can't believe, Nigel, you said how old she is, but well done. It took her 84 years to find us.
Oh, wow.
Wow. So, yeah, well done, Nigel. Liz McCarthy is at home from Woodford Halls, where it's... No, you're not allowed to say that, so I'm not going to repeat the rest of that message, Liz. But if it is doing what you said it's doing, you can keep it over there. But, yeah, and Watford Halls is not that far away, actually.
I want to say happy birthday to Alfie. He's on the bank somewhere. Give us a wave if your name is Alfie and it's your birthday today. See if I can see you.
Perry Wilson, again, he lives between Toaster and Milton Keynes. Be coming up at the main event. Sorry, he's not here with us this weekend. And there was another message I wanted to read out. Yeah, here we are. Matt Seamark's got in touch. And many happy returns, Matt. I know it's your birthday this week as well. I did miss it. But can we please give the Cube Disability here for the first time a massive shout out. My other half, Vicky, works for them. So Cube Disability are here for the first time this weekend. So good to see you here. As we say, so much going on site at the moment. Live Action Arena running. Monster trucks, if they're not already running there, are not far away. Got Terry Grant and Lee Bowers, and of course Broke FMX around there. The only reason we stopped at the moment is the Bluebird is out there just putting some extra traction down because we've got some big slick cars coming up in the shape of Super Gas. We've also got VW Pro round the corner as well. We've got bikes in the lanes as well. They're all pretty much ready to go. So we're not far at all.
So I think furthest travelled watcher at the minute is Tony Morris, watching from Gallot Raceway in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Do you know what that stands for?
Rob Rippin got in touch, actually. Kieran's heavily pregnant daughter-in-law, Nicola, also grandson Archie, who there for the first time. They'll be on the bank somewhere. I don't know if you got that same message. All the best, and thanks for the superb footage. So thank you indeed, Rob. Loads of people, as I say, tuned into the live stream. And tell you what, you're going to be seeing some racing pretty shortly because the tractor is just doing a tiny bit of sledding out there. And we'll be back in action very shortly indeed.
So I've just got to say as well, if you said that Tony Morris is in from Gallot Raceway Park, it's the most American named drag strip on the planet. It stands for Get a Load of This.
I thought it was that. But
it is, yeah. It is. That's exactly what it stands for.
I love that.
Well, that's where there was the pro-charged team.
That's
Kevin
right.
Ryan.
Yeah.
They were
Mark,
Gallot
wasn't it?
Racing, weren't they? So,
That's right. The track itself, it's they've got the most fancy scoreboards you've ever seen as well. They're like the talking scoreboards, but they're really good.
Yeah.
You think, well, you can't do that much difference with the scoreboards. Check it out. It's a purpose-built 8th mile facility. It's got a lot of runoff because the difference is 8th mile racetracks you used to be able to get away with having slower not as much runoff, shorter runoffs because the cars or bikes weren't going as fast. So somewhere like, do you remember Motor Mile Dragway in where is it, up in Virginia? If you watch the old footage of when the ADRL used to run there and everyone screeched to a halt round the corner because they were running out of room, the trouble is now an awful lot of the cars will run 210, 220 to the 8th mile.
Yeah.
So they need just as much stopping distance as they did, they do now. But anyway, yeah, check out Gallop Motorsport Park. It's really cool. Ian King ran there as well. They actually ran Top Fuel bikes there over the 8th mile.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they did. A little while back.
So I'd just like to give a shout out to the Down family. There's 3 generations of them on the grandstand. Spot the waves if they're there.
It's hard to. People just keep them warm, I think. That's what it is.
A shout out to my mum as well. I know she's watching. So hi, mum.
Shout out to my mum who's in Vietnam. That's not a joke. I'm really not joking. It's her birthday. It's actually her birthday tomorrow, or nearly tomorrow, and this is the first time for goodness knows how long that I won't be there.
Dayglow Dave says hello as well.
Morning, Big Dave. How are you, sir?
Yeah, that's now he's had the T-shirts made.
That was good. I like that.
Yeah.
That is good. Someone's going to come up with a rubbish name for me one day, and it's just going to be the end of it, isn't it, really? Someone did actually call me Danger Mouse once because I'm looking seriously dangerous. But I think we're about to go with 850 bike. They're coming forward. Just the last couple of up and downs with the tractor.
Yeah, they're making their way around into the, shall we say, assuming the position at the head of the lanes.
I find
they're all grouped together.
it really odd that Dayglow Dave stuff stuck, but Don't Lift Dave didn't. You know.
Oh, it has stuck.
Oh, it
Oh,
has.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
100% it's stuck. It keeps getting referenced.
When the funny thing is that when he wished me happy birthday, I just put underneath, is this a polite way of saying please no more stupid nicknames? You know. Probably that. There we go. I think one of the funniest things was Andy Dibley did a Photoshop. And it said, Dave, if you can read this, lift. And he had like a window visor saying, Dave, if you can read this, lift.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
They are brutal, that line, Supergas.
I told
really
you, they are just a bunch of professional piss takers, otherwise known as Supergas. Yeah. And they're over there ready to run, actually.
Yeah.
So
Love them to bits.
So 850 bike, name of the game.
He's quick, so it is, of course, Joe Elliott going alongside Jay Rowe. 8 and 9 in the qualified order at the moment. Jay was one of 3 that went a little bit too quick. One of them we know is going way too quick. But anyway, let's see what Jay Rowe can do to get the right side. Joe Elliott looking to go a little bit quicker than 992 went yesterday.
Well, Joe Elliott's one of those that needs a little bit of help from the weather, which he's got, obviously, to run the number. Jay Rowe is way out in front. 86, that'll do. Joe Elliott, though, the 985, somewhat off pace.
Right, you got Ian Critchley, who owns both of these bikes. He's on the Fossil Fuelers machine in the Kestrel Lane, and it is Craig Wright on Critch's spare bike, if you like, but Craig obviously not going to relinquish that machine at any point. They are currently 4 and 5, both of them in the 85s already, but Critch is number 4 with an 853. Craig is number 5 on an 856.
Yeah, Craig, which are trying to work out the 60 foots yesterday, he seems to be there now. So if he can run on the 850, number 854 doesn't improve at all, stays put, but
Critch goes too quick by 600ths of a second. Craig was actually, see, that's the confusing thing, especially to first timers, with the bike on the left went quicker than the one on the right, but the bike on the right was faster. How does that work? It's just where they make their gains on the racetrack, basically, isn't it? Yeah, some accelerate quicker than others. And some have more legs at the top end than others. So, Pete Wise, Mick Wynyard, your next pair.
Pete Wise, one of these riders trying to go way too quick.
Mick Wynyard wasn't hanging about either with a 796 from yesterday. Yeah, that's
He's
much quicker than
going quick
850.
again.
Will he lift this time?
No. 807.
180, trying to start his own class. 899 at 172 for Pete Wise, no help. And that is the mother of all breakouts, I think, pretty much.
Right, Carl Thomas. Can we have Funny Car and Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Funny Car and Comp Eliminator. Let's have you into the lanes. Now, Carl Thomas from 950 bike last year, moving up to 850 bike for this year. Going alongside Pete Slater. Well, Carl has made the adjustment very well, actually. He's number 2 spot at the moment, 852.
Well, he entered 850 bike in Hockenheim last year. just for the one event.
Bit quick this time though, 8:45. Big Slater, not as quick as he went yesterday, 8:69. He's already on an 8:60. Well, it must be Stacey Reid appearing in the Kestrel lane. But it's, yep, Daniel Madeira, currently a number 1 qualifier. Making the trip over from Portugal. 8:51 is his current number.
Yeah, he did 8:51 with an 01 light, so his package was 8:52. That'd be really good come race day.
Oh, 8:49 with a 7. Just a little bit too quick there for Daniel. Stays number 1 though. Stacey Reid though, 8:59, moves up from 8 to 6.
So Costas, not really bothered about running 850s.
Oh, it's his last event at 8:50, this one, so he should be eligible for Super Street Bike after this.
All the JKE gang on the start line, phones out ready, taking the videos.
129.
Oh, bit of a wiggle at 3:30. He's still under power though. Should be a 7:54.
Yeah, nice run. 181 miles an hour at the stripe. Right, 950 bike. Rob Stanley, Josh McLean. Rob is the quickest of the 3 bikes at the moment, but he's in 3rd place because he went under the 950 index. So he wants to get one on the right side.
Well, Rob rolled off well early, goes 9:57 and a 9:54 for Josh.
Well, Rob Stanley's only 700ths off. He's still in number 3. Josh stays number 2, and this is your number 1 man at the moment, Dave Hall, the artist. 9.50 is his target. He ran 9.50 with a 4.
Whoa, bit of a... Don't know what that was. About 100
Well, it took him a while to get his feet on the peg.
Yeah.
So 9:57 stays put. Right, Supergas. Number 1 qualifier, Tim Moore, took the perfect ET money yesterday. He was the first to do it. I know a few others have done it now, but he was the first. He's the one who got the money. So £50 better off. Thanks, Tim, Tim and Tina, of course, for their help with my water pump issues with the caravan on Thursday night. Came to the rescue. And, of course, to Pete Kellett for actually getting me a new pump sorted out. And got me sorted. Double O, 5 off the line for Stu Morris. Going alongside Don't Lift Dave. 987, Stu Morris breaks up and Dave falls 992. Yeah, Dave stays number 3, but it is his best run of them so far, 992. Wayne Hiscock, Andy Dibley, your next pair. Wayne currently number 10 on a 980. Dibs currently number 2, 991. And can I please have Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please? Can we have Motorsports UK Pro Modified into the pairing lanes? So you've got Wayne Hiscock that will head off into the distance and post to the stripe. And you've got Dibs that has a throttle stop. And then his power will come in. And the difference in speed at the stripe will be at least 30 mile an hour. More than that, actually. 50. Wayne Hiscock goes 980 at 95 miles an hour, trying to slow down. And Dibbs goes 1001, trying to get to the stripe quickly at 147. Goes to show how different those two runs were. Bob Bolden in the Peugeot. 9.90, the index for Supergas. Can he do it? He's done it before. He's on a 998 at the moment. Alongside Dave Cherritt, the Dark Revenger. He's a tenth too quick at the moment. He's on a 980. Wants 990.
Well, neither of them have lifted yet. Oh, didn't matter.
Well, I think what was happening there was they crossed the line neck and neck, but Dave Cherritt left the line a tenth before Bob did. That's why Dave did break out and Bob did.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Bob was shadowing Dave to try and get the same number, but didn't account for the fact that Dave got the better light. Jasmine Tunstall with the Jammy Dodger and Andy Harrison with the Brute Force Sierra. Jazz is currently number 9 on a 989, just a hundredth too quick. And Andy Harrison, he's the right side at the moment, 998. But both of them want to hit 990. All sorts of pedaling going on out there. 983 too quick for Jazz, 996 the right side for Andy Harrison. And that, although he doesn't move in position, that's his best run so far. So the thrill ride, the two-seater dragster, Paul Brown at the controls.
I think that's probably the longest burnout I've ever seen that thing do.
Well, wants to get some heat into everything.
Yeah.
A bit chilly out there. Martin Jamie is in the back of the car. He's from Norwich. This was a present, so I like it when people get it as a gift instead of doing it for themselves. So it's the added surprise factor.
Well, whoever bought it for him must really like him.
Or hate him.
Or hate him, yeah.
I was thinking Paul Brown's been driving this for quite a few years now, actually. Steve Warner, former pilot of this car.
Paul, famously good on his reaction times. Let's see what he can do this time. Commentator's curse.
Right, 168 mile an hour, 7 point something. Oh, 169 miles an hour, 804. A nice opener indeed. 136 miles an hour at the 8th mile, got there in 5.14 seconds. Right, move on to VW Pro. Now you sort of look down there and you think, what is that car doing in the Kestrel lane? That's not a VW. Wow, think again, it's actually a VR6 engine in that car. Hence, that's how it's able to run in VW Pro.
Yeah, you only need either a VW body, VW engine, or both to run in the VW classes.
So James Gould then dialing in a 950. Sam Chisholm 12.99. A little altered has disappeared into the distance. 921. Wow. Superb run. 138 miles an hour. Sam Chisholm goes 15.76. Not really what he was looking for there, but yeah, James Gould, awesome run. 921. So Jake Fronda, substitute vehicle for him this weekend. I remember we went and bought that the other week. Well, last year. He picked it up on the sort of like Thursday, brought it up in and was running in VW Pro because Nenor was broken. He actually bought the car for his wife, but ended up racing it. So it's become the standby car. You got James Hodson with a Mark II Golf, dialing in 1080. Jake looking for 1191. That's not in about. Oh, 1084 moves up from number 3, but how about that? Jake Fronda, 1192 on a 91, goes from 11 to number 2.
Ooh, the dial-in on the back of Rob Carter's car, 7.60.
Yes, he is actually the quickest VW Pro car, we had that confirmed. There are quicker V-dubs out there, for example, like Wayne Allman, but he didn't do his run in VW Pro. He's done it. That's why, so hence, those sort of numbers don't count. But to set a quickest time in VW Pro, you need to be running in the class.
Yeah.
Which Rob Carter has done. We've got Jacob Bailey with the Jet R. 1050 dialing for him. Good to see Jacob back. And Rob Carter, well, I see him everywhere now. Oh, blew the tyres off. It will still be fast, it just won't be the ET he was looking for. Still 179 miles an hour, 851. Jacob Bailey moves up from 8 to 4 though. 1064 on that 1050 dial-in. Chris Waterhouse with the Audi S3 965 dial-in. Well, we've just seen Rob Carter go up. Now it's Hazel Carter. First it was Percy, the Passat. Now it's Patricia, the Passat. 12.99 dial-in. So Chris Waterhouse should get there first. Looking for that 965. 969, but he's already in the number 5 spot. Hope he's moved up. He has actually to number 3. Hazel Carter goes 14.33 on that 12.99. No help there. She stays at number 10. All right, getting towards the end of VW Pro. Phil Blogg and Luke Stevenson.
Yeah, Luke had a bit of a funny launch yesterday. It looked to me like he did an axle. Hopefully either it wasn't that or he managed to get it replaced because he's back out. 12.48 the dial-in for Luke. And Phil Blogg in the other lane with a VW Caddy looking to run 11.90. Much better launch for Luke this time.
Well, he's going to get an ET hopefully. Phil going to get there first. 11.90. Broken out big time. 11.66. And Luke slots in at number 7 with a 13.03. I believe the last car in the class then
is Luke's tow car.
Yeah, Abbey Tether with Arthur Daly. Dial of 12.78. And please have Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please. Top Fuel Bike. Come on down. So Abbey Tether currently in the number 10 spot. She ran a 14.07 when she got that. But look at the 12.78 this time round. Goes 13.89. Stays number 10 though. Right, so looks like it is going to be Comp Eliminator up next. Good mix of vehicles down there, and also in the lanes. Pro Modified are coming there, making their way down. Also, Funny Car is in the lanes as well. Patrick Pers is down there,
which also means the jet cars won't be far away as well. So
our first thrust-driven vehicles that we've seen at events. I know they have run this year at other events, but it's the first time that down on Isle have seen them this year.
Well, for once, we don't need to be warmed up. Shouldn't say that out loud, should I really? So, yeah, Patrick Pers getting strapped into the Nitro Funny Car. We got Pro Modified down there as well. John Webster's made it down this time. Hopefully, Andy Robinson would as well, because Andy didn't get to put in a run yesterday either.
Yeah, not too sure what was going on with John, because he was here all day. They seemed to be working on the car, so they obviously found something.
Yeah, there was lots of laptoppery going on the computer.
That's a word I never knew existed.
That's right.
That's because it didn't before Colin said it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
good point,
right.
actually,
It didn't exist. You're dead right.
Didn't exist before you made it up, mate. Anyway. So, yeah, the...
Where did that come from? Laptoppery. Well,
No, I like it. I'm going to use it from now on.
Yeah, so the definition of laptoppery is like basically you've got the laptop in there, constantly
No, you're going on
trying to
too
do the
long.
tuning
No,
and
you're
everything,
losing the crowd.
so-
You're losing the crowd.
Okay.
enjoy the moment. You've invented a word.
Okay.
The explanation just took the edge off it.
Bit like tractor pillar.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That's nothing will ever top that.
No.
frankly. No, nothing's ever going to top that, mate. That was pretty much spot on. Good to see a great crowd out here on a Saturday. Thank you very much indeed. If you were supposed to be here for the original date of this event a few weeks ago on the Easter weekend, despite what you might think about how chilly or how soggy it was this morning, you wouldn't have got your cars out of the field, frankly, if you'd have turned up a few weeks ago. That's why the event had to be rescheduled. So thank you very much to each and every one of you that has come out today instead of, obviously, on the original scheduled event. We had to move it, unfortunately. There was just no way that we could get as many of you on site as there are today. It just wouldn't have happened. So thank you for coming to the rescheduled date, and we hope that you have a great day. I think Live Action Arena is, judging by the crowd, is still actually going on over there. All you people as well, all you folks in the grandstand's looking pretty full too, and we're about to get a lot louder and a lot quicker as well. We did have a full day of qualifying yesterday. We didn't have the Jets or the Live Action Arena or anything going on yesterday, but obviously today, tomorrow, we definitely will be.
That was a quick flyby from the helicopter.
Well, that was. I was just thinking.
That was low.
Well, the helicopter was landing in the field. I just wonder whether it was hovering above it to try and dry it out. Maybe, you never know.
They turned the fans on to try and dry the field out.
Pretty sure they used to do that on like NASCAR tracks and stuff like that, didn't they? Used to have a helicopter hovering over it just to move the water out a little bit, or something
okay.
like that. So.
Right, so we're not far away from, actually, I'm going to say not far away at all. We're going to be getting Comp Eliminator round the corner next. But before that, on the screen it does say funny car, so it could be Patrick Purrs coming around the corner next. And I think, yes, it is Patrick Purrs that is going to see what he can do out there. As I say, conditions not favourable for these cars whatsoever. But they're going to give it a go. Let's see what happens. It's going to be one of these bizarre incidents because it might work, and if it does, it'll be spectacular. I think that's the best way to put it.
Well, what we've got to say as well is when they run, they do occasionally get really chilly conditions in the US. And if you're a fan of NHRA drag racing, which, let's face it, most of us are, they don't get down the racetrack when it's really cold at all. You know, it's basically either all out or nothing, and the vast majority of the time it's actually nothing because it's such a fine line. It's very difficult tuning these cars when it's warm. The window narrows significantly.
But don't forget, this is the guy that will run his car on the motorway in Sweden.
Oh, no, it wasn't him.
Don't forget the concrete track is too cold.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Yeah.
Concrete works better when it's warmer and it keeps the heat.
Yeah.
However, if anyone can see the sun and wouldn't mind sending it this way, it would help greatly at the moment, I think.
It certainly would.
It certainly would. So,
Huge difference.
well, that's one of the reasons, funny enough, the conversation I had with someone I know the other day, that one of the reasons the cars, especially top fuel cars and the funny cars in Australia, run so consistently is because they have concrete tracks and it's always really warm.
Really warm.
And that's one of the reasons that they do run well, because everything with fuel cars is kind of formulated, built around warm weather. And what they call conditions like this, the track is really, really good, don't get me wrong. It's really tight. It's what they call tight. So it's really sticky, which is really good, which is really grippy. However, it needs a little bit of heat in it. So the rubber, this is going to sound really stupid, but bear with me. The rubber actually moves around underneath the tyres, so they get a little bit of tyre slip, and that's how they get the acceleration. If they grip and don't release the energy, that's when they shake.
Yeah.
Simple as that. So that's why they need to be warmer. They can warm the tyres up, but the track needs to be a little bit warmer as well to get the moving around as well. Yeah, absolutely that. So, but Patrick's come a long way to do this, so he's going to give it his best shot here for you. Yesterday, a stout launch, I think the quickest we've ever seen in Europe. He was 0.88 to 60 foot, which is not hanging about in the slightest. So one of the reasons also that for this event, while we have a number of jet cars, because the weather can be a bit unreliable. So it's got a good show for you fans.
Yeah, as you say, Daryl, Patrick made it very quickly to 60 foot. Unfortunately, he didn't make it much further than that as it went into spin and turned hard left.
Well, he's come a long way to do this, so...
I don't blame him for trying to make the runs.
Oh, you got it. That is a great view from up here, especially the cowl in front of him.
Oh,
Well, that's not supposed to happen till the other end, obviously. What that was, the reason the car cut out instantly and the chutes came out, there's a safety system on the car. So it can be anything. It can be oil pan pressure, whatever it is. It's an automatic cut-off for safety. And in a lot of instances, when a car's on a run, if something's not going right, it cuts the engine, which saves a lot of damage, saves the racetrack, saves burning stuff up for no reason at all. I didn't hear a pop. I didn't hear anything at all.
no, that's what I was listening. Well,
So it's
trying to analyse if the burst panel had gone or something like
Well,
that.
I saw Patrick's head pop out the top of the car like he was trying to get out in a bit of a hurry, and then the crew guy went, "No, you are fine. You can get back in. We need to push you back."
Yeah, it's all right. We're steering where you're going to go. So warm your hands, please. Put your hands together for the team. They've come a long way. They've come from Stockholm in Sweden. It takes a number of days to get here, let alone the effort that goes into running the car. So Patrick, I'm sure, will try again at some point, whether that's now or a little bit later on. The one thing, if my name was Keith Bartlett, I'd be worried about is his wife was in the car when it was warmed up earlier. Did you know that?
Didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, so I don't know whether they're going to repack it and see if they can do that again or not, as the case may be. We've still got a bunch of stuff to run through, so don't go anywhere at all.
Yeah, I can see Suzanne down there now, actually. Hello.
Hi. Is that your next right? No, sorry, I didn't say that. It's all right. The good thing is Keith's deaf. He hears nothing I say. Nothing at all, ever. I'm not sure he hears anything you say either, but there we go. Right.
Selective hearing.
Something like that. Okay, so Comp Eliminator and Pro Modified around there as well. So, like I said, we've got plenty of quick and fast stuff to come. Patrick is out the car, getting himself out of his safety gear.
Yeah, so the support vehicle coming in, so it looks like they're going to take it back to the pits.
Well, they need that to refire it as
Yes.
well. Either that or the poor guy
yes,
standing at the front of the cap's got to hold the body up the whole time.
Well, yeah, the tow car's come to park next to the car rather than in front of it, so I think there might be a second attempt coming.
You never know. Okay, so we do have, I think it is Comp Eliminator next on the run.
Yes,
order,
it is,
isn't
yeah.
So, yeah, we've still got lots to come at you. We've got a great mix of cars in Comp Eliminator this weekend. Moving forward, it's going to be, well, it always is a terrific class anyway, but we've got so many cars that are running way under their indexes this weekend. I mean, who would have thought a run at 0.7 under would only get you like number 4?
Yeah.
That is pretty
mad.
stout, isn't it? So, currently number 1 is still Nick with the Copo. Number 2 is Gary Carr. Then it's another Copo of Reuven Dawson. And then it's another Camaro of Spencer Tram. Who's in at number 5 with an 885? That'd probably be Ahmed Jamshed.
That's Dan Williams.
Yeah, that's right. A 10-12 and a 9-17 is Terry Newton. So
And that's
here they come,
Rob
Chris Todd.
Smallworth.
Yeah, Chris Todd's going to be round first. He had a great run yesterday. Not comparatively quick to his index, but still really good for that
Commiserations to the Fraudster team. They are out now.
Oh, they can't get
for
it
this
sussed.
weekend. Well, they've done 2 fuel
ECUs.
ECUs, and they've discovered now they've had a major earthing electrical problem. And so they're going to regroup, take it all away, get it sorted so that they're ready for main event. Oh, and Doors Runners, hopefully.
Yeah.
So that has a bizarre twist. Chris Todd has only got 1 car to worry about this weekend. That's his own one.
Well, actually, I've just had a thought about Chris Todd's index. Because he's DT-AT, which is the 4-cylinder turbo index. However, he's rear-engined with the flat 4.
Yeah.
So could he not run the VW index?
No idea.
I know it's a super engine, not a
No,
VW
it's
engine.
the VW one, well, it's actually front-wheel drive, isn't it? But I get what you mean. I
No,
do get what you
rear-wheel
mean.
drive.
Real drive.
Rear-wheel drive. No, but the front-wheel drive index, sorry, the 920 is the front-wheel drive index. Sorry, that's what I was on about.
Whoa! Getting very close to centre line.
Kept it away. Wow.
Yeah, lifted at the top end. I think he's a new underwear moment there.
Well done to Phil Norman getting it from A to B. Beautiful car, that vehicle. It is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it was a nominee for best appearing car. For a very good reason.
And deserved a lot of votes as well, actually. You need to sit. You need to look inside the car and look up, because even the underside of the roof is beautifully painted. It's like the Sistine Chapel.
It's a
beautifully done.
It's a racing show car.
It is, yeah.
So Dan Williams and Spencer Tram. Spence really on it as well, running in the low 11s. 11.08 his quickest yesterday, which is 6/10 I think under his index, or near as damn it the same. Dan not quite so far under in the 10.1s. His index is 10.40. You can see that on the board. This isn't bracket racing. They're not trying to run those numbers. They're trying to run as far under them as they can.
Yeah, Dan with a lot of wheel spin off the line. That's not working well. Spencer goes 11.09, 117.
Consistent. Very consistent. Around about 6/10 under. That will take him a long way on race day. Long way. So, Rob Smallworth with a Dirty Dog 55.
Yeah, Rob been making some really good representative passes, but it's just been wandering around about the 8th mile, so he's had to lift for the last couple of attempts.
I love the story about Rob. I've known Rob for a long time, and I love the story about how he bought his car. And you wouldn't believe how many people that buy cars, how their stories start this way. And he was going, I was getting close to my chassis tag in the old 55, and I'd had a few drinks, and I was on Racing Junk one night. You know how it goes, basically.
yeah.
And the end result you're looking at, just over there in the Kestrel
Well,
lane.
his old car was one of the most pristine 55s you've ever seen.
This is this is still really nice.
Oh, it's really nice turned out, but it's the dirty dog for a reason, isn't it?
Yeah, well, his old car's still around. Ian Sherry's got it, and I'll be here next weekend, actually. Right, so well, they get on then. Rob, 799, Reuben Dawson with the Copo.
Well, I can see an 895 dialing on the back of
Yeah, that's his Pro ET, isn't it?
Yeah, but they give something away.
What's he got to run to take the number one back?
Quick.
Nearly
885. Well, quick.
Rob's car sort of bunny hopping off the line. You can hear the RPM audibly changing. Reuben's got no issues at all. He's going to go through 902 and a 904.
Yeah, fallen off a bit on pace from yesterday a little bit.
With a margin at the stripe there. 0009 between them at the top end.
It was a heads-up race. Rob would have made that interesting, wouldn't he? So your current number 1 and 2 qualifier, they can only potentially swap places if you like. That's all they can do. It will be one of them on top after this, whether it be Nick.
I do love the fact that Keith Williams is crew chief for Gary Carr, and yet his son is Keith's lad is in the other lane. So Gary Carr with the boiling point Nova, and it's Nick Williams with the Williams Brothers Racing Copo.
Now both these cars pull the wheels up off the start line in completely different ways. Check them out, they're really cool.
Little bit of wheel spin
I
for
think
Nick.
that's why it came down, I think, actually, because the wheels spun for Nick.
791! Wow! A new PB for Nick Williams.
Outstanding.
172 miles an hour.
The Copo.
Well done.
Killing it in
Gary
Continental.
Carr, 1106.
Not exactly hanging about Gary Carr either, really.
No, he wasn't. Wow. So Nick has now gone 0.85 under. Gary is 0.77 under. Reuben 0.73.
I'm pretty sure up there in the Nordic countries, there are a number of the few teams have been like a second under their index.
Yeah.
But that's by far the biggest margin we've ever seen below anyone's index, isn't it? That.
Oh, pick your Mustang time.
Yeah, side-by-side sliding Mustangs, that was, wasn't it?
Yeah, Andrew Donover, sort of the man of the hour when it comes to pre-season testing. Just chucking out 580s like it was nothing on tracks that really, really shouldn't have taken a 580. And John Webster, sort of the man of the hour when it came to national finals last year. He got into the fives.
One quick question I've got. Now, I've got to ask both these. I don't have the answer, but I'd love to know. Now, every run that Andre Arnover has made, especially in the Kestrel lane, the left-hand lane, the car always pulls to the left, doesn't it? It has a little shimmy to the left, and then he pulls it back. Every run John Webster rates in the Mustang, takes off the line, little shimmy to the left. That 5.9 that he ran at the national finals last year, he nearly got right over towards the wall, didn't he? They both turn left when they go up the start line. I don't know whether it's a turbo spool thing, whatever it is, or it's a setup thing, whatever it might be. But they both tend to do it. Anyway, so Andre Arnover is number 1 qualifier, 584, went 580 something twice yesterday, and the last one he shook the tyres. John Webster hasn't put in a run yet, so he needs this one to get qualified.
Well, it's his first run of the year as well.
That too.
Shake instantly for Andre Arnover. A little bit off pace for John, but a cracking opener.
Yeah, it didn't really leave the line properly for John. 760 at 163. Andre with a 0.97 to 60 foot, shook going past 60 foot. It's very, very difficult to get these many thousand horsepower race cars to hook up on a cold racetrack. Bit unusual for Andre, actually. That's 2 busted runs in a row, which has been unusual for him because he's been living in the 580s. But yeah, just goes to show what a good job they've done. That it's a surprise when it shakes. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, shout out to Wayne Nicholson as well. I know engine troubles. I think we've all seen the pictures on Facebook of what was not very nice to look at.
It makes you feel ill looking at that, doesn't it? It's just And I think that may even be Wayne.
Yeah, it is.
Moving out now. Yeah, it is. Speedy return, please, for the Lucky Devil team. I know they do have a spare engine. However, they didn't really want to use it after the first run of the year. Let's put it that way. So, yeah, Wayne, the whole Lucky Devil team. Nobody tries harder. Nobody's more enthusiastic than them. So, John Webster's qualified. When Andy Robinson takes the green in just a moment, that will make it another one. Taking on Jean Delamont from France.
Just got crossed up on the burnout, just hung those tyres just a little bit too long, and unfortunately the car's turned right and nosed into the wall.
I'm sure John will be absolutely fine. It's just superficial bodywork damage. Let's be completely honest about it. He's had a lot worse than that, but it's not the point. You know, you don't ever want to start out a season with any sort of damage, whether it be bodywork or engine or anything else as well. So the car, I don't think it got into the chassis at all. It didn't move the wheel or anything like that. It was just the nose at the front of the car. So I don't even know, that might be something they could repair overnight. You never know. Stranger things have been known to happen.
Yeah, totally possible. I think Andy Robinson saw that and shut off literally just straight after the burn. There was no point. He knew he wasn't going to get the running with John's car there, so the team, they do have radio to communicate. That's what ship to shore, I think they called it, didn't they? So they have communicated to Andy, shut it off, and
they
push
can
him back.
By the looks of it, they can actually just get John's car off of the wall. It really was a shame. It only just nudged into the wall as well. I mean, it's like more of a love tap than anything else as well.
Yeah.
That's not. Yeah, look, it's almost popped out now. Now it's got. I wouldn't run it though. So they're just straightening it out. There's a little bit of stuff on the track. But that'll take a couple of bits of sweeping. Just one of those things. But yeah, we can see from our angle up here that the car got sideways, and one tyre was spinning more than... You can see where one gripped and one didn't. Yeah, so the left tyre gripped before the right tyre, and that was what sent it just a little bit too far into the wall. It shows you how difficult these cars are to drive as well, because John's done this for years. Actually, he debuted the same time we did. Do you remember?
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
the same weekend we started doing this, back in Easter 2009.
16 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely that. This is his anniversary weekend, if you will. Ladies and gentlemen, banking grandstands, please put your hands together. The team worked their backsides off to do this. They really had a great start to the year yesterday. Just a shame it hasn't continued today. So if you get the chance, go and see him in the pits. Yeah, that's just that's going to take more than overnight, but that's a bit of glass work. That's not actually that bad. I don't think it's got the fuel cell. It hasn't got any of the chassis or anything like that as well. So that won't be the worst thing he's had to contend with. Let's put it that way. But yeah, if you
Bizarrely, if any team had a spare front fiberglass front end, it'd be there, because the amount of hood scoops he's blown sky high over the years, they got around that problem now. But such a shame. But, fingers crossed. As I say, there's some good fiberglass companies very, very close by, and there's enough people on site with the know-how to, if they deem it necessary or feasible to get it repaired, then it will be job done. But as I say, they need to check everything else out.
Yeah, just a little sweep out there. There's nothing, I don't think there's any liquid on the racetrack. It's just little tiny bits of paint and the odd little tiny bit of bodywork as well. It's more disappointing than anything else, really, isn't it? It's the amount of effort that goes in, and yesterday was a great day. 2 really good, strong 5-second runs was exactly the way you wanted to start out the season.
Just to remind everybody, sorry, Dale, we still got 2 pro mods to go. You've got Andy Robinson that does to burn out there. He's still yet to run, and obviously Bobby Wallace is down there as well. Straight behind them, though, we have jet cars. Oklahoma Willie is lined up down there, and also we have the jet funny cars, Firestorm and Fire Force. They'll be putting their first runs of the weekend in. They are not far away at all. So don't go anywhere, folks. You've got 2 pro mods still to come at you. And then we have our first running of the jet cars here this weekend. Oklahoma Willie with Perry behind the wheel. A fantastic show quality vehicle. Runs in the mid-10s, around about 145 miles an hour. And then when he reaches the end of the drag strip, he just starts the engine, engages drive, and drives it back to the pits. How cool is that? We keep checking it, and it is street legal.
Yeah, you went on the
DVLA
website,
check.
didn't you? Yeah. So John is going to be towing in front of you. Please give him your big Santa Pod cheer, but give him the biggest cheer you can, just to keep his spirits up, please, because he's come a long, long way from all the way from the south of France. And yesterday was a great day for them. Today, not quite so. We hope they'll be back as soon as possible. John, thank you for making the trip. As always, it's always great to see that car here, and he's on the verge of big things as well, actually, with a win at the national finals last year, 2 5-second runs to open the season in 2024. It was all going the right way.
Well, I think we're pretty much there. Tractor coming back to go on station.
And this is also Andy Robinson's first run since qualifying at the European finals back in September last year.
Wow.
Yeah, everything. He had a. I don't want to say it out loud anyway, but he didn't go to plan and he didn't make round one. Let's put it that way. It was one of his more. I think Steph said it best, but I can't repeat it. What last year was. Yeah. It was not their favourite season. Let's put it that way. So the starter goes on the front. Luke on the starter and the bottle as well. Luke's Andy's son. They both built this car together. Oh.
Not sure if that was Andy cutting it off from inside the car or whether the car just stopped itself. No, Luke giving the signal just to hitch up.
Yeah, the thing is as well is that these are first runs of the year for a lot of these folks, a lot of them. They may be down to one session later on today to get in the show, actually. Yeah. But, it's a case of Andy, Luke, they run a very, very successful and incredibly busy chassis shop. They build drag cars, they build all kinds of different things, circuit cars, Le Mans cars. And how on earth they get the time to, let alone, build this car, let alone race it as well. So Andy's going to be another one getting towed back, unfortunately, but they've got to find what the problem is before they come out and run it. These cars are incredibly expensive. We're talking hundreds of thousands of pounds to put one of these together, and you need to make sure everything is absolutely A-OK before you send it up the racetrack. The car is named Anger Management, and possibly one of the most apt names in the whole of drag racing, really. Especially right now, again, unfortunately. So, Bobby Wallace with the family Camaro. One of 3 Pro Mods that they have, believe it or not. Same again, please, folks. Warm your hands for the Robinson gang.
Very rare you actually see a Wallace car up for sale, actually, but the Mustang is up for sale.
I think the Willis was as well, wasn't it?
I don't think it ever made public sale.
Okay.
But, the Mustang is up for grabs.
Yeah, the world's biggest Pro Mod team. One family. One family for 3 cars.
Yeah, Bobby had issues yesterday after the burnout on the second qualifier. Spotted some issues. Not entirely sure what the issues were, but it was enough for them to miss the third qualifier.
This car is absolutely monstrous in every way, shape or form. The engine in this car, we'll translate it into litres for you, 930 cubic inches, which is around about
13 and a half.
Yeah, I was just going to say 13 and a half, 14 litres, something like that. Basically, a lot. Pistons the size of dustbin lids. With
double the size of my engine.
Pretty much, yeah. Well, if you think about that, so if that's, call it around 14. If you call it 14 litres in 8 cylinders, that's 1.8 litres per cylinder.
Oh, that's over 14 litres, actually.
Is it? Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. It's 1.8 litres per cylinder in that car.
I couldn't get insured on one cylinder of this car.
That's nice. Also, this doesn't have a supercharger or a turbocharger. It has nitrous oxide, which is another one of drag racing's great magic ingredients. Basically, it's oxygen, and it makes a lot of horsepower. And that's how come they all compete on a pretty much even keel in European Pro Modified. Well, got to 60 foot in 1.01, and then the tyres looked like they broke loose about 30 foot, then at 60 foot, and it was exactly at 60 foot. And when they shook, they also started to spin. Once again, we have to say, it's really, I mean, I don't need to tell you because you're out there, it's really cold today, which makes it extra difficult to get high horsepower cars to hook up on a racetrack. No matter how good the racetrack is, obviously it's still really good. You still went like 1 second to 60 foot, which is pretty stout.
That run was, if at first you don't succeed, try hitting the throttle again. And then if it doesn't work the second time, maybe it's not a good idea to carry on.
Well, just when you thought it was getting more sedate. Here we go with Top Fuel Bike.
As I say, we've got the Jets in the lanes as well. I know a lot of you have come to see the Jet cars run this weekend. They are in the lanes, getting ready to run.
So, a Top Fuel bike is a two-wheel version of a Top Fuel car, if you like. The vast majority of them are 4-cylinder inline, running on nitromethane with a supercharger. However, Steve has got a problem. Crew telling him to shut off. So almost straight away, Ian gives the signal. I think that's Jury Luke's underneath us with the rocket. When I said most of them are 4-cylinder, the next one isn't. Well, commiserations to Steve. It looks like it was leaking something out of the front, and you cannot send any of these vehicles up the racetrack with any sort of fluid anywhere near them. That is noticeably louder as well, isn't it? Nice strong burnout, but didn't lose fire at the end of it, which is a good thing. So, Jury Luke's new rider for Phil Bainbridge's rocket. Basically all completely machined, built and put together by Phil Bainbridge. Ribbed by Jury Luke, who lives in, originally from Prague, now lives in London. However, this is his first Top Fuel machine that he's ever ridden. And he really is doing a great job so far.
Wheels up to 330 foot, had to roll off the throttle because it was marching towards the centre line.
Well, actually, you can see it was hooked up really nicely. It's a bit slower on a 60 foot 1.12, probably because of the conditions, just to make sure it got off the start line. But then when everything started hooking up, you can see the shake marks from here, where the tyre actually starts.
Yeah.
Now, it's bad enough with two tyres that are chattering. Imagine what one's like, especially under your bum.
I can't imagine it's
maybe
comfortable.
not, but you know, it can't be that great, can it? Outlaw Anglia, Outlaw Flat 4 and Nostalgia Superstock, please, could we have you down here? Yeah, every high horsepower vehicle in these conditions wants to make more horsepower because there's loads of oxygen and a tailwind. However, with the track being cold, like I explained earlier, it's very difficult to get hold of. So last but not least, Phil Crossley on the Imperial Wizard. Phil's been getting further and further down the racetrack. Most importantly, the bike sounds nice and strong. All cylinders lit. Phil's doing a great job of riding. He knows how to ride one of these machines. And I think I speak for everybody when we say we can't wait to see his own version.
Well, he's trying again.
Looks like he was determined to stay with it no matter what. It goes 862, 107 miles an hour. 1.11 to 60 foot, not bad at all. He was rolling on and off the throttle. You could hear that, couldn't you? That's a 6 second, way over 200 miles an hour machine. Well done to Phil and the whole team. Super Street Bike Q4. I think the bump spot. Who's the bump spot? Let's have a look.
I think it's Brad.
We're still waiting on the screen to update.
Yeah, it is Brad.
Yeah, 757. That's Brad's personal best with no sixth gear.
Really?
That was 5.
Hence the speeds
Down.
a tick slower than everyone else.
Yeah.
Not by much. So Daniel Lentz, we've yet to confirm whether the speed he ran. He went 230 yesterday. If that's the new ACU record or not. Up against Margot Smit for the Netherlands. Margot knocking on the door of the sixes. Will this be her first ever 6 second run? Go on, Margot. Oh, 7-0 again. 7:06. 206 miles an hour for Margot Smit. It's really funny, isn't it, with drag racers? Is they're really happy to run quickly, and then they soon get bored running the same time again, don't they? Again and again, you know. But yeah, 7-0, it's over 200. Steve Venables, number 6 at the moment in the Kestrel Lane. Taking on Chris Reed, otherwise known as Boyce. I love the photo Stacey posted yesterday. It was a 2-2 at 202 because he ran 202 miles an hour yesterday. He's currently in at number 7, but he's not comfortable. There are other riders that can go quicker. Well, Steve spun the tyre, Boyce didn't. He went 7:41 yesterday. Today he goes nothing. Well, unfortunately, we have no numbers. Can we? It was a 6:95. Can I make that up? No, maybe not. Sorry, don't swear at me.
No, that was a cracking
That
run.
was
as well.
a great run.
That's
but
such a shame.
we have the reaction times, but we have nothing more than the reaction times. Unfortunately, that was a really sweet-looking run. At Angie up the top end, tell him he ran a 6:95 just for a laugh and film it for us, will you? No, we didn't get any laps time, unfortunately. No. That's a huge, huge shame. Yeah, for some reason, we have to do a timing system reboot. It's incredibly rare anything like that happens. And obviously the Reed family didn't want it to happen then. He'll have the data log from that, so we'll know pretty much what he did.
Well, quite a lot of the data logger systems now will tell you a predicted time of what it would have been anyway.
Yeah, but you can see from the trace, from the wheel speed and everything else as well, what it was. It's just nicer to have the number than a guess.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll be a couple of moments while we reset. Now, I'm pretty sure they may get another stab at that because they didn't get a time.
Yes, it would do.
However, where we slot it in and where they can slot it in, it remains to be seen. That's the thing.
Well, I'm sure Ven will be happy to have a rerun on that one because he just had not the cleanest of runs. Lots of wheel spin on and off the throttle the whole way down the track.
Yeah, it definitely wouldn't have improved. Just to let you know, if it's something to do with the system or whatever that's the issue, then we're very fair. Give the racers another go at it because it's not their fault. But if it's anything to do with the racer not making it, then yeah, that's down to them. So I'm pretty sure they may well get another chance at it, to be confirmed.
Well, just to remind everybody, obviously we've still got, I think, a couple of bikes. I think it's Jake, Michelle and Brad And Johnny Hines is down there. Yes, they've still got some Super Street bikes coming around the corner, and then I think it's the
Jet
Jets.
cars, yeah, absolutely that.
So, yeah, they are ready. So, folks, your patience will be rewarded. Signal's been given to start up our next pair.
Which is Alan Morrison and Jake Michelle. So Jake currently number 2, qualifier 674. I think that was the first pass he made, because the other 2 passes were a bit slippery.
They weren't to plan. Also, to his tuner, I hope he is tuned in. Rick Stubbins. Rick, get well soon, sir. Everyone sends their love and wants to see you back as soon as possible, mate. So, yeah, Alan Morrison, 7.18. Jake Michelle, 674. Whoa,
Jake, hold on tight. How the hell did you hang on to that?
Well done, I think, mostly for Tom for not swearing there. Well done, Tom. I know that's well done because I was about to. Dearie me.
119 to 60 foot.
It was on a storming run, but unfortunately Jake went upwards instead of forwards twice. 771 at 132, 1131 at 82 miles an hour in the other lane. Yep.
That's one for the replays, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's probably not one for
No,
Jake's
not one for
gentleman
Jake's,
area,
yeah.
though. Dearie me.
Thing is, they're all nutcases of riding these bikes, so Jake's probably going to watch that back and go, yeah, I did that.
Yeah, well, I know what the excuse will be. Well, it was going really well, and I wanted to keep going. I know that's always how it works. The thing is, you spend so long in the workshop and over winter and everything, itching to come back and do it, and you get so few chances to actually nail it that when you do, the last thing you want to do is let go of it.
Oh, exactly.
Obviously, sometimes you have to before it gets just a bit too far away from you. Where Jake came down, I'm just trying to see if there's a mark over there where he came down, because it did come down really hard.
I can't work out if that's going down or going up that's made that mark, because it was spinning and then hooked.
Yeah, when it was up in the air. But anyway, the track crew are just going to go and do a little bit of a sweep up there. That was a little bit more spectacular than we wanted to be. One of my favourite stories in Super Street Bike, I don't know if I've ever shared this with you. Mark Watkins, years and years ago on the Terminator bike, in the final of Super Street Bike, a long time ago this was, the bike kept coming up and slamming down and coming up and slamming down, and he was still in the lead, and he did it. It came up and it slammed down about 3 or 4 times, and then there was a big break afterwards because it was really funny. So I remember John Price saying this. He was checked out by the medics because the short version is, all the time he was racing, he had loads of adrenaline, he was really fired up, and every time the bike came down, it slammed his gentleman's area into the tank so hard that when he got off the other end, he collapsed. But there we are.
I was going to say, Jake Michelle's going to be the easy one to spot in the pits. Like, he's the one with the John Wayne walk, isn't he?
Oh dear. Joking aside, Jake, I do hope you're okay.
Yeah,
that was nasty and very, very well held indeed. I remember Steve Venables as well over at Avon Park years ago. He said that they made, I don't know quite how it happened, but they made a boo-boo with the computer or something like that, putting the boost settings in, and all of a sudden, just before the finish line, all the boost came in and it just went straight up in the air. And that's not the place you want to go straight up, is it? Not at all.
Well, he was doing 151 mile an hour vertical, Jake was just then.
I'm not entirely, I think that probably someone will have a photograph of it, all the wheels off the ground. I'm not sure even the back wheel stayed in contact. So it's only a quick sweep, folks. It won't be long. We've still got a few more Super Street bikes. We still have the jet cars to go as well.
So, tractor just coming back on station, I believe. The numbers you're looking at on the scoreboards at the moment, 757. That is the bump spot for Super Street Bike. What that means is that we have got more bikes qualifying than the allotted number of spaces in eliminations. So we've got 8 that can come out and race when we get to eliminations, but we've actually got 10 that are qualifying. So obviously the other 2 won't make it into the show. They become what's called alternates. So if any of the top 8 can't make it for the first round of eliminations, then the guys, or the riders I should say, who qualified 9th and 10th, they get their shot. Obviously the 9th place one will come in first for the first alternate, and then if we get 2 that can't make it, the 10th place one will come in. Well, Ian's doing a little bit. No, is he going back? I can't tell. No, he's going.
No,
up.
he's going back.
Tell you what, just for a second, Nitro FM, if you could just play an advert or 2, and we will take it back when we are in action once again with Super Street qualifying here at the Festival of Power. Looking to go a little bit quicker than 992 went yesterday.
Well, Joe Elliott's one of those that needs a little bit of help from the weather, which he's got, obviously, to run the number. J-Row is way out in front. 86, that'll do. Joe Elliott, though, the 985, somewhat off pace.
56.
Yeah, Craig was just trying to work out the 60 foots yesterday. He seems to be there now, so if he can run on the 850, number 854 doesn't improve at all,
No,
stays put, but
Critch goes too quick by 600ths of a second. Craig was actually from yesterday. Yeah, that's
He's
much quicker
going
than
quick
850.
again.
Will he lift this time?
No.
7.
180, trying to start his own class. 899 at 172 for Pete Wise, no help.
Made the adjustment very well, actually. He's number 2 spot at the moment, 852.
Well, he entered 850 bike in Hockenheim last year, just for the one event.
Bit quick this time, though, 845. Pixlater not as quick as he went yesterday, 869. He's already on
Race day.
Oh, 849 with a 7. Just a little bit too quick there for Daniel. Stays number 1 though. Stacey Reid though, 859, moves up from 8 to 6.
So Costas, not really bothered about running 850s.
Oh, it's his last event in 850, this one, so
Yeah.
he should be eligible for Super Street Bike after this.
All the JKE gang on the start line, phones out ready, taking the videos. Champion from last year. He's only in at the number 3 spot with a 687. This is the fastest bike in Europe. Just. I think it is 1 mile an hour in it now.
I think there's less than that because he went 230, so did Danny. It just depends on the last numbers. So let's see what Al Morrison Jr. can do this time round. The answer is a fantastic pedal job. My goodness me. Get that man a funny car. No, that's a lift at the top end.
Yeah.
811 at 136. If that had been a race, that's exactly what you need to do. And if nothing else, that's good practice for it, I suppose, isn't it?
Exactly.
Really,
And
if it does that.
if you noticed, it started to spin and hook again, very similar to what Jake did. But he just, as soon as it came up, rolled off it instantly and just rolled through.
So, Johnny Hines and Rodolfo Maduro.
So I was in the pits yesterday. Rodolfo, this is the bike that he built himself.
I beg your pardon then.
So it wasn't Gemma Venable's bike as we were umming about.
No, that was me, wasn't you, Barry? But it's a very similar style, but it's an amazing looking piece of kit. It really is.
It's the only GSXR. Very common in the United States ranks of Pro Street bike, which is their version of the Super Street bikes, but they're allowed to go a lot longer wheelbase than we are. Now I can't imagine that's what Rodolfo wanted to do. Very, very slow off the line, but he's motoring on at the top end. 8:46, 154.
Yeah, just with the jet. Just with the jet. So I might say a bit myself as well, actually.
Okay, so jet time.
Now's the time. I'll be very quick. Can you bring them in? Yeah, of course.
So we have a number of guests arrived
Yeah.
in the tower to warm themselves, actually. This is the VIP section this weekend because we've got heating. First of all, the governor here at Santa Pod Raceway, Mr. Keith Bartlett, the man, one of the people that made the decision, obviously, to move the event first of all. I mean, it's a shame to do it, but definitely the right call.
We had no option. You know, it was the forecast for the Easter was so bad. This is the second year. I've never done this in 25 years to postpone 2 events, but unfortunately, this sort of rescheduled Festival of Power has now run into the problem called COLD, cold. It's so cold. I heard you mention earlier we got a concrete track, which, you know, I'm always raving about in the summer months, you know, how high performance the track is. The reality is, of course, when it's cold, as you said, you know, the track temperature today is around about 50 degrees or just under. To run the big cars, the fuel cars, that should be 85 to 95 minimum, more or less.
Absolutely, and it just to enable them to get the power down the racetrack. We've got Perry down there with Oklahoma Willie. One of our favourite pastimes is watching people on the VIP balcony, if you wouldn't mind joining in. We've seen this enough times, we don't watch the truck anymore, we tend to watch the fans.
Yeah.
Or the guests,
Yeah.
anyway. Oh, we would do if
Well,
we
if
could
you
see
can
them.
watch them, yeah.
Yeah, if we could see them. Oh, hang on.
That's never happened before.
Yeah,
There's
first
some
time for
stars in your eyes up here, isn't it?
we didn't get to see them jump. What a huge shame. So one of the reasons as Oklahoma really goes through its fantastic flame show. One of the reasons there's a number of jets at this event, obviously, because the weather can be unpredictable.
And the Festival of Power is done as a jet show as well. So that's the only good thing about our unpredictable weather this weekend.
Well, the fact that we get to be warm as well, certainly a bonus. So this amazing machine, the reason it's called Oklahoma Willie was it was found in a field in Oklahoma, believe it or not. It's an old farm truck. And Perry brought it over and turned it into what you see today. Possibly the world's only road legal jet as well, Colin. Is that right?
More than likely. 1958 VW pickup, and here it is in 2024 with a jet engine mounted on the back, about to go 150 odd mile an hour.
Wonder if he's still got the engine running. What do you think?
Well, you will at the end of the
Yeah,
track.
to drive off. So what will it be? In the 10s probably? Nah, not quite. 11.09, 145 miles an hour. I think everybody liked that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tremendous.
No, so, you know, I think for all the fans out there, you know, fantastic. Thank you for all your patience, but it's very difficult to run the fuel cars and the big cars in these conditions. And as Darryl quite rightly said, you know, they'll make the power, but trying to keep that power onto the ground is very difficult when there isn't the traction. I know this is almost contradictory to saying what good traction we got, but the temperature on the track plays such a huge part.
It's so that the rubber can move underneath the tyres, basically.
Exactly, yeah. And if the big cars, they could lower the tyre pressure slightly and try and spin the tyres, but then they've got the other problem. Or what happens, a lot of people think, oh, you know, this is a bit of a dodgy track, I won't put so much power in. Then you're underpowered and you shake,
Yeah,
so you see the cars shaking. So it's very difficult, which is an ideal situation perhaps to introduce two of the cars that couldn't make the last round, and I'll let you and Darryl take this over, can give a good story from the driver's perspective.
Yeah, we certainly will.
Okay, very good. I'll pass over to you guys.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. We have up in the tower with us. Actually, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 racing, possibly 6, depending.
No, I'm
not
part-time.
6. No, he's not. He's just got a streak car, isn't he? Right, so we have Andy Raw with the Nitro Bug. Andy, very good afternoon, sir. And Mr. Tim Garlick.
Good afternoon to you.
Someone, can you just turn him on? Not that way. Oh, he is. I beg your pardon. Sorry. Couldn't tell from there. So, gentlemen, a couple of runs yesterday, first runs of the season. And obviously, as Keith was alluding to, it's quite tricky getting the cars down the track when it's chilly, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yesterday we had a very, very good day. The track temperature appeared more than good enough for us. In fact, it probably helped us.
Yeah.
And now today, it's not just the track, it's the temperature and the effect it's having on our engine. As I showed you guys, these bearings we just brought up here, we're having a big issue with our oiling.
Okay.
So we just can't get enough heat in the oil.
I was just going to say, is it because the oil's too cold? Is that what it is?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, give you an indication, we took a couple of barrels home to the hotel last night and put them up against the radiator.
Wow.
Okay.
Did
Did they have the heating on in the hotel or not?
They did. They did once we turned up, yeah.
Yours was the one with the steam on the windows
Exactly.
on the inside.
We had a very
yeah, okay,
unpleasant
fair
night,
enough
but it helped the oil a bit. But we just can't get the temperature in the car.
Yeah. That's a huge shame. Andy, similar issues for you. I mean, you run similar combinations. I guess it's the same for you.
It certainly is. Yeah, we just got its same issues. The oil's so cold, we can't really do the warm up properly. We just, we can't chance it with what we've got.
Yeah, because it's not a case of, like a lot of races, you do have one of everything, maybe a spare if you're lucky.
Yep.
But this is the start of the season. This is kind of a test stroke show event, isn't it?
It certainly
And
is.
the last thing you want to do is run down your parts supply on day one.
Oh, it's
effectively,
just daft. I mean, we try and work with the track. We try and work with you guys, so we put a good show on. And if we wreck these engines at the start of the season and we have nothing left for the rest of the year, it's just ridiculous. It'd just be a silly thing to do.
It really, really is a shame. But at least you got to join us for the Jets.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Thank you.
Top stuff.
You don't look that thrilled about it. Yeah, don't go away.
Okay.
So we have underneath us Fire Force and Fire Storm. I think.
It is, yeah, you're 100% right.
Oh yeah.
Now, obviously, we'll be looking at backside VIP, as we always do.
Yeah, but I know
I've
what's
got
coming.
an idea with Perry, but this lot will be a little bit more...
It's never as funny
Violent.
when they know what's coming. So, side-by-side jet cars to 1,000 foot for your viewing pleasure. They have actually tested before this weekend, but this is the first time they've been side-by-side in 2024. One good thing about jets, there's no point in talking, so we get a rest.
So many permutations you can work this round. We've got a Ford versus Chevy, because if you've got the Mustang against the Chevy Lumina down there, you've got two different engine combinations, you've got two different seating combinations.
But they both make the same noise.
Yep.
Now, the big difference between this and Oklahoma Willie as well is that was a quiet bit.
Yeah.
It now gets a lot louder and a lot more vicious. So in testing, Roger Goring has run really quickly with Firestorm. This is a side-by-side to 1,000 foot where the orange markers are. Richie says, cheerio, Martin. And everybody over there too. Here comes Roger. Wow, Roger goes through with a 584 at 223 miles an hour. Don't forget, that's 1,000 foot. Martin actually left before the tree was activated. Couldn't hold it on the line, unfortunately. We all hope you really, really enjoyed that. Thank you very much indeed for sticking with us through the day. And a prime example, unfortunately, gents, of why jets are ideal for no matter what the weather is, and wheel-driven ones sometimes are a bit more difficult, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, will you be? Do you think you can make it out later today, or is it just kind of one of those days where you don't? As long as it needs to get warmer, doesn't it? And it's not. Probably
It really does. I just don't think it's worth the risk.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the teams. That's the Fire Force team, and in the Suburban, that will be Helen. Waving out the window, going to get Roger. So, yeah, obviously, the cars like yours they're competition vehicles. The idea is race, first and finish line wins. Jet cars are exhibitions, so it's not so vital for them, conditions and everything else as well. On the subject of performance, yesterday was a pretty good day all round, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, very, very good. We didn't expect that.
You didn't expect it, no?
Absolutely not. That was supposed to be a half pass. It felt good.
Well, hang on a minute. You were the one in it, and it went out the back door.
Hang on. We had an agreement.
Yeah, we did. I don't.
Half passes.
Yeah.
I had permission from Mum to run the car, so we just had to get on with it. Yeah.
That went out the window.
Yeah. I mean, I always chat with the crew before we go out, and I said, look, guys, an eighth would be really good. You get to the eighth, you go,
this is fun.
It's a hell. Yeah, it's great. It's great. It's going well, so keep the foot in. Yeah, good result.
It must have felt
for them.
It looks
forget
smooth.
me. Forget for them. It's the crew works so damn hard on this stuff all winter, and to do that off the trailer is just fantastic.
Well, just on that note, before we go back to racing for a couple of moments, Andy, just give us a brief rundown of what you guys go through over the winter. I mean, it's almost endless, isn't it? Really.
You haven't got enough time.
Yeah, this year's been pretty intense after the problems we had at the Euros last year. We've done massive amount of upgrading, lots of new parts. We've still got the issue with getting parts over.
That's
America.
one of the big things as well, isn't it? Even with nearly 8 months off, it's almost impossible to get stuff.
Behind today.
And that actually factors in your decision-making process with how you run the car in the year.
Yeah.
You're not going to be such a risk taker, because if you want to crank for my car in particular, I think the lead time is about 6 months. Wow. A block could be a year. I'll give you an indication. We ordered a Littlefield blower. I think it was over 14 months ago. That's just turned up. So you can't be destructive.
So order now for 2026 is what you're saying.
You absolutely do have to behave like that. There's a real supply issue.
Okay.
Problem at the moment from the States.
Is there nothing, just speaking as a fool like I always do, but is there nothing on your cars you can use from other fuel cars, like you can use top fuel stuff or anything like that? Is it all now that specialised for your class particularly?
Andy can probably slightly more than myself, because he'll run the big show cranks and stuff, but even that's got a problem for him because they're in high demand in America and they don't release them that quickly over here. They will go to the big teams before they come to us.
Makes sense, yeah.
So
it's always been that story with racing on the other side of the world, as in here as opposed to there. However, everything in the last few years has just amplified.
COVID's changed everything.
Yeah,
it changed everything. Supply issues, staffing issues, bizarre.
Well, yesterday was a great day. Hopefully, the rest of the season will be too. And gentlemen, we're sorry you can't make it out today, but thank you.
Thanks for your time. Sorry to the guys on the bank.
No trouble. That's Andy Raw and Tim Garlick, folks. Back to make some noise later on in the season.
They certainly will. Outlaw Flat 4 in front of us at the moment. Can I please have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes? Right, actually, this is a carryover from yesterday, actually, Outlaw Flat 4, one of the classes that didn't get to run late in the day yesterday. This is Darren Shepherd and Adam Lowe. Heads up class, so no dial-ins on this one. Whoever's the quickest takes number 1. There's Adam Lowe with 11.13, stays number 3, and Darren Shepherd goes 12.32, stays number 4.
Did you hear that? Did you like my Tim Garlick impression? Was it good?
It was very, very convincing to the point where you might have to get in the car and drive it as well, mate.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
in. I'm in.
Oh,
Right. Simon Goff with Das Packet. VW Beetle going alongside Mark Eltringham.
that is
one-
a wicked-looking car, that one, isn't it? We do actually have a bunch of notes for the Outlaw Flat 4 guys. Thank you very much indeed. Simon's best ET with this car so far, he's on a buy run, is 12.25, 109. I think he went faster than that yesterday. Just tipped over 111.
Whoa, lots of flame out of one side of the Beetle there.
Well, the good news was Simon actually must have felt that because he backed off.
Yeah.
That's what nitrous and stuff and really good air can do. Simon does the professional thing and pulls over to the side of the racetrack. A 14-second run was not what he was looking for, but he must have felt the stutter, I guess.
Well, you can tell how good the air is by watching the nitrous guys' purge. The higher it goes and the thicker it is, the better the air is. And you saw his nitrous purge was strong.
So even with weather like this, nitrous helps, yeah?
Always.
Yeah. More oxygen is always good.
Exactly.
The trouble is though is if you get too much nitrous in, and not enough fuel at the same time, that's when it starts burning a lot of the time. And
it goes lean.
It's a really, really fine line. So we're on with Outlaw Anglia.
Yeah, again, this is another one carryover from last night. Got Ben Kennedy and Colin Miller.
Ben Kennedy's currently number 2 qualifier with an 8.81, which, as we said yesterday, for a Lexus, not a Lexus car,
Yeah,
the
because
engine
it is Lexus
spectacular.
powered, yeah. That's what you call a burnout that he's been sat in the pairing lanes for about 6 years waiting to do.
It's just not just that. It's like it's not winter anymore. Yay! I think that's what that was. Something like that. Super Pro into the lanes, please. For I think you're full qualifying. Super Pro, please. So Ben Kennedy with Relentless. That is so. Remind me what's in there.
It's a 1UZ. Lexus V8. A very alternative way of going V8 racing, especially because it's a Japanese V8.
And it's in an English Anglia.
Yeah, that was his personal best yesterday as well, the 881.
Terrific. Colin Miller is trying to set the car up to run in 760 heads up. He said it wasn't particularly happy yesterday.
No.
Hopefully this will be a nice straight one.
Well, it's one of those where it was straight until it wasn't. 110 60 foot came off the line brilliantly. He's off the power now and goes to the 9-1.
No improvement free. The 914 at 112 for Colin. 956 at 135 for Ben Kennedy, who until yesterday would probably have been really happy with that.
Yeah.
I can see Pro ET in the lanes as well. Nostalgia Superstock. We've got lots of stuff still to go. Not to mention, I'm not even sure what the time is. Live Action Arena at various points. When's the next Live Action Arena showcase? It's 3:30, isn't it, Colin?
Yeah, 3:30 second show for them today. Right, Wayne Power and Doug McClure.
Wayne with the nitrous on this time.
Strong launch from Wayne there.
Went 9:44 yesterday. Is this going to be any quicker? Strong looking runs in both lanes. 9:39. He does go even quicker. 143 miles an hour. And a 10:29 for Dougie was his quickest run of the weekend. So
very
far.
nice indeed.
So Nostalgia Superstock. The last year for trucks officially. Is that right?
Yeah. And the last class carryover from yesterday, actually.
What, from last night?
Yeah.
But that didn't get to run, yeah?
Correct.
We've still got a few more classes that to go with their third qualifying session. But not many now, which is a good thing. So Clive Danbridge with the truck and Spencer Tram with the Camaro.
Lots of wheel spin out of just one of the wheels for Clive there. No issues at all for Spencer. Looking for an 11.08. Goes 11.06 breakout. Yeah, 14.46 for Clive, because if you look at the track, one of his wheels was spinning all the way past the tree.
Right, Don Scott and Mick Sharp. Don Scott obviously with the Superbird, and Mick Sharp, Detroit Hustle. Darlings for these two. Don is a 988, Mick 970. Good launch there for Mick. All the way through. 979 for Mick Sharp, 987 with a full breakout by less than 100th there for Don Scott. Oh, so close. Probably can't hear me, he's got big headphones on, but good afternoon to you, Herb. He did. Adrian Portelli. So Adrian is your number one qualifier. Darling, that 10.91 once again that served him so well yesterday. Can he do it twice in a row? Oh no, a little bit quicker this time. 10.87, that's a breakout. But as I say, he's already had a perfect TT. Can't really improve much on that. That could be... yeah, Steve Venables come round for the rerun, so no Boyce for his rerun. But Steve Venables down. This is obviously when we had the reaction times, but we didn't get any speeds or ETs or even 330 numbers or anything like that.
Well, no Boyce, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm sure Steve was happy to have the rerun. Another tuning run. Yeah, much softer off the launch. Pulling in the power now. 160 at the 8th, 745 at 206 mile an hour at the quarter.
Still some way off his usual manic pace, I would say.
Well, I bet he can't wait to get hold of his new bike, that is for sure. Right, on to Pro ET. Susie McClure with the Eye Candy Dragster.
How many have we got qualified from yesterday's? 32?
31, I think 32. It is.
Yeah. 31.
Yeah, 31.
Okay.
Oh, wow. The McClure's bringing up the rear. So this could be the last session for Pro ET.
I believe it will be.
Yes, the last qualifying session anyway.
Yeah.
Then we're into eliminations. So if anyone else turns up in this session that's entered, obviously, they can't just turn up, but that didn't run yesterday, we may end up with A, a bump spot, and B, some alternates. We'll have to wait and see. So Susie McClure is in at number 30. The car's been launching really well. She's been getting further and further down the racetrack, just getting comfortable, really.
Yeah, looking for an 11.99. That is the slowest you can dial in Pro ET.
I don't think that will be an 11.99. That 15.03 at 66 miles an hour. The feeling of being in a dragster, as you'll know, Tom, takes some getting used to as well, doesn't it? It's a bit... the one thing I found really weird was I was looking at everyone's kneecaps.
Yes.
Not that I'm much taller than that normally, but when you're sat down, you really do. You're like, you're so low down, aren't you?
Well, one of the things I find when you're teaching some of the new junior dragster drivers is to not stare at the front wheels.
Yep.
Which happens quite a lot for some of the bigger cars as well, because you can't see them in a road car, or in fact a door car.
Yep. You can only just see the top of them in like a regular long dragster. So Harley J. Darby and Dave Rudd, both these two are way better than their current qualifying positions. Harley J 18th, Dave Rudd 22nd. Come on, Dave, you got one more run, not to make me look like a liar for calling you Mr. Qualifying. 950. Don't worry about the red light. Excuse me. Harley Darby looking for 887. Goes 96 and a 53 for Dave Rudd. That's more like it. I still he gets to number 14 though. So Johnny McClure with Thunderstruck. We were just noticing the qualifying list. The McClures, 3 of them, all 3 of them are like 29, 30, 31. I'm sure we can do something about that here. Against Darren Law. Darren going way quicker than he ever has before. 8.70 with the Wicked Lady. And a 10.20 for Johnny with Thunderstruck.
Yeah, Darren currently in the number 24 spot. He's going to definitely want to improve on that. But new combination from him, I think. The engine's certainly looking very shiny.
Yeah, and quick too. 875 takes him up to number 20. Johnny McClure with a 1061. No improvement, unfortunately. So, Lee Morris and Mark Huxley. We have a number of Huxleys completing this weekend. 4, I think, actually.
Yeah, Lee Morris proving you don't need to be an ex-junior driver to win things.
He's about as far from an ex-junior driver as you can possibly get. But he's, only because he knows what he's doing, been around a while, and he's absolutely on his game every time. 10.01 in the Slick Tricks lane for the Jag. And for Mark with the little Can-Do Corolla. In fact, probably years ago, with his dad's original incarnation of Can-Do, was racing against Lee Morris with the Jag.
Yeah.
He's been around that long. .10.03, Lee Morris stays number 1. Mark Huxley, another really good run though. 79 on 76, no improvement qualifying wise, but another good run all the same. So Jack McClure. So we got the Williams family, the McClure family, the Morrison family, the Huxley family, all with at least 3 or 4 entrants in every single team. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. You also got the Kellett team.
Yep. Exactly.
Double duty in it with Tom Kay in Pro ET as well.
Definitely a family thing. So Ronnie Mercer currently number 4 after that moment with the blocks at the other end. That was in Super Comp qualifying, not in Pro ET. So Jack McClure can do the first half. 28 with a 2 for Ronnie, and 12.48. Jack McClure stays 31. Ronnie breaks out by just that much. Although I think, to be honest with you, the crew are just pleased just going through the finish line in the middle of the lane, not the middle of the track. Bob Molden and Stevie Gates with Ziva the Camaro. So Steve Gates with an 853 was the winner. First time ever winner for him back at Easter with this car that's brand new to him. Bob Molden trying out a 939 this time. .009 in the Slick Tricks lane, 01 in the Kestrel lane. 51.8, 39 with a 1. Bob Molden takes the number 2 spot. That'll be number 2, Mrs. Molden. Very, very well done indeed. I tell you what, I was going to say look at that package, but I'm not being rude. I'm just saying, look at that. 011 on the tree for Bob Molden. 939 with a 1. It's what in the States they would call a 2-pack. Or thereabouts, anyway.
Warren Watts and Brett Featherstone, 2 different ways of going Chevrolet racing.
Oh, Novas are just lovely.
Well, I was speaking to Warren, looking at his Facebook posts about...
That counts as speaking to in the modern age,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, of course it does. Talking about the new wrap. And he said, apparently it looked tatty before. Well, it was one of the best appearing cars that there was. So looking for a 905, Joe. 905 with 4.
Believe it
Into
or
the
not,
number 4 spot.
Brett goes 57 on a 59 too quick. However, Warren Watts, 9054 on a 905 dial-in, only gets him the number 4 spot. That's quite... I still find that staggering. I really do. I find that absolutely amazing in the most unfortunate way. Okay. Tom Watkins with Doris the Charger in the Kestrel Lane 904, taking on Dave Fulton. I would call him Don't Lift Dave, but it doesn't matter in this class at the moment because he can dial his own. Very close. Oh, Dave goes way too quick. Don't say this, Tom. Couple of hundreds too quick for Tom Watkins, nearly a tenth too quick for Dave at 9.13. So one of the great things about bracket racing is because you effectively predict your time. What you can do is if the car's running quicker, guess what? You just change the number on the board. However, you've got to get it right. That's the thing. It's not that simple. You can't decide after you've run. Bill Wilson, 11.59 and 11.30 for the drift car. Just goes to show how quick drift cars are as well, doesn't it? I know that it's got slicks on it now, but still pretty nippy, to say the least. Lots of tyre spin off the line for Darren Huxley. Good when you're sliding, not when you're drag racing. No improvement for either. Both of them actually quite a way off their dials. That's what it's all about, improving. Okay, Neil Watkins with the Purple Express pickup truck in the Slick Tricks lane against John Bean. If you haven't seen this car before, check out John Bean's Mustang on the launch these days. Dials are 901, hangs the front end in the air for a long while, and has a bounce or two when he comes down as well. Currently qualified 11 and 18. The only thing with John Bean's got a new car that's quite a bit quicker than this. I just wonder once he's run that if he's going to get bored with this one.
Do you reckon you could ever get bored of that?
Well, 0001 reaction time for Neil Watkins and a 901 with a 7 for John Bean. Believe it or not, goodness me. Neil Watkins runs 11.30 on 11.29. He's number 7. John Bean, bang on the money, 901 with a 7, only number 6.
What's mental about that is if Neil had dialed at 11.30, he would have had a 0002 package.
Yeah. But a perfect light though, 0001 for Neil Watkins.
And 11.3001. Okay, Matthew Dowdy not having his usual clockwork weekend at the moment in the Kestrel Lane. Taking on Nora Baton. Look at that for Matthew Dowdy. 11.08 with a 3 on 11.07. And he's only number 9. Deary me.
Yeah, but they'll be pleased with that because the car is now
Yeah.
starting to do what they want it to do.
10:37 on the other side of the racetrack, 129 miles an hour.
That is, tell you what, that is bunching up now. Look at this.
Seriously.
Wow.
Well, they're just doing a bit of a check in Matthews Lane. I did notice a little bit of smoke in the shutdown
Yeah, it
area.
was breathing a little bit heavy towards the stripe, wasn't it?
Yeah, look at where these two are qualified. Amy Watkins and Dave Cherrett. Look at that. 23 and 29. Right behind them, we've got Super Pro.
So just having a good old look in the Kestrel lane. And just a little bit of sledding. Just taking the tractor up and down the lane a couple of times. And
Just
should be good
making-
to go once again.
Absolutely sure, of
Yeah.
course. Like they always do. Well, it's good to have a nice, solid session of racing, especially after the weather. We've still got loads and loads to run through. We've got Super Pro after Pro ET in just a couple of moments. Needless to say, we're behind on the schedule, but that's weather related. That's
Yes.
nothing. Can't do anything about that, obviously. We've got
Super Comp. And then it will be ET Bike, Nostalgia, Superstock. Obviously, the run they had earlier was carryover from last night. And loads more bikes, loads more cars. And we still have another pro session as well. And more jets, of course.
And more. Then later on, as the day wears on, we've got 32 car fields have got their first rounds.
Yeah.
Or 32 bike fields as well, actually. They've got their first rounds of racing coming up this evening before we head into finals day tomorrow.
Don't forget Live Action Arena. Second and final show is at 3:30, so it's just over half an hour's time. Those of you that are hanging around on site tonight, we've got Fuelers Bar, Fat Jukebox. They are the live band tonight on stage in Fuelers Bar at 9 o'clock this evening. So, although it might be a little bit chilly, it'll be warm in Fuelers Bar, place to hang out this evening. And all the food vendors will be open for the evening. And of course, I think the fairground ride will be there as well. Okay, thumbs up given. Next pair, start them up. There we've got a collection of cars behind us. I don't know who's going to finish and start. I think it's going to be Amy. Indeed, it is. And Dave Cherrett. So Dave Cherrett with the Dark Revenger, dialing for him is 9.80. Amy Watkins with the Firebird, 986. So she's normally in the 9.5s. So unusual to see Amy winding it back that far to 986, but they know something that we don't. So the two Steves move out of the way of their respective drivers. Steve Kelly out there for Amy, and of course Steve Cherrett there for Dave. .987 with a 1 for Amy Watkins, moves up from 23 to 8. But no movement for Dave Cherrett. That 10.23 not helping him at all. He stays number 28. Don Scott and Simon Innes. Next pair, Don with the Superbird. Double classing, not only in Nostalgia Superstock, but he's in Pro ET here as well. And Simon Innes with a Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda. His dial-in is 1071. He's currently in number 16 spot. Don at the lofty heights of number 3 at the moment. Well, both go red, doesn't matter. Almost perfect there for Don, though. Don gets there first for the 992. Simon goes 1068. Unfortunately, a breakout there for Simon. 300's too quick. Don had already done better than a 992 and an 86. So he stays 3. And of course, Simon stays 16. The Sour Grape Javelin of Mason Griffiths. Currently 24. His dial-in for this one, 1147. And it's Reuven Dawson with the Copo Camaro, 895 dial-in for Reuven. Of course, double classing, also running in Comp Eliminator. Beautiful launch for Reuven. And he's going to get there first, but can he run 895? 902 this time round. Oh, 1146 breakout by 100th of a second for Mason Griffiths. So he's going to stay put there. There's some great qualifying from Pro ET here. Next pair, Nick Mugridge and Andrew Brook. So you've got the Junior Comp Dragster taking on the normal dragster, if you like. Darlin Zen, 999 for Nick, 943 for Andrew. It's all about the ETs. What have these two got for us then? Andrew, 937 breakout. Oh, breakout for Nick Mugridge as well. But it's another 9-second pass for him. A 997 at 133. So both of them going too quick to make any difference on their qualifying positions. But well on Nick on another 9-second pass. Tom Kay with the Black Belt Racing Dragster dialing in 1009 for this one, going alongside Doug McClure with the Slugcess. So Tom's going to get there first, gets a 1007 breakout too quick. And Doug goes through there, 1147 at 115. That moves up. Oh no, Doug stays put actually, number 19. Right, so it's Super Pro ET next round the corner. Good old mix of vehicles, but before that, the Bluebird. Just going to put some extra traction down for these racers. Gives us a chance just to catch our breath up here just for a moment. So what we'll do, we will hand the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. Don't forget, folks, half an hour's time, the second of the 2 live action arena shows at the top end of the banking, just the other side though. That's where you'll see live action arena, but for the time being, Nitro FM can take the airwaves. We'll take it back when we continue qualifying here at the Festival of Power.
Rick, get well soon, sir. Everyone sends their love and wants to see you back as soon as possible, mate. So, yeah, Alan Morrison, 7.18. Jake Michelle, 674. Whoa,
Whoa,
Jake!
Jake, hold on tight. How the hell did you hang on to that?
Well done, I think, mostly for Tom for not swearing there. Well done, Tom. I know that's well done because I was about to. Dearie me. Less than that because he went 230, so did Danny. It just depends on the last numbers. So let's see what Al Morrison Jr. can do this time round. The answer is a fantastic pedal job. My goodness me. Get that man a funny car. No, that's a lift at the top end.
Yeah.
811 at 136. If that had been a race, that's exactly what you need to do. And if nothing else, that's good practice for it, I suppose, isn't it?
Exactly.
Really,
And
if it does that.
if you noticed, it started to spin and hook again, very similar to what Jake did. Very common in the United States ranks of Pro Street bike, which is their version of the Super Street bikes, but they're allowed to go a lot longer wheelbase than we are. Now, I can't imagine that's what Rodolfo wanted to do. Very, very slow off the line, but he's motoring on at the top end. 846, 154.
Yes.
Absolutely. And it just to enable them to get the power down the racetrack. We've got Perry down there with Oklahoma Willie. One of our favourite pastimes is watching people on the VIP balcony, if you wouldn't mind joining in. We've seen this enough times. We don't watch the truck anymore. We tend to watch the fans.
Yeah.
Or the guests,
Yeah.
anyway. Oh, we would do if
Well,
we
if
could
you
see
can
them.
watch them, yeah.
Yeah, if we could see them. Oh, hang on.
That's never happened before.
Yeah, first
Some
time for
stars in your eyes up here, isn't it?
we didn't get to see them jump. What a huge shame. So one of the reasons as Oklahoma really goes through its fantastic flame show. One of the reasons is a number of jets at this event, obviously, because the weather can be unpredictable.
And the Festival of Power is done as a jet show as well. So that's the only good thing about our unpredictable weather this weekend.
Well, the fact that we get to be warm as well, certainly a bonus. So this amazing machine, the reason it's called Oklahoma Willie was it was found in a field in Oklahoma, believe it or not. It's an old farm truck. And Perry brought it over and turned it into what you see today. Possibly the world's only road legal jet as well, Colin. Is that right?
More than likely. 1958 VW pickup, and here it is in 2024 with a jet engine mounted on the back, about to go 150 odd mile an hour.
Wonder if he's still got the engine running. What do you think?
Well, he will at the end of the
Yeah,
track.
to drive off. So what would it be? In the 10s probably? Nah, not quite. 11.09, 145 miles an hour. I think everybody liked that.
Yeah, tremendous.
No.
So many permutations you can work this round. We've got a Ford versus Chevy, because you've got the Mustang against the Chevy Lumina down there. You've got two different engine combinations. You've got two different seating combinations.
But they both make the same noise. Yep. Now, the big difference between this and Oklahoma Willie as well is that was a quiet bit. Yeah. It now gets a lot louder and a lot more vicious.
Okay, so we are back with Super Pro ET. Into the lanes, please. Can we have Funny Car, Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified, Super Street Bike, Top Fuel. Oh no, sorry, not into the lanes. Apologies. Funny Car, Comp Eliminator, Pro Mod, Super Street Bike, Top Fuel Bike, 60-minute warning. I should have read the whole message before I started reading it out. My fault. Super Pro ET then, their last qualifier. Alan did well. Your number one qualifier, and he wears the number one with pride on the car from his championship win last year. Going alongside Evil Edna, that wicked Chevrolet of Jack Williams. Dialing for him, 753. Alan did well, looking for a 764. So door car taking on dragster here at the rescheduled Festival of Power. Both away very nicely indeed. What will the scoreboards give us? A 765. A 757 on a 53 for Jack Williams. But not only that, Jack was 0-1 off the line. Nailed the tree completely that time round. Well done. But they both stay put. Next up, Tom Atkinson with a Time Is Money Cortina Estate. Currently in the number 3 spot, and is Alan Schofield with the dragster, 765, currently number 6. We were talking yesterday about why Alan runs this car instead of the altered. And to cut a long story short, Alan has always wanted a blown dragster. And this car is actually tagged to go quicker than the altered that he had. So that's a good reason. So, 841, the target for Tom, 765, the target for Alan. Alan's going to get there first and gets. Whoa, 766, moves up 1 spot, only 100th of a second off. 200th of a second off was Tom Atkinson. Very, very close indeed. So, Alan moves up from 6 to 5. Tom stays number 3. Lee Huxley with the Dark Horse Mustang. And it's Mark Bailey with the Barracuda. Not much of a difference on dial-in difference between these two. Lee looking for 8.90 in the Slick Tricks lane, and it's Mark Bailey 8.75 in the Kestrel Beer lane. Lee is currently 17, Mark 18. Like to move up if they can, but to do that, they've got to get very close to their numbers without going under them. Oh, wow. Lee Huxley has just gone 860. 875. Mark Bailey moves up from 18 to number 5. But goodness me, Lee Huxley, where did that one come from? Dialed in 890, missed it by a mile, went 860. That's actually back where the car should be, to be honest, but they've unlocked it and they found it. All right, the Joker of Kieran Astley and Joe Kellett. Well, Joe trying to hit that 735 again. He went 735 with a 6 to go number 4 on the qualified order at the moment. Kieran Astley, currently number 21. So he is one looking to move on up. Joe's going to get there first. 7:36, just missed it. And an 8:49 for Kieran Astley. Not entirely what he wanted. So no improvement in positions. They stay put. 21 for Kieran and number 4 for Joe. AC Bell with the Teenage Dream. No, that's not the Teenage Dream. That's not the Dodge Dart, anyway. Going alongside Colin Morris with the Morris Boys Camaro. 871 the dial in there for Colin. Currently number 10, AC currently number 22.
Interestingly enough, earlier on today, me and Thomas were looking through various photographs of Scandinavian top door slammers, and this was one of them. AC Bell's car. It did come from Sweden. I always said which pro stock car did it used to be, and I think it probably was. Been told to shut off.
Oh no, I think that's Willie bar marks.
That's
yeah, I was just looking at it. Oh no, that's not. Ready?
Good job, Mr. Morris, of hanging on to it, and a 008.
75 on the 71, stays number 10.
Nicely done. What's the time? Approaching.
Well, it's got to be approaching live action arena
It
time,
is, yeah. I was
actually.
just thinking that. It's 3:15 now.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
So, Daniel Giles this weekend in the dragster. Pretty sure after Super Pro, we've got ET Bike, is that right? And Nostalgia Superstock. And then
Bike time.
Yeah, as the day moves on, I think we're going to start getting into eliminations. The simple reason, obviously, we're slightly behind, well, more than slightly due to the weather and various other things, behind on time. So we're getting towards wrapping up qualifying and getting towards getting on with eliminations. However, we still have this session of Super Pro to go.
Yeah, it should be super comp, actually.
Yeah, I think they're probably there as well. The bikes are there too.
Yeah, I can see Ronnie. He's running in super comp, so yeah. So, Daniel Giles on his own then, looking for a 7:42 with the Giles and Hartley dragster.
So those kids look like they've been otherwise detained in the back of that pickup, in the back of that hatchback, don't they? It's like a very comfy place to sit. Okay, fire run for Daniel, 7:42. He's already run 7:43, and he's number 12 with that. 43 with a 4. Deadly consistent. Absolutely deadly consistent. Doesn't. Oh no, he did actually move up to number 7 with that. I was going to say he didn't improve because he'd already run that before, but he was closer to his number that time round. Okay, Pete Brown in the Rebel. 8:55 is the dining, and the slick tricks lane problems. Unfortunately, after the burnout for Dave Crowhurst, that car has picked up unbelievably.
Yeah, it's phenomenal that. Go to plan, unfortunately, there for Pete.
Just no RPM off the
No,
line, which
nothing.
is very unusual.
Yeah, thumbs down. Understand your frustration, Rob.
We love them when they go right, not when they go wrong.
Yeah.
Well, it hasn't gone wrong. It's still in one piece. Everything appears to be okay. It's just a case of it wasn't quite running as swiggly as it could have been. So, more from Super Pro. Next in line looks like Mark Coulsell and Callum Swinchap.
You've got Scott Hauser tucked in behind there. You've got Dave Russell down there. Bob Doyle. I think Warren Watts is in Super Comp. So, yeah, still a few more to come. And look at all those bikes. We've got a plethora of bikes to come round the corner. Hogging lane number 5 as they do. When I say hogging lane number 5, most of our bikes come down and sit in lane number 5 of our pairing lanes.
Well, we've actually got a little bit of cleaning to do. You can see Dave Crowhurst, where he stopped out there is a little puddle on the track.
Oh, yeah.
And also, where he came from in the pairing lanes, they're clearing up too. You can see Paul round there with the, there we go, with the kitty litter, doing a bit of cleaning. So we're going to carry on with qualifying in just a few moments' time. Won't be long at all. Nitro FM for a couple of moments, if you don't mind. We've still got lots of fast stuff coming your way. Live Action Arena starts in 10 minutes' time, folks, over behind the main spectator banking. If you missed it earlier, now is your chance. 10 minutes' time, you've got plenty of time to get there. And we have lots of fast stuff and jet cars coming up not too far after that too. So, Nitro FM, opening up for long.
Can we please have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes. And this is my carpenter. This is Mark Cousel, who very kindly came and hung my new doors. Not last week, the week before. Did a cracking job on it. So
I told you I've got the same doors, and they're brilliant for keeping the noise of kids out or in, whichever you prefer.
Yeah.
Especially in an old house like mine, it's got really solid walls. All the walls are brick. The interior walls are all brick. There's no, there's no plasterboard. There's no nothing. It's great. You can't hear them at all. Sorry. So Mark with the ball breaker, looking for an 8.16 this time round. A lot of the ET with these type of cars is how they leave the line, and like Tom was explaining yesterday, that can be down to launching it on the trans brake or not, which means bringing the revs up and just letting go of the button because the button holder is still on the line, or foot brake launch, which isn't quite as aggressive because it launches from idle and doesn't hit the tyres quite as hard. It's good for normally a tenth or two. It does make quite a difference actually. But also what happened earlier was the car came up, the front wheels came up, hit the wheelie bar quite hard, which means that it unloads the back of the car because it bounces off the wheelie bars and then goes back forwards again. So let's see what Mark's got in store for us this time round, other than fitting your doors, of course.
That's better. A little bit of tyre hop, not much.
8.16 goes, 25 at 162. No improvement, unfortunately. Yeah, still with a little bit. You can see the gaps, if you like.
Still north of 160 on the speed though, so certainly sorted itself out at the top end. It's just the short part of the run, and the car needs to work. All right, Scott Hauser and Callum Swinchat, your next pair. Two totally different ways of going Super Pro racing. Got the conventional dragster, if you like, in the Slick lane. You've got the short wheelbase Fiat Topolino bodied altered in the Kestrel lane. Best way to understand how Chris Swinchat, obviously Callum's dad, organises the racing is that they have a house in Kingsbury in London, and a small garage and not a huge amount of space. So you've got short wheelbase cars where you can remove the
That's
wheelie
what
bars.
orchards are good for.
Yeah, so very, very easy to get into the garage at home. But also the tow vehicle, or the vehicle that they bring the car up to the track, it doesn't need to be as big as a dragster one. The car's so small. So it enables them to stay living where they do and not having to move to Northampton to get a bit more space.
Get an extra big garage.
That's
really.
right, yeah.
I've actually been to an unnamed racer's house who did have a dragster, and the nose of the dragster was poking into the living room.
Yeah.
They'd taken a small section of wall out to make sure that everything would fit in there.
That's the way to do it.
Obviously, it is.
They need
yeah.
it as long as it's perspex and glass so they can see it. Yeah. Okay, so Callum currently number 13, dialing in 890. Scott number 2, 731. 732 with a 5, but Callum moves up 891 with a 7.
That's more like it.
13 to 8. The van with no name, Dave Russell. Dialing in 869, going alongside Bob Doyle with a Z case, 845.
Well, they were as surprised as anyone with the number that came up the other day in first round qualifying. Pleasantly surprised, I would say. Down into the 8.3s, which is substantially quicker than they've been before. 8.69 for Dave Russell, kind of where he normally is. Well, Dave Russell going for the wall, that will scrub a bit of speed off. 50 and 74. No one improves.
No. So I believe that is a wrap for Superstock.
Yeah, Supercomp are around there now.
Yeah. So congrats to Alan Dibwell, takes number 1 spot from Scott Hauser in number 2. Supercomp then, Alan Dibwell, sorry, Andy Clifford and Richard Tunstall, your first pair.
Andy Clifford with not only a unique looking car, but also a unique power plant as well. It's got a big block Ford in there. Andy has had a number of yes-no moments off the start line. You'll see what I mean. Well, hopefully you won't see what I mean in just a second there. When he doesn't do that, it runs in the 870s, which is terrific. Taking on Richard Tunstall, who has not yet run anything starting with an 8 this season. There we go. Andy Clifford's car picks the wheels up, sticks them at the crease. Right, so Richard Tunstall looking for an 8.9, 9.05 and 8.94 for Andy Clifford. He's your number 3 qualifier as well. Awesome stuff. Yeah, that looked like a 99 on the board. That was actually 8.94 for Andy Clifford. So he is your number 3 qualifier currently. Awesome stuff. Well, maybe aiming at the Christmas tree is deliberate. You never know.
Well,
Racers have done stranger things.
The pedal acted as a throttle stop.
There
Hooked
you
out
go.
beautifully.
So Warren Watts even, currently number 5 with an ever-improving 903. Just needs that little bit more to get it into the 8s. Current number 1 qualifier though, Steve Hudson with an 8.91. It was the Stephen Lear show for quite a while. There's quite a few more players in there now. Doesn't matter about the red light for Warren. .907 and 892. Great backup run for Steve Hudson, actually. No improvement. You can see that Warren's car has got what he needs to run the numbers, because he went 150 miles an hour. Which needs to hook a little bit. If you look at the difference as well in 60 foot, that's pretty much where it is. Warren's car's 132 to 60 foot, whereas Steve with the Auto was 121. Which, when you get to the other end, does make a big difference. Okay, 2 dragsters up next. Joe without his crash helmet on, so it must be getting warmer outside. What do you think? Yeah. Leah Kellett in the car with a grandstand length throttle stop, as it will be known from now on. It really is as well.
Yeah.
Taking on Paul Hudson, who hasn't... Oh, he has been the right side of the number once.
Well, he was on for a pretty good pass yesterday, but it was, as you would put, scrubbing speed quite a bit at the top end.
Yeah, by going sideways. Both these two regulars in the UK Super Comp competition. Long throttle stops for both of them, almost identical actually. 91 at 172. Leah stays at number 2 though. 9.13 at 166 though.
So Ronnie Mercer with the nitrous back on. He's been 889 is his only pass the right side of the number. Yeah, you can really see what I was saying earlier when Ronnie purged then. The nitrous looking beautiful, which means the air is nice and good. All these cars making a lot of horsepower. Little bit of a wander over to the centre line, but nothing major. Straight on down. Can he be an 890? 901. That does move him up into the number 4 spot.
Well, I will mention it again later, but how cool is this? Tony Betts just messaging me to say they've only just gone home and the car's already in a million bits, coming back for the main event in just a few weeks' time.
Not surprised.
Well, yeah, they're on its straight. Well, the thing is, they've still got the rest of the weekend, haven't they? That's why they've gone home, to get on with it. But Tony and the gang, just awesome stuff, mate. Thank you very much for getting in touch. So we're on with ET Bike Q3. Very, very tight at the top of ET Bike. Lee Baxter, Kestrel Lane, and Kyle Rushby in the Slick Lane.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, Anna Sasiak won't be, probably won't be coming out on the bike later on today. Had a little bit of an incident falling off a bike on site yesterday. But a big thanks to the medical team. Literally stitched up and back into the pit.
Okay, no help for either. 11.01 for Lee and 11.69 for Kyle, a little way off. So this is Carl Hester in the Kestrel Lane. Going to be taking on Scott Smith. Number 7 and 11. This is all jockeying for position for round 1, which is due later on today. I think this is their last will be their last qualifying run, unless anything drastically changes, which I don't think it will be, at 20 to 4 in the afternoon. 10.90 for Carl Hester, no improvement, and same goes for Scott Smith.
Do we know how Brett's finding it on the slick and bar bike?
I didn't ask Brett, but I did actually ask Jerry. He said he likes it because it means he's not something or anymore, but I can't repeat that out loud. But there we are anyway. But these two buddies have been go back a long, long way. They used to race together in junior drag bike. Now they're racing together in ET bike as well. And it's great they're still out there having fun. I'm sure there's a bit of needle going on here as well. So that's Scott Collier, current number 1 qualifier in the Slick Tricks lane. And Brett Cordell. That'll be the nitrous kicking in for Brett. 9:51 again for Scott Collier. That is amazing. Absolutely perfectly dialed. 9:47 for Brett Cordell. And if you're listening out there, a big hi to Mum Sharon. Hope you're doing well, Sharon. It's lovely to see you this morning and looking so well too. Okay, Justin Morton and Nick Playden. Nick, the Generator Bandit Playden. I've been paid to say that before anyone says it. Justin Morton in the Kestrel Lane, 10 flat. And Nick with an 11:20. Okay, Nick's currently number 6. Breaks out. And Justin Morton goes 11:06. Actually moves up 1 spot. Look at that. 17th spot is 600ths off your dialing. No, it's not.
No, it's a second and
it's
6.
a second and 6. That's because I can't read. Forget I said that. My eyes are a little fuzzy after, well, yeah. Grace Pollen and Gary Hester. Gary actually also races this bike in Nostalgia Pro Stock bike as well.
He goes very, very quick on it as well.
It's very, very good indeed. I don't know whether you saw it last week. I think it was Kev Melling went in the 8.2s, which is outstanding on an H2. Okay, so yeah, Grace anyway is number 10 and Gary number 8. We've got jet cars in the lanes as well, folks, so don't go anywhere.
Well, Gary very close to the class floor, dialing 873. He's going to go over the line to an 878. Moves him up to number 7. No improvement for Grace as she breaks out. And can we have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas into the pairing lanes.
Okay, Jake Bowden on a bike that is apparently brand new. 11.75 in the Slick Tricks lane. And Liam Holgate, another one of those many graduates from the Junior Drag Bike School of Racing.
Yeah, I was speaking to Liam just before this run, actually. I said, yeah, the bike really doesn't like going down a cold track, does it? And he went, no. It also doesn't help when I've got 42 much PSI in my tyre.
Oh, was that part of it?
Well, it seems to have fixed it. So, looking for a 9.58. Goes 10.02, 133 and an 11.83 and an 11.75. No improvement for either.
Yeah, Jake's is one of the slower bikes in the class, but he's still very consistent. 11.83 on a 75 will definitely work when we get to eliminations. Okay, Pete Harrison and Robbie Dobby. Robbie ran with the Super Twins for a number of years, now found a home with the ET bikes in the Slick Tricks lane. 9.75 is his... Sorry, 9.78, I beg your pardon. My eyes again. And a 009 on the tree as well. 10 flat, Robbie Dobby. I don't think he's going to improve with that. Oh, he does, I beg your pardon. He moves up to number 12 with that one. Pete Harrison stays 2 with a 12 only. Chris Venn and Harrison Brown. Sure, Harrison used to run this in 950 actually. Funny enough, he does. 950.
I'm just looking at the dialing change for Chris Venn, 970. I mean, they were like deliriously happy when Chris went into the 9s yesterday.
Yeah, it was in the 9.7s.
Yeah.
Great looking launch as well.
Yeah, picked the front wheel up for Chris Venn.
He's out in front.
Oh, 966. Not that they care one bit. Another PB for Chris Venn. 10.02 for Harrison Brown, but never seen the team so happy he's broken out. 966. Well done, Chris. Well done, gang. Nicely done.
Phil Pratt dials in one of his quickest ever, actually, with an 892. Taking on Leo in the Kestrel lane, 1065 for him. Phil's now number 3. Qualify that is.
Yeah, Leo shaking his head. Not the launch he wanted. It's very difficult to launch a bike with a hand clutch because you let it go too quickly, you just flip over backwards. Phil Pratt goes 905, stays number 3, and Leo stays number 9.
That's very unusual for Phil to drop off that much, though. You know, well, over a tenth is a lot for him because he's that good, let's face it. Andrew Mansell taking on Big Dave Grundy. Dayglow Dave in the Slick Tricks lane. 10.55 and 10.30.
How many more nicknames can one racer have?
Obviously a few.
Yes.
We're still probably going. Anyway, so the last pair in ET, but not quite the last pair, there's another one below, sorry. So Dave Grundy gets there with a 10.45 too quick and 11.67 for Andrew Mansell. Now this will be the last run because right behind them we've got side-by-side jet cars again, folks. So if you're not in a viewing area, now is a good time to be there. And this time it's the Jet Dragsters. Spider-Man versus Fire Force.
So Blade King on the late Bill Marsh's ET bike.
Didn't Blade enter this in Funny Bike back at the...
He entered into Comp Bike at the Easter Nationals on his other machine.
Yeah.
But damage, unfortunately, so he's been lent this one for this weekend.
Okay.
Oh, issues, unfortunately, for Blade.
Yeah, just died as he let the clutch out. Looks like Ian is going to give him a chance to restart while we position the jet cars behind the tower. If that is the end of qualifying, it will be Scott Collier, your number 1 qualifier. Outstanding performance, no more than a 100th off of dial-in. Who went 10.95? Let's have a quick look. There is someone in at number 2, but not sure. Phil Pratt is number 3, and I think that will set the field for elimination. So Blade is getting another bite at it. So Ollie gives him a pat on the back. Hopefully it will go better for Blade this time round.
Yeah, a lot more careful on the clutch as he leaves the line.
But the thing is, he doesn't have a number on the board. That's the trouble. So he's not actually in the draw for eliminations, whereas now he will be. Yeah, that's not the number they wanted. It's not an 8-second run, but he's in the draw.
Well done, Blade.
And ironically, I think if he does go in at number 20, he may even be racing Phil Pratt around. Maybe.
We'll see
Hang
how
on
it
a minute.
works
How
out.
many? Let's have a quick look. How many bikes did we have? No, there's 21. So he would get whoever was number 2, which I think actually, once you take that 10.95 out,
No, I don't think he
it's got no name.
does. I think he gets number... Because one will get a bye.
Oh, of course, yeah. No, Scott will definitely get the bye.
Yeah.
And then I'm pretty sure it goes through. Then they pair them up after that.
Not pro style, it's a sportsman style split.
Ah, good point. Yes, of course it is. Anyway, jet cars coming up right now. That's why we have people way more, what's the word I'm looking for, intelligent than us to working it all out.
We could work it out, it should be out of a hat.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be right either, would it?
I am using the if in doubt, don't say now. Because I don't know, so I'm keeping quiet.
Fire Force 5 and Spider-Man. It's just been St. George's Day. So Martin thought he'd bring out the St. George dragster.
Yeah, it was obviously Julian used to run the split second dragster, but when Martin had this issue where he had 3 jets on site and he couldn't drive all of them, Julian had to go in Fire Force 5 and enjoyed it so much that he had his own one built, which I think Scott Hauser did most of the fabrication on that.
Was that right? I thought it was Martin built some of the stuff, did he?
No, it's pretty much.
It's the house. I do apologise because I said that wrong earlier then.
Martin, there was a little bit input obviously from Martin.
Yeah.
And from Graham Sykes as well with the wheels and everything. Yep.
Well, there's some of the only dragsters in the world with front brakes.
Because they need them.
So we had 2 jet funny cars side by side earlier on. Now you've got 2 jet dragsters side by side.
There's a little
show
kid,
is just as good.
There's a little kid sitting up there on VIP who is going to be in love for the rest of his life after seeing this. I know that look because I had that look as well, and I'm sure you did too. Yeah, there we go. We all did. Did they have jet cars when you were little?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hellbender and Vampire for me. And Scorpion.
Hang on, I was little then.
Yeah, well, I was littler.
Fair enough.
That's my excuse when I'm sticking to it.
I'm not going to say what age they were when I... Exactly, yeah, there you go. You remember the Scorpion against the funny car as well?
That appeared on YouTube the other day.
It did actually, yeah. That's what reminded me, funnily enough. So the same engine as you saw in the short car earlier, but in the long and skinny frame of a classic dragster. Well, 2 of them, obviously. Also, we got the funny car with Patrick Pers on the way down as well, so don't go anywhere at all. And we've got loads more bikes and cars to go to. I love the way Barney and Junior are huddled together, like that's going to protect them. Right in the middle, look. The trouble is, now they're in the middle, they're stuck. That's it.
Issues for the Spider-Man. Unfortunately, it'll be a solo for Martin Hill.
That better go in the vlog.
Oh yeah. Martin Hill knocking my phone out of my hand then.
So Martin is into stage. Give Richie a big wave. As Martin is out to run another 5-second pass for you here at the Festival of Power.
That does not hang about. Over the 1,000 foot, don't forget, 4.50, 251 miles an hour. Do you know what, actually? If nothing else, and I'll show you how quick fuel funny cars and dragsters are. If that jet went 450 over 1,000 foot, and they go 380s at 300 plus, I'm sure Martin could do roughly that too if he turned it up, but there we go. Anyway, commiserations to Julian. Better to be safe than sorry, obviously.
Well, the 2-seater dragster is tucked around the corner. I can also see Nostalgia Superstock there lined up. I can see Super Gas down there as well. All of them getting ready to do their last qualifiers.
Just thinking about all the Super Gas banter. Andy Dibley posted a picture all ready to go just before this event. and he had no oil filter written on the windscreen, massive, and just every single comment.
I know. Even when we were chatting, it was.
Even I think Dave Fulton photoshopped it so his carburetor was now an oil filter.
You know, we have. Obviously, you don't run air filters on the top of the carburetors, so you have like a carb cover, something like that. Well, I don't know where he got it. It's got a shower cap. It just doesn't look right. And of course, everybody was ribbing him for the shower cap. He said, "Oh, is that your own one, is it?" Oh dear, oh dear. Right, yeah. Can we have the funny car into the pairing lanes, please? Funny car into pairing lanes, please.
I think they're on the way down. I actually saw Patrick just go around the corner up there. So we are
bike.
rolling round funny bike.
Yeah. Yeah, the most disappointing thing about the Supergas banter and all of the banter that lot come up with, the most disappointing thing recently is Dave Fulton hasn't put anything up for sale.
Oh, yeah.
And those that know exactly why I'm going with that, because normally when he does put something up for sale, Dave puts on there, ignore the first 50 comments.
Give Julian a wave and a round of applause. He tried to put on a show for you. That's him sat on the back of the truck.
That's right, one person that we are missing this weekend, those who's tuning in, Nicky Fulton is at home watching this weekend. I know you're grumpy and want to be here, but Nicky, missing you. Didn't get a hug this weekend either.
She's at home watching with the dog, I think. By the sounds of it. Yeah, well, I hope the dog's enjoying it.
So that's one hug owed. I shall collect that next time I see you. Right, Dave Peters, Eric Richard. It is the Ring and Boot Express and the Team Brothers Boosa. Now, Eric has already run 6:85 this weekend. Dave Peters, 8:40. A little bit off pace. He should be in the low sevens.
.109.60 foot for Eric. Arrow straight all the way down. 697, 196 mile an hour. No improvement, believe it or not. And an off-pace 10:44 for Dave Peters.
Just didn't quite look quite as quick as he normally goes, to be completely honest about
Well,
it.
then again, neither did the 685.
Yeah, but that's because he's normally a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Probably got something to do with it, I guess. So Dave Peters having a real off weekend for him, though. 10.44. His quickest run is at 8:40. He's been a lot quicker than that many times before. Okay, it's going to be Roger Moore with the box of frogs. Supercharged methanol funny bike. This is what pro mod racers do when they retire. It is official. That's what happens. That's why the rest of them haven't retired yet, because they know this is waiting for them. That's what it is.
Well, if Kev Slyfield's listening,
Yeah, there we go.
get yourself a funny bike.
Kev may have retired, but he's quite busy
Oh, yes.
here with a pro mod this year.
Hey?
Yeah, he's going down to Carfest this year.
Oh, is he? Okay. I was just, sorry, you confused me when you said he'd retired, but he was busy with the car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you introduced me to a retired pro mod racer, and I'll show you a liar at the same time.
Especially when you still got it at home. That's
Exactly.
the problem. Yeah.
Exactly that.
So right down to Roger Moore. 2 7-second capable bikes. Much better looking run for Roger, that one. Yes!
740. Oh yeah. We like that.
177 miles an hour. That takes him up to the number 2 spot, actually. 8:22 for Ryan at 176. You can see Ryan's bike's got a similar sort of performance from the speed. Just couldn't quite get it down on that run.
I think in all of the years Roger's been driving anything down this track, from the Triumph to the Viper to the bike, that was probably his straightest run ever. I know that just did not deviate.
Probably one of the most fun as well,
Yeah.
actually. Okay, this is not Aspinall and Naval. This is Martin Zylstra. I hope. Now I've said that. No, it's not. It's actually Aspinall and Naval.
Oh, well.
Brilliant.
Is it, unless Martin's borrowed Aswin's no
Could
leathers.
be that, yeah. It's like the Masked Singer takes it off and goes, "Oh!"
So Ashwin desperate to get into the sevens. He's been down and pretty close before, not so much this weekend. Currently qualified with an 8.80. This, of course, is a legal Pro Stock bike. But of course, Pro Stock's not a class this weekend, so he's in Buddy Bike. 360 foot. It almost looks like he's crabbing down the track.
It also sounds like it's on 3 cylinders
Yeah.
out of the 4 as well. Doesn't sound very well. Yeah, to a 1075. That's nowhere near that bike's normal performance, unfortunately. Something very ill about it on that one.
I think he needs to get 7, is it, to qualify for...
It
I can't remember what the
could be.
numbers
I
are.
think it was just a 7.
Ah, right, okay, I'm not 100% certain on that. But
And you
obviously
think
he's got
starting-
the main event coming up, and he would love to run in that.
Yeah, we
Needs
just
to get
put
into
the
the
brakes on
sevens.
and run a 17. That starts with a 7. Just forget. Yeah.
Oh, it's a
Oh,
typo.
that's the first time I've ever caught you rolling your eyes at me. That's the first time ever.
No, it's normally because I look the other way.
Yeah, exactly.
say.
I know you thought it a million times, but that's the first time I've ever caught you doing it.
Oh, dear.
So the 2-seater.
Well, I couldn't think of a response for it. That's what got me.
Do we know who's in the back?
No, you just wanted
yeah,
to.
sorry, yeah,
you
I
just
do.
wanted to say "stupid boy" and
I
clip
did.
me around the ear, didn't you?
I did.
It's quite okay.
I really, really
It's
wanted
all
to.
right, no bother. We'll say the stupid boys for Tom.
Mad. Absolutely mad. Right, okay, so the passenger in the back is Rob Bruce this time round. And the terminology that we've had on this one is basically an itch that needed scratching. He just had to do it. So, well done.
Do not blame him.
We've still got another chap lined up to go in. That's a chap called Chris from Essex. That was a birthday present from a few years ago that he missed out on, so he's going to get his run today.
I have a feeling this is a second attempt for this run. Issues
is, yeah.
earlier. Core 009 red. Issues again, unfortunately, with the 2-seater. But 11860 foot. Not
That's
shabby
not-
at all.
no.
Whoa! Don Scott with
Was he sideways again?
quite a sideways burnout, yeah. Taking on Spencer Tramp. Don looking to run a 9.89 in the Superbird. Spencer Tramp looking to run an 11.07.
Let's not forget Spencer Tramp is the reigning champion in the national championship for Nostalgia Superstock, and Dan Williams was the lifestyle championship winner. So 2 championships in Nostalgia Superstock, and this is the national championship version. 985 breakout, and 11 the right side, but no improvement. So Don stays 4, Spencer stays 2. Clive Dandridge and Mick Sharp.
So I've noticed something about Mick Sharp's car. If you watch the wheelie bars when he launches, they properly slap the floor. And I can only think that they're mounted to the axle. But I
They're
would-
mounted to falling.
Oh, okay.
I said that like I knew what I was talking about, didn't I? That's the funny part. They're not mounted to the falling, but they're part of the rear suspension,
Look.
effectively. Yeah, that's right. They are part of the rear suspension. I wasn't making that up.
Can't have a falling. earlier. 9.72 for Mick. A bit too quick and a 14.61 for Clive, a bit too slow. Matthew Dowdy and Adrian Portelli. Adrian Portelli, number one qualifier with a perfect ET from yesterday. Matthew Dowdy sitting at number 5. Now, if Nostalgia Superstock is your thing, come along to Dragstalgia. Expected to see 72 entries, possibly 74. I can't remember what the cap was. They've actually capped it now. Just not too many coming in. Both of them 0-1 red. It's all about the ETs though. 10.84 and 11.12. So Matthew moves up from 5 to 4 with that one. Adrian Portelli breaks up. He's already got a perfect ET. Had to go for it. Right, so that's Nostalgia Superstock done. Matthew's car still breathing a little bit heavy at the stripe.
Well, it's good that he made it round after that run earlier, actually,
Yeah.
because it didn't look that well.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what it is that is causing that. So we've got Comp Bike coming up next, to be followed by Junior Drag Bike, Super Gas, Outlaw Flat 4 Outlaw Anglia, and then our VW classes. But still plenty to come at you. And we could be running right till, well, possibly even beyond 8 o'clock again this evening. We'll see how it goes. Try and get as much as we can get done as possible. But yeah, certainly Comp Bike up next, and one of the happiest chaps on the site this weekend, without a shadow of a doubt, is Mark Dainty, getting his first 6 in qualifying yesterday. And I said the beaming grin was just enough when I saw him. Yeah, he was really very, very happy. It's the payback for all of the pain that he's been through before. But well worth it. And that's the case for a lot of drag racers, to be honest. You go through all the toils and troubles, but when you hit that sweet spot and you break in to a new almost time zone, isn't it? You break in, you run your first ever 11, your first ever 10, 9, your first 8, your first 7, your first 6. It's just a moment. You think, oh, I've done it. I've finally done it. And it's a great moment.
Yeah, thinking about it, I can't remember how mine went. How did yours go? Were you straight in the 11s?
No.
Because you started in your road car.
I started in the Audi,
did
the Island Day, ran 16.04. So I thought that was good. And then the first time I drove the Camaro, I was scared like you wouldn't believe. On and off the throttle, as you say, like on a fiddler's elbow.
Yeah.
And proceeded to run 15.8, which is the quickest I've ever been, but I was just so nervous. And, I was with Dan and Nick and Keith Williams, and they said, no, just keep your foot buried, go for it. The car will sort itself out. And I went, the next one was just straightforward 14.0. I thought, oh, well, that's better. And then my next pass was a 13.3. Then went 12.8, I think it was, because I was really starting to get the hang of it.
And enjoy it.
And started to enjoy it. And then the boys said, right, okay, now you've got to shift. You can't just put it in drive. You've got to learn how to use the gears, which I did. And we got it into, I think it was 12.2, 12.1. Quickest the car ever went in the States was 12.04. So I was getting very close to that. And we're just getting closer and closer and closer. We just couldn't get into the 11s. And finally, we did it. Went 11.9. I was obviously chuffed a bit with it. And then Dan Williams raced it and went 11.84, quicker than his first go in the car, and he just blew away what I did. I was like, oh, well, thanks, Dan. But then there was something not quite right, and it turned out it was the torque converter. We changed the torque converter and went half a second quicker straight away just by changing the torque converter. The stall was too low, it was only 2,000. Put a 3,000 stall torque converter in, car really did pick up.
And that was a slippery slope for spending lots of money, wasn't it, basically? That's where we're going with that.
So we were in 11.4s, 11.3s then. And then obviously we had the engine expire on us, which emptied the bank account, but gave me a 10-second street car afterwards.
Well, hey.
And the euphoria moment was getting that 10-second pass.
What was your first pass, Darryl?
My first ever go from there to here was an alcohol dragster. I'd never been down the racetrack in anything before. How hard can it be? I pulled a face in case you're wondering. It's very difficult. It's nothing like it makes you feel more unwell than you ever want to in your life. Let's put it that way. It's you suddenly realise, because I've been pretty good at blagging my entire life, and that was almost a blag too far.
Yeah.
I just thought, what the hell have I done?
Question for you. Because you've been following the sport for so long, and you got behind that car, did you automatically think you knew what was going to happen?
No, you've got no idea.
Right.
You've got genuinely, no matter how many thousands of runs you've seen, you haven't got a clue.
Right.
It's not even in the slightest. My first ever 60-foot was a 1.16.
Yeah.
I did it right, which is the most... I brought it into stage, brought the revs up, swapped feet, and on my first ever day, I'd run a 10 and I shut off at 3:30.
Yeah.
So, and then sort of progressed from there.
The reason I was asking is because my first ever quarter-mile pass was a 9.93.
Nice.
Yeah.
And but simply because...
That was in the slingshot, wasn't it?
It was,
Yeah.
but it was only because someone told me you've got one run today.
And
But
you thought, "Get on with it."
it doesn't matter what you do. And I
But
was
that
like,
was that was in a slingshot, but you'd driven the junior dragsters before.
I had,
obviously. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we continue then with comp bike. It's Len Padgett and 30 Martina. This is heads up, i.e. no dial-in, just whoever is the quickest out of all of them will be top of the stop. All right, problems for 30, so it can be a solo for Len.
Watch them run 780. Oh, that'll be gears disappearing.
Yeah.
Big shake. Oh, that's
Oh,
the
no, it's
chain.
a chain. Chain's come off.
As it is goes snaking down the racetrack, unfortunately.
You know, you saw Len turn around then and go, oh, yeah, that'll be
There's
that then.
plenty of grip. At least he's got time to wave to the crowd. Yeah, there is plenty of grip out there. Yeah, after that, though, obviously it went down very rapidly because you suddenly think, oh, this is good. And then you can't wait to nail it again, you know what I mean? And, yeah, it just gets progressively quicker after that. And then you get to the first time you actually raced somebody. And then your brain disengages itself and your right foot just takes over that bit.
Yeah, it's a very bizarre
It's
feeling when you
weird.
first actually race someone rather than just doing licensing and testing.
I'm sure I said this. I have definitely said this one before. But the first time I ever went over 200 miles an hour in an alcohol car, which is the first time I ever raced it, I remember sort of getting to half track and I couldn't see Doug Bond who's in the other lane. And as it turns out, I'd left on him. It was all going well, and my brain was going, pack it in. This is way too fast, right? And my right foot was going, no, it's not. This is great, right? And my brain and my right foot were having an argument until the engine expired, and then I had to lift. But yeah, it was just I never thought I had that. It does really weird things to you being strapped in one of those or sitting on a bike or whatever. You don't know how competitive you are till you do it.
Well, red mist comes down, doesn't it? As soon
Yes.
as the engine fires up.
Unbelievably, yeah. It's a whole change of personality that you didn't know you ever had.
Because it's like the whole thing of we could be best of mates until the visor
However,
shuts.
yeah.
And then you're having it.
Absolutely that. But yeah, just that for me, that moment as well of actually seeing. So I did my burnout and seeing another car appear in the other lane. It was like, it's like, oh God, what have I done? Anyway, but that's a small insight, obviously from Colin, me, and Tom. The people that you see out here doing this, I've said it 1,000 times. Are just that regular people have regular jobs and all that sort of stuff, and this is what they do for fun, and boy, is it fun as well. So, Keith Wright has run a best of 9.06. He's in the Slick Tricks lane. Jasmine Cordell, they stepped up big time into the 7.4s.
In fact, if nothing moves, this will be your number one matchup in eliminations.
It would be, because number 1 would get a bye, number 2 would be up against number 15, and these two would be side by side.
So Jasmine into the 7/4 now. That's it. She's done 2 of them, so she's back
Hang
them
on,
up.
is that the same for a sportsman ladder? Is it not one against?
No, I think that's pro ladder.
Oh, 107. Wow.
I think something's locked up by the looks of the rear wheel skipping, unfortunately. Keith Wright goes 7:58, 113. And Jasmine, was definitely on it that time round. Unfortunately, the bike had other ideas. But anyway, all 3 of us sitting up here talking about that. Gives you goosebumps just talking about it.
I
doesn't
was
it?
as well.
It's awesome. I bumped into Kim Raymond 5 years ago in Mantorp. And it was really funny because his son came over to talk to us, who races in Top Door Slammer. And we were talking about it, and we're both standing there with our hairs standing on end, talking to each other, let alone doing it after all that time. Yeah. So, Sigmaro Profas, whose crew guy did very well to get out of the way then. His foot was stuck to the floor. Both these two been in the 760s. Dan Piggott with the 762. Sigmaro with a 765. Dan Piggott is pointing towards the centre line. I'm sure that's for good reason.
Well, an arrow straight run from Sigmaro. Michael's actually going to beat him to the finish line? No, not quite, but 780 and a 773, no improvement.
Well, Michael Piggott's bike is way quicker than that if he can get it off the line. The only sad thing is, of the 3 of us, the only one still got a race car is you, and it's a street car. Yeah.
Mind you, talking about, just before the next pair, of all the things that I've done in racing, and I haven't done a lot, I am most excited about Street Weekend more than anything. I can't wait. I am buzzing for that.
It's going to be awesome. You're going to be on the local news, mate. bunch of noise merchants wake up local town.
Yeah, in Derbyshire, Yorkshire.
Yeah, exactly. So, Chris Neary and Dan Diaz. Dan's number 5 and a 762. Whoa, nicely held. Still going. 763, 189 miles an hour. Just keep the front wheel down, that'd be even quicker. Chris Neary goes 850 at 135. Look at the speed as well for Dan though. 189 miles an hour. Knocking on the door of 190. You know where this is headed. 200 miles an hour and lots of money. Okay, Tony Clark. Ably assisted by Simon, whose birthday it is today. Happy birthday, Simon. Down there in the Kestrel lane. Tony's best runner. Actually, Tony's bringing up the rear, unfortunately, with a 9.3. That bike and Tony have been way quicker than that. Taking on Danny Cockrell. 7.33. He was over 200 miles an hour yesterday. Just keep that front wheel down. Whoa, Tony. 7.48, 198 miles an hour for Danny Cockrell. Tony Clark with a cloud of smoke through the finish line. 9.18, 157. He's still on the bump, unfortunately for him. That really broke loose. Really broke
Like
loose.
Splinter with that wry grin on his face, having just watched Danny go up, down, up, down, up, down.
Yeah, that was
Front wheel would not stay in touch with the track all the way through.
a ride of a life from Danny there. It was properly feathering the throttle the whole way.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. It's not. You know, it's not going really well when your right hand is the boost control. If you know what I mean.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, I think we will.
Yes, I think we do have a trail
trial.
up there. Can see it from the finish line, literally. Yay.
Well, that's actually the first one of the weekend.
It is actually, yeah.
You know, yeah. On hold for track cleanup. Thank you very much indeed. for letting us know. So, we are going to be on pause until, again, no fluid on the racetrack, whether it's water, oil, rain, whatever it might be. It's got to be sorted out and cleared up. Live action is still going on. Grab yourself a cup of coffee, have a quick wander around the pits. We'll give you plenty of notice, at least 5 minutes, when racing is going to start again. We're halfway through. We're nearly finished this session, actually, of comp bike. We've got junior drag bike right behind them and super gas as well. Also, fuel funny car, don't go anywhere at all. Nitro FM.
Good launch there for Mick. Way through 9.79 for Mick Sharp, 9.87 with a full breakout by less than 100th there for Don Scott. So Adrian is your number one qualifier. Darling, that 10.91 once again that served him so well yesterday. Can he do it twice in a row? Oh no, a little bit quicker this time. 10.87, that's a breakout. But as I say, he's already had a perfect TT. Can't really improve much on that.
Yeah, I'm sure Steve was happy to have the rerun. Another tuning run. Yeah, much softer off the launch. Pulling in the power now. 160 at the 8th, 745 at 206 mile an hour at the quarter.
Still some way off his usual. McClure is in at number 30. The car's been launching really well. She's been getting further and further down the racetrack, just getting comfortable, really.
Yeah, looking for an 11.99. That is the slowest you can dial in Pro ET.
I don't think that will be an 11.99. No, 15.03 at 66 miles an hour. The feeling of being in a dragster, as you'll know, Tom, takes some getting used to as well, doesn't it? It's a bit... the one thing I found really weird was I was looking at everyone... Jay Darby and Dave Rudd. Both these two are way better than their current qualifying positions. Harley J, 18th. Dave Rudd, 22nd. Come on, Dave, you've got one more run. Not to make me look like a liar for calling you Mr. Qualifying. 9.50. Don't worry about the red light, excuse me. Harley Darby looking for 8.87. Goes 96 and a 53 for Dave Rudd. That's more like it. I still he gets to number 14 though.
Yeah, Darren Cotley in the number 24 spot. He's going to definitely want to improve on that. But new combination from him, I think. The engine's certainly looking very shiny.
Yeah, and new and quick too. 8.75 takes him up to number 20. Johnny McClure with a 10.61. Half the next junior driver you can possibly get. But he's only because he knows what he's doing, been around a while, and he's absolutely on his game every time. 10.01 in the Slick Tricks lane for the Jag. And for Mark with the little Can-Do Corolla. In fact, probably years ago, with his dad's original incarnation of Can-Do, was racing against Lee Morris with the Jag.
Yeah.
He's been around that long. .10.03, Lee Morris stays number one. Mark Huxley, another really good run though. 79 on 76, no improvement qualifying wise, but another good run all the same. So all with at least 3 or 4 entrants in every single team. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. You also got the Kellett team.
Yep. Exactly.
Double duty in it with Tom Kay in Pro ET as well.
Definitely a family thing. So Ronnie Mercer currently number 4 after that moment with the blocks at the other end. That was in Super Comp qualifying, not in Pro ET. So Jack McClure can do himself an off for Ronnie. And 12.48, Jack McClure stays 31. Ronnie breaks out by just that much. So Steve Gates with an 8.53 was the winner. First time ever winner for him. Back at Easter with this car that's brand new to him. Bob Molden trying out a 9.39 this time. .009 in Slick Street Lane, 0-1 in the Kestrel Lane. 51.8, 39 with a 1. Bob Molden takes the number 2 spot. That'll be number 2, Mrs. Molden. Very, very well done indeed. I'll tell you what, I was going to say look at that package, but I'm not being rude. I'm just saying, look at that. 0-1-1 on the tree for Bob Molden. 9.39 with a 1. It's what in the States they would call a 2-pack.
2 different ways of going Chevrolet racing.
Oh, Novas are just lovely.
Well, I was speaking to Warren, looking at his Facebook posts about...
That counts as speaking to in the modern age,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, of course it does. Talking about the new wrap. And he said, apparently it looked tatty before. Well, it was one of the best appearing cars that there was. So looking for a 905, go 905 with a 4.
Believe it or
into the
not,
number 4 spot.
Brett goes 57 on a 59 too quick. However, Warren Watts, a 905.4 on a 905 dial-in, only gets him the number 4 spot. Okay, Tom Watkins with Doris, the Charger, in the Kestrel Lane 904, taking on Dave Fulton. I would call him Don't Lift Dave, but it doesn't matter in this class at the moment because he can dial his own. Very close. Oh, Dave goes way too quick. And so does Tom. Couple of hundreds too quick for Tom Watkins, nearly a tenth too quick for Dave at 9.13. You've run. Bill Wilson, 11.59 and 11.30 for the drift car. Just goes to show how quick drift cars are as well, doesn't it? I know that it's got slicks on it now, but still pretty nippy, to say the least. Lots of tires been off the line for Darren Huxley. Good when you're sliding, not when you're drag racing. No improvement for either. Both of them actually quite a way off their dials. Watkins with the Purple Express pickup truck in the Slick Tricks lane against John Bean. If you haven't seen this car before, check out John Bean's Mustang on the launch these days. Dials are 901. Hangs the front end in the air for a long while, and has a bounce or two when he comes down as well. Currently qualified 11 and 18. The only thing with John Bean's got a new car that's quite a bit quicker than this. I just wonder once he's run that if he's going to get bored with this one.
Do you reckon you could ever get bored of that?
Well. 0001 reaction time for Neil Watkins and a 901 with a 7 for John Bean. Believe it or not, goodness me. Neil Watkins runs 11.30 on 11.29. He's number 7. John Bean, bang on the money, 901 with a 7, only number 6.
What's mental about that is if Neil had dialed at 11.30, he would have had a 0002 package.
Yeah.
Okay, Matthew Dowdy not having his usual clockwork weekend at the moment in the Kestrel Lane. Taking on Nora Baton. Look at that for Matthew Dowdy. 11.08 with a 3 on 11.07. And he's only number 9. Deary me.
Yeah, but that. So the two Steves move out of the way of their respective drivers. Steve Kelly out there for Amy, and of course Steve Cherrett there for Dave. .987 with a 1 for Amy Watkins, moves up from 23 to 8, but no movement for Dave Cherrett. That 10.23 not helping him at all. He stays number 28. Don Scott and Simon Innes. Next pair, Don with the Superbird. Double classing, not only in Nostalgia Superstock, but he's in Pro ET here as well. And Simon Innes with a Plum Crazy Racing Barracuda. His dial-in is 1071. He's currently in number 16 spot. Don at the lofty heights of number 3 at the moment. Well, both go red, doesn't matter. Almost perfect there for Don though. Don gets there first with a 992. Simon goes 1068. Unfortunately, a breakout there for Simon. 300's too quick. Don had already done better than a 992 and an 86. So he stays 3. And of course, Simon stays 16. The Sour Grape Javelin of Mason Griffiths. Currently 24. His dial-in for this one, 1147. And it's Reuven Dawson with the Copo Camaro. 895 dial-in for Reuven. Of course, double classing. Also running in Comp Eliminator. Beautiful launch for Reuven. And he's going to get there first, but can he run 895? 902 this time round. Oh, 1146 breakup by 100th of a second for Mason Griffiths. So he's going to stay put there. There's some great qualifying from Pro ET here. Next pair, Nick Mugridge and Andrew Brook. So you've got the Junior Comp Dragster taking on the normal Dragster, if you like. Darlin's then 999 for Nick, 943 for Andrew. It's all about the ETs. What have these two got for us then? Andrew, 937 breakout. Oh, breakout for Nick Mugridge as well. But it's another 9-second pass for him. A 997 at 133. So both of them going too quick to make any difference on their qualifying positions. But well on Nick on another 9-second pass. Tom Kay with the Black Belt Racing Dragster dialing in 10.09 for this one, going alongside Doug McClure with the Slugcess. So Tom's going to get there first, gets a 10.07 breakout too quick. And Doug goes through there, 11.47 at 115. That moves up Oh no, Doug stays put actually, number 19. 753, Alan Dibbo looking for a 764. So Dorcar taking on Dragster here at the rescheduled Festival of Power. Both away very nicely indeed. What will the scoreboards give us? A 765 and a 757 on a 53 for Jack Williams. But not only that, Jack was 0-1 off the line. Nailed the tree completely that time round. Well done. But they both stay put. Next up, Tom Atkinson with a Time Is Money Cortina Estate. Currently in the number 3 spot, and is Alan Schofield with the Dragster, 765, currently number 6. We were talking yesterday about why Alan runs this car instead of the altered. And to cut a long story short, Alan has always wanted a blown dragster. And this car is actually tagged to go quicker than the altered that he had. So that's the reason. So, 8:41, the target for Tom, 765, the target for Alan. Alan's going to get there first and gets. Whoa, 766 moves up 1 spot, only 100th of a second off. 200th of a second off was Tom Atkinson. Very, very close indeed. So, Alan moves up from 6 to 5. Tom stays number 3. Lee Huxley with the Dark Horse Mustang. And it's Mark Bailey with the Barracuda. Not much of a difference on dial-in difference between these two. Lee looking for 8.90. Well done to our amazing track crew here at Santa Pod Raceway. The oil down at the top end has been cleared, and a little bit of dust at the top end, but that will soon blow away. As we continue then with comp bike qualifying. Session number 4 continuing. Mark Dainty. His first ever 6-second pass this weekend. And caught up with him first thing this morning on my way down to the tower. And to say he was happy was an understatement. Really, really pleased. Going alongside the silent assassin of Paul Hambidge in the number 4 spot with 7:51 at the moment. Can Mark get another 6? Conditions, okay, yeah, we know it's cold, but the air is good. Still got a bit of a tailwind. Won't affect the bikes as much as the cars, but a crosswind really does affect the bikes.
Yeah, so actually having the breeze going down the track is the biggest help they can get.
121 to 60. Oh, both of them getting a little bit close to the centre line. Oh, the 693! Oh boy!
202 miles an hour also for Paul Hambidge. 727.
Wow.
Just shy of 200 miles an hour. 199.72. And they were probably looking at each other going over the finish line. Well, Mark Dainty tickled into the 6s, and now he fully kicks the door in. Well done.
693. Even quicker.
It's like you find the key for the lock, and then that's
it.
That's
yeah.
done.
Yeah, you've had a look in the door. Go, I like it.
I like that. I like that.
He's in.
Well, once you know what setup works, you can tweak it to go more in the same direction. 30 Martina, I think, will be the last bike in comp for this this session. I think this is the last pass in qualifying for competition bike. He's already run 783. That was looking good, but it sounds a little bit off at the top end.
Pooped a little bit.
817, 154. He is qualified though. Right, junior drag bike up next.
So, Spud on the Spud Missile looking for an 11.70 in the Slick Tricks lane. That is, of course, John McLean. Up against Rico Patterson on Rico's bike. He's looking for 13.20.
That's got to be the easiest bike in the world to name, that, isn't it? Who owns it? You. Right, there we go.
There goes your bike.
It.
It's a play on Rico's Benz in a funny sort of way, isn't it? So, the junior bikes are a dial-in class compared to the junior dragsters, which are reaction time in qualifying. 11.72 for Spud. Look at that. 200ths off. 13.26. Rico moves up from 10 to 6. Maybe the last qualifier, but they're certainly getting it done. Declan Butt and Asaya Alvarez. 10.20 and 13.20, the numbers of choice. Oh, box full of neutrals. Finds one. Declan goes 13.61 and a 13.64 for Asaya. So they both stay put.
So Brad Morrison down there. Fastest man on the Super Street bike, guiding him into stage with a bobble hat as well. That's Al Morrison Jr. Brad is currently number 9. Anouk Bergering from the Netherlands in the Kestrel lane. 13.15 for her. She's number 11. 14 bikes made the call for qualifying in junior drag bike, which is pretty good. Ever growing, I think, is the phrase.
Yeah. Oh, 11.31 on an 11.30 dial for Brad.
Number 1 for Brad Morrison.
Excellent job.
Yeah, Dad looks possibly happier with that than he did on his own bike.
Yeah.
Ailey Lester and Holly King.
Yeah, Ailey's dad Leo taking over running the class with Brett Cordell. Alia looking to run a 9.20. Holly looking to run an 8.35.
Dayglow Holly doesn't quite rhyme, does it?
Doesn't.
No.
Or Dayglow Alia.
High Res Holly. That'll do. High Vis Holly. No, I better stop now.
I tell you what, you're not losing either of these bikes in the field, are you?
No. Or a snowstorm.
Both just nudging their way in. That was interesting then. I could tell that Alia got a little bit of wheel spin because I could see a shift light flashing in her face. Holly goes 878 and a 956. Holly stays number 12. Alia stays number 2. Sophie Pollen and Richard Wilcox. 2 of the 2-stroke bikes in the class. Sophie dialing an 8.90, if I'm reading that correctly.
Yeah.
Richard dialing a 9.52.
I just realised Richard isn't double classing this weekend.
No, I noticed that earlier as well.
Not that that's a bad thing.
I don't think he double classed at the Easter Nationals either.
Maybe concentrating on 2 wheels this season. $9.62 for Richard, stays put where he was, and a 9.65 in the other lane. Yeah, running in obviously running in either of the junior classes because it's over the 8th mile. You get to see what your ET was on your dial-in and all that kind of stuff, doesn't it? Is it ever?
That's brilliant who that is. So, Maggie Smallman and Leah Morrison. Maggie looking to run 9.80. Leah looking to run 10.94. Maggie goes 10.04.
Leah goes up to number 2. The Morrisons are 1 and 2. 10.95 and a 94. That's number 1 and number 2 in junior drag bike so far for all the Morrison kids. Okay, Jackson King and Lyra Humber. Can we call Blade the Colin Miller of the South with the pink Crocs or not? Probably not. But I need to be a safe distance, like at home, if I'm going to do that, don't I?
I think that's 3 bikes now that have all dialed 13.20. So that makes the class really competitive because they're all running at roughly the same number. Lyra dials 13.78. It's Jackson in the other lane dialing the 13.20. And in fact, they're glued together. I think Lyra's going to get there first. Yeah, 14.03 and a 15.75 for Jackson.
Well, that's a wrap for junior drag bike, and congratulations to, if you like, a front row lockout from the Morrisons.
Yeah.
1 and 2.
So opposite sides of the ladder.
Yeah.
They can only race each other in the final.
Here we go then. Supergas. Number 1 in the qualified order, the Perfect ET from Tinmore. He was the first to get it this weekend, so he's the one that took the money.
Tim very kindly messaged me earlier. I'll wait till he comes around in just a moment anyway to explain. But yeah, it was a comp car from Germany. And it was a 7-second comp car from Germany. That,
wow.
that 55 Chevy as well. So Bob Moden and Andy Dibley. Andy's currently number 2 with a 991. He was UK Supergas champ just a couple of years ago. If you tuned in, hi to Tony Morris from Tony Morris Carburetors. He might be busy actually racing this weekend. Let me think of time zone. Yeah, no, he could be up watching. He might be, busy going round actually.
Dave Warren's just been gifted a bobble hat by Alan Morrison Jr.
Isn't that cute?
So Bob, one of these drivers who's double classing. Also one of the drivers are at a throttle stop.
improves, but both did well. So Wayne Hiscock, who has the capability of running probably, well, not quicker than anyone else, but way quicker. Doesn't run a throttle stop. Chooses to do it the right-footed way, I think is the way of putting it. Backs off early to go over the finish line with the 990 number. Throttle stop for Stu Morris.
Well, I said 30 mile an hour difference. It was actually 48 mile an hour difference between Wayne and the other car last time round, so could be similar again.
Well, Wayne's going to back off probably just about.
53 mile an hour difference at the stripe. Wow. 992 and 999. No change in positions.
So at the minute, only one person, or sorry, two people, haven't run a 9.9 something. One of them is Andy Bond, who, believe it or not, has run a 10 flat.
So yeah, Tim Moore, who's just coming up to the line now. He said the car did run a journey in Combat Eliminator, ran 7.4 with a small block Chevy, my goodness me, with loads of gas. It was belonged to Manuel Kreiter. So thank you very much indeed for the info, Tim. It's now for sale again.
Yeah, but I keep saying to Tim he's not allowed to sell it until after Silverstone Festival. One of the cars that we've got down on the list to appear. No help for either. One too quick, another one just a tiny bit off.
So we've got Comp Eliminator in the lanes again as well, which means Pro Mod and Nitro Funny Car are there as well, probably.
Don't lift Dave Fulton in the Roadster. Also double classing Pro T and Super Gas. Dave Sherritt. Is he doing it as well?
I don't think he's been in Pro ET actually.
No.
$985, $998. Dave Fulton goes too quick. Dave Sherritt, 98 doesn't help him. He had a 94 already. Dave Fulton's already ran a 92.
Okay, folks, so if you are still with us, make your way back to the grandstands or the banking. We are just about to do track prep for a few moments, and we're going into Comp Eliminator Pro Mod and Fuel Funny Car again. We've still got jet cars to run one more time too, so please don't go anywhere at all. We'll hand over to Nitro FM again, only for a couple of moments while the crew do their track prep, and we'll be back with you.
Honey, baby,
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, once again, if you're not in a viewing position, now is really a good time to be there. We have Patrick Pears with the Speed Ghost Nitro Funny Car, Sweden's only big show Nitro Funny Car, underneath the tower right now. There's a few nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars in Sweden. Fingers crossed, please bring them back for Dragstalgia. But the only big show car is this one, driven by Patrick. He's driven fuel funny cars for quite a while. He's driven top fuel cars as well, and a Pro Mod, if you remember. And he actually had the Vet, the Corvette. I think his first trip over, it was about 20 years ago, when he was 18. So there's a lot of experience in the seat and on the team as well. Patrick ran this car for the first time here at the European Finals last year and made a really big impact. If you also, another chaps, we were looking at the bodies and the styling of these cars. See the size of the front lip on that car as well. Look, it's massive. That doesn't sound well at all. There we go. Wasn't quite drawing through the nitro, and as you can tell, definitely is now. That really is probably too chilly for nitro cars, but Patrick's going to give it a go anyway. There we go, no shoots out this time, all good. So, put in one run yesterday, or one launch yesterday I should say. Shook around about 60 foot, but it was a really stout 60 foot time. Come the warmer summer months, trust us, we do have them, folks, sometimes. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with. Kevin Kent won every round of the Funny Cars Championship last year. Despite stiff competition, I don't think he's going to have it all his own way this season. Funny enough, another man who might have something to say about that, Steve Ashdown, down there watching on the start line. So Patrick's going to nail it, and I do think if he gets as far as half tracking, we're doing really, really well. 330 might be a bit of a blessing too, but we just have to wait and see. Whatever happens, Patrick's here to put on a show, and he's not going to let his fans in the UK down. Well, he got 2 foot. We were just talking about that. The thing with a fuel funny car, or any type of fuel car actually, is you do need a bit of wheel speed. So if you hit it too hard, it does that. If you don't hit it hard enough, it shakes. Getting it right is just unbelievably difficult. So Patrick and the team doing their very, very best. Patrick did the right thing though, got off it straight away. From personal experience, I've had a fuel car that's gone up in smoke straight away, and it's horrible because you're sitting in the car and it feels like half an hour before it comes down again. Awful feeling. But put your hands together, please, for the Speed Ghost team. It takes just as much work and effort to do that as it does to run, you know, a few 100 miles an hour. Patrick's off at the first exit, nice and safely. So we've got Comp Eliminator, we've got Pro Modified as well. In fact, actually, we might even have Pro Mod first because it looks like Andy Robinson's at the front of the queue, hooked up, ready to go. We have run in colder conditions before, though. Do you remember that Easter?
Oh, dude.
Actually, that was the Easter that I went to the Alps, and I did the right thing because it was snowing here as well. Remember, I was snowboarding in the Alps, and I messaged a couple of people to say, it's snowing a lot here. What's it doing here? And they just replied, it's snowing a lot here too.
It should be comp. In actual fact, it is comp, actually,
okay.
because Phil Norman's coming around the corner with that beautiful Beetle. It's an absolute work of art, that car.
Actually, we've had Easters where it's had snow flurries before, haven't we? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Where it was bitterly cold. This is positively tropical by comparison. I'm not convincing anyone, but it is. So Phil Norman going to be taking on Reuven Dawson with that beautiful GTM Racing Copo Camaro. Remind me again what Copo stands for.
Central Office Purchase Order.
Purchase order, that's it. I always think it's production for some reason. And who came up with that title?
Someone in Sheffield, I think.
So Phil Norman's quickest has been in the 13s. His index is 1065. Anything close to that, I'm sure he'd be overjoyed with. There's he has the capability of running very quick indeed.
So Phil with the nitrous assisted Volkswagen Flat 4, index of 1065.
Has, you know, he has the potential to be really competitive in this. That's why he keeps entering, because he knows, you know, if everything goes to plan, he'll be right on the money and he'll be very competitive indeed.
Yeah, Reuven currently qualified with an 895, little over 0.7 of a second under his index. Shifting issues for Phil, no issues at all for Reuven. 898.
Not quicker than he's already been. He went 896, but back in the 8s, most importantly. 149 miles an hour. If you'd have told him he was going to run a bunch of 8s and be disappointed with an 898 at the start of the weekend, I think he'd have taken it.
Good point.
So Rob Smorth with the Dirty Dog 55 in the Slick Tricks lane. This car is a super modified car. We should be joined by more super modified cars shortly at the next event. Jordan Paynes is back in one piece. Should be back to join Rob soon. There's another few floating around as well. Up against Terry Newton.
Yeah, so the front-wheel drive cars have an added issue, because obviously with a big tyre rear-wheel drive cars, you've got spin or shake. With a front-wheel drive car, you've got spin, shake, or bog. All of which you don't want.
And shake. I think they shake too.
Yeah, that's all three.
Yeah.
Cracking launch for Rob Smallworth, 116.60 foot all
Yeah,
the way
go on,
through.
Rob.
Finally,
Yeah.
762. And a 9 flat for Terry Newton.
That's his quickest run of the weekend. Look at the speed as well. 164 miles an hour.
From a van.
Nicely done for Rob. That puts Rob in the number 5 spot. And the thing he'd be most pleased about was it was straight. And he didn't wander. He did have tyre shake through 60 foot, but it's not going.
Speaking of wandering, someone who had a little bit of a wander in the last round was Chris Todd. Went right onto the centre line.
Well, Gary Carr's going to need to run 1096 or quicker to take number 1 from Nick. That is a big ask, but
I think from a lot of cars like his, we're not going to see numbers like this till the end of the year again, are we? Because it will get warmer, honestly. And these engines thrive on this sort of air. And an exact tailwind. If you look at the windmill at the end, look.
Much calmer launch for Chris Todd, but again, gear selector issues. No issues at all for Gary Carr.
Elimination plays 1018.
Yeah, that was a little bit. That was much calmer for Chris Todd, but a little bit too calm, possibly.
Now, Nick Williams, 791 in the last qualifier earlier today. I'd like to add, with the wheel spin.
Wow.
you remember, it came up nice and quickly, spun, and then came back down again.
I think, like you said at the time correctly, it was the wheel spin that brought the front end down again, which is, well, one way of doing it, I suppose. So Nick and Dan.
So did you say Dan's car's a manual now?
It is, yep, stick shift.
Yeah, it hasn't
Fair
got
bit
that.
of work to change that over, actually, because that obviously it's new gearbox, new bracing, obviously an extra pedal. Yeah, there's all sorts of things in there now.
So Nick's class is factory stock showdown automatic. Is that right?
Yeah.
And Dan's is A automatic. No, not A auto, probably double A stock.
Yeah. Yeah, it used to be an AA SA, now it's just an AA S.
No wheel spin that time by the looks of it. Can he break into the 780s? Oh, all but 7.90, 171 miles an hour for Nick Williams, as if he needed to go any quicker. 10.24 at 129 for Dan Williams. If Nick goes touring again and goes up to Sweden with that car, it will be the quickest stocker on the property.
Yes.
I think. Definitely super stocker on the property. Okay, Spencer Tram. And we've also got right behind coming round, Ahmed Jamshed.
Oh, Jets again in the lanes. Well, they didn't take long to come around.
That's right. And we've got Pro Mod 2.
So Spencer currently on 11.08.
So pretty much 6/10 under. And he's number 4.
07 finds 100. Same number 4.
Now 0.6, nearly 6.1 under actually. Well, a few of them improved in that last session. So Ahmed Jamshed is the last one in line to shake up that qualified order. 9.20 is the index for the front-wheel drive car.
Issues, unfortunately. Brand new combination for Ahmed this year. So just ironing out some teething issues.
Yeah, as much as he wants to go fast, he wants his nice shiny new billet engine to remain in one piece, especially with the door slammers and the front-wheel drive class coming up, which is, I think, Europe's biggest door car bun fight is the proper way to put it, isn't it? 64-car qualified field of Europe's quickest and fastest front-wheel drive cars.
And wasting no time, Andy Robinson fires up the Pro Mod. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make a qualifier early today, complete the burnout, but mishaps in the other lane means he had to shut off, and then once refired, an issue was spotted, but is now hopefully been rectified.
Quick mention on the golf cart as well. Who has a convertible golf cart? Look at that.
They do now.
They do, obviously. Yeah, exactly. So this is Andy's first run of the season. Planning to be back a few weeks' time, I think, probably for the door slammers and obviously the main event. But his first run since early September last year. Warming the brakes nicely on the burnout as well. That was arrow straight. That was beautiful. So the supercharged engine in that Camaro is got a Mike Janis blower on it. I think that's a Noonan Hemi in there as well, which is the makes people who like Hemi engines go weak at the knees. They are very beautiful. They are, a thing of beauty. Basically, an Australian guy called John Noonan, a long time ago, was an alcohol racer, and like a lot of people on the other side of the world, we always have supply issues from the States. So he thought, you know what, I'm going to do it on my own. And now the company, funny enough, has moved to the US. Jamie Noonan now runs it. Very good friends with a lot of the teams, drivers, and supplies some of the best alcohol-burning race engines on the planet. So, Steph out front. And Luke just doing the wheelie bars. Not only does he tune the car, he sets the wheelie bars as well, just to make sure it's dead right. Very, very important, because if they're slightly off, it can steer the car one way or another. And when you're going 0 to 100 in about a second, it's kind of important, that is, isn't it?
Yeah, it was said earlier the year, I can't remember who said it, but it was a very famous racer in the States, said if you still think a wheelie bar is to stop you doing wheelies, you're stupid.
Pretty much. So, first run of the season for the anger management NGK Camaro of Andy Gus Robinson. Steph crosses her fingers. Steph never looks like she enjoys watching her dad run, let's put it that way. So, good luck, Andy, and the whole team. Hope everything goes to plan. First run of 24.
0.99, 60 foot. Taking a huge wander around the lane, lifts at around 1,000 foot, still goes 650.
Round of applause. 9.99 to 60 foot. 8th mile, 3.97 at 191 miles an hour. He clicked it off only just after that and just tootled on through to a 650. That's what people's first runs of the year normally look like. as in backing
point,
off
actually.
before the
Good
finish line. He was shaking all the way through second gear. You can see the shake marks almost to 330. That was comparatively soft, but for first run of the year, that's kind of what you need, isn't it, really?
Yeah, outlaw flat floor to the pairing lanes, please. Outlaw flat floor to the pairing lanes. As Bobby Wallace comes underneath the tower.
We are lucky in the UK. We do have a bunch of racers in the 580s, and this is the quickest of the bunch, actually. Bobby Wallace, who started out when he was a teenager, I think, with a Ford Pop, didn't he?
Right,
that he ran in Pro
yeah.
ET. I think they've still got that as well.
I have.
So Bobby started out in that, and I think Annie did as well, did she? Was that right?
Well, they were in the juniors, don't forget.
Oh, even that
Yeah,
too. Yeah,
Annie and Bonnie
that's
ran
right.
in the juniors.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. They've got 3. You heard that right. 3. In fact, they've got as many Pro Mod cars as they've got kids.
Yes.
It's like having 3 extra babies, obviously. The trouble is well, I say the trouble. Obviously, they're a family team. The family are the team. That's Annie just checking the parachutes. That's Dad just closing the door. And yeah, Bobby, all the team do the tuning all between them. You can't run, it's hard enough running one like that, let alone running, well, 2 or 3. So Bobby yet to put in a clean run this weekend. Will this be it? And he just bumped him down another 4 spot, actually.
Shaking really hard. Lifted back on the powder, a little flash of something out one of the exhausts, about 1,000 foot. Still rolls through with a 726 and a 0.98 60 foot.
Yeah, they got the 60 foot sus, but he's just not happy after that. You can see the trouble is with a door car is that when it's shaking the tyres, it's a millisecond from turning left or right.
Yeah.
And it ending badly, and it's just obviously the driver's judgment as to whether to keep going with it bouncing around or to click it off. Bobby did the wise thing. He's actually he got out of it just as it got that little bit too much to control. Someone actually described it once perfectly. He said it's like driving over a bunch of broom handles. Like if you laid a bunch of broom handles out, you just really fast drive over that, and some broom handles are bigger than others, basically.
Pick your Mustang, John Webster and Andrew Zarnova.
Two beautiful burnouts from 2 beautiful Mustangs there. Outlaw Anglia and VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please. Outlaw Anglia, VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please.
Yeah, these 2 cars, although they have the same body, in fact, they think they have the same body.
Yeah.
There's quite a few subtle differences you can see. but underneath they are completely different cars. The one that John Webster's driving is the car that he designed and built himself. It's actually things like not only engine combination, but things like turbo placement. If you notice on John's car, the exhaust for the turbos is right at the top of the fenders at the front, as opposed to Andre Arnover's car. It's tucked underneath like the bullhorns that we're used to seeing. And that's part of John's design idea for the whole car. It's starting to come together. He ran a bunch of low sixes, then finally, I think it was a test run, wasn't it? National finals?
Yeah,
Yes.
a time trial run for national finals, yeah.
Went into the fives finally with the car. Andre Arnover has been there a number of times. This is a US built car. This actually used to be one of Ricky Smith's car, believe it or not. Not with a turbo engine in there. Andre brought it over to Estonia. Yeah, you heard that right, Estonia. And he's one of Europe's best Pro Mod racers. He's number one with a 584. Only John Webster can take that off him now.
And he is gone.
Oh, they're both on great runs. Look at this, folks. 584 and 590. Side by side Mustangs. Unbelievable. 584 with a 7 for Andre Arnover at 252. But John Webster, maybe you just needed another Mustang in the other lane to run with. 5.90 at 247 miles an hour. Personal best. Absolutely wiped out, I think, with that one. Yeah,
long gone. And mile an hour as well. 247 new personal best in speed for John Webster.
Wow. Well, Pro Mod isn't just about Mustangs, folks. Turbo runs, but, you know, that was pretty good.
Oh, he had his race face on as well. 0-1 off the tree. Goodness me.
Look at the 8th mile for Andres. 388 to the 8th.
Andre's new personal best speed as well at 252. And John's both ET and speed.
Yeah, 198 back half for John Webster.
Yeah, Andre's was 196. Give John Webster's team a round of applause. That was awesome.
Superb.
That's been a long time in the making. As says this, Phil Crossley. Who says it's too cold? Give me a turbo Mustang any time and we'll, you know. Bet John was going, I'm still here. He's not disappeared. This is awesome. Phil Crossley with the Imperial Wizard top fuel bike. Let's see how far Phil can get down the track. The bike has been going slightly wayward, but he's getting closer. Yep, still drifting slightly over to the centre line. Good news is, though, the bike's standing really nice and strong, 10.08.
Yeah.
He was already been in the 8s, actually. But well done. We also had the Rocket down here one more time with Jerry Lukes on board. Still can't get over that. Side-by-side 5-second Mustangs.
Thing is, the tuning window at the minute is so small that seriously impressive.
That makes it even more impressive, the fact that they're running like that. They're running that well.
Yeah. Also considering the fact that John Webster yesterday was just, as I was saying, laptoppery, wasn't it? Just constantly trying to do everything they can.
Everybody's going to be asking for some laptoppery now, aren't they, after that? If that's the result, that's the result.
Works,
we've nearly got another UK car into the 580s. That's exceptional.
Well, every Pro Mod, I think, entered bar 1 was a 5-second Pro Mod coming into this event.
Yep.
And 2 of them have gone quicker than that already.
Yeah. Well, a number of 2 of them have set personal bests as well this weekend, as in single digit in temperature. Unfortunately, it doesn't sound like the Rocket is actually coming to life in its normal fashion.
It's not going to ignite, is it?
Well, the good thing about it firing up on methanol is you can give it more than one attempt, unlike if you try to fire it up on nitro.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good.
No.
Yeah, they haven't turned the pump on yet. That's why they can try again. I think, unfortunately, that may be that for the day for Jiri and the team. They are still number 2 qualifier, not with the run that they wanted, but they're in the show, most importantly. Jiri doing a great job of riding on the bike, and when everything gets squared away, you'll be going further down the racetrack and getting quicker and faster. These things are such monsters to get a handle on. They are so difficult not only to ride, but to tune, to build, everything. Everything on them is one-off, which makes it really difficult.
Right, Super Street Bike up next.
Well, Rick Stubbins is actually here. Here watching. They've let him out. Fantastic.
Well, if he'd let him out if he signed himself out, one or the other. But
Yeah,
he's here.
I'm going. I've had enough of watching.
Try and stop me.
Okay, so Super Street Bike, this is the bump session. This will be their last qualifying run.
So I was having a conversation with Al Morrison Jr. before this round, and he's basically saying the tricky part of tuning at the minute is the fact that the start line is really good. They can get off the start line. It's just beyond that, because the rest of the track's so cold, bringing in the boost and ramping the boost up is just making them spin.
Well, and then the thing, I'm guessing what happens is they spin a little bit, but then it catches, which is probably what's causing them to go upwards instead of forwards, isn't it?
Yeah, I think every single one of them last round went up.
Well, these two, I think, were side by side earlier as well. Again, Daniel Lentz, all the way from Hungary in the Slick Tricks lane, is your current #1 qualifier with a 668, 230 miles an hour from a street tyre bike. Alan Morrison is in the Kestrel lane. He went 7.18. What's Daniel got for us on the last qualifying run?
He's got 1.20 to 60 foot.
Whoa, there we go. Straight up in the air. Alan Morrison, though, on a 7.24 at 198. Daniel Lentz clicks it off to an 8.25 at 110. Daniel's numbers were pretty stout.
Well, I was just saying, you can see from here where the tyre starts to spin, hook, and then that's what sent him in the air again.
Yeah, it's it hooking up, isn't it, that makes him go upwards. I bet it's fun being a tuner on one of these at the moment. Okay, so Alan Morrison Jr. Come on, Alan. Come on, Al. Your kids are #1 and 2. What can you do? No pressure.
Well, 668 to beat to take the #1
Exactly,
spot.
Sorry, that's what I meant. Against Steve Venables, not having his normal clockwork weekend at the moment.
119, 60.
And it's kept the front wheel down. What's this going to be for Al Morrison
That'll
Jr.?
be good.
7.05, 213 mile an hour. No improvement, unfortunately, but that looked way quicker than that.
7.28 at 208 miles an hour for Steve Venables. They stay #3 and #6. Okay, Jake Michelle with extra frontal area padding for this run, I should think. In the Slick Tricks lane, just kidding, Jake. Awesome riding job. I mean, we're seriously in awe of all these guys. I remember. Do you remember when Al Morrison fell off and then came back for the next session?
Oh, never forget
It's
that.
just ridiculous, that was. Johnny Hines is one of those not in. That's Johnny down there in the Kestrel lane. We haven't seen him all day till now. So he's got one shot to beat a 7.56. Which I don't think he will do with a launch like that. The bike's still got that stuttering problem, unfortunately. Jake goes 6.78 at 222 miles an hour. That's one of the fastest speeds I think I've seen him run as well.
Well, interesting part of that run, about 330 foot, it started making a move towards the 8th mile, but Jake was like, well, I'm not going to cross the centre line until after the finish line, so I'll be fine.
It's almost like an invisible wall and they just ride down it. Okay, Rodolfo Maduro is the other person not qualified.
Well, he has been down into the 7.1s.
Yeah. Just not unfortunately
this weekend.
Other lane is Chris Reed. Boyce went 7.41 yesterday. The person in danger, the number on the board up there, by the bump spot, we mean the last spot in the qualified field. That's actually Brad Head's number, isn't it? That 7.56.
Well, I think all Chris is going to want to do now is recreate the run he did last time, but unfortunately with no timing.
Thank you.
131, 60 foot, keeping the throttle at 100% the whole way down the track. 7.41, 203 mile an hour. That's a new personal best.
He's already been 740.
Oh, did he go 740?
Yeah.
He hasn't been 203 though.
Oh, yeah.
1 mile an hour faster. Unfortunately, in the other lane, 8.75 at 171. So Brad Head knows he's going to be racing tomorrow. Just what spots he going to be starting from? Boyce is in front of him at 7:41.
Yeah, speaking to Brad last night, Brad said his only aim for this year, because he's doing the full FIM circuit.
Cool.
He just wants to try and qualify at every event. That'll be
It's a big ask as well.
exactly.
Yeah. Especially against this bunch. He's got one of the toughest in the other lane. Margot Schmidt from the Netherlands, running 7.0s like they're going out of fashion.
Well, that's a 1-2, 60 foot. Oh, Margot's going to collect the blocks. Brad's still under power. Hasn't seen Margot go 7.57 at 184 mile an hour. Margot crossing the centre line, unfortunately. But that was a good 60 foot, good improvement for Brad on the 60 foot at 1.29. In fact, both of them went 1.29.
Yeah, Margot was a tick quicker to 3:30. I was just going to say they had exactly the same 8th mile numbers, but of course they did, because that's where she went through the blocks. The thing is as well, Brad would probably see her out the corner of his eye. Margot's been doing this a long time. She knows what she's doing. That's just a real unfortunate end to her qualifying experience here at the Festival of Power, because she had such a great weekend up to that point. But yeah, those blocks are going to be a bit second-hand now, aren't they? And she got both of them as well, which was a good effort.
126 mile an hour.
Yeah, the thing is too that she knew they were coming, so she sat up on the bike and braced herself, and I very much doubt. I hope they didn't, none of them hit her in the leg or in the foot or anything like that and hurt her too much. Mean blocks, nasty blocks. But yeah, just a little sweep because she did splatter them really, really well. And just to replace the blocks, we have jet cars as well right behind there. We have also got a bit more qualifying to come. Colin is busy doing homework with the ladders because we have the ladders set for the 32 car and bike fields. Have you got both of them, Colin?
I've got Super Pro here,
Mm-hmm.
which means I should have Pro ET tucked in here as well.
And maybe an ET bike.
Yeah, Pro ET there. Don't think I'll have ET bike yet. Thing is, I'm going through Super Pro looking at the matchups, and I know we got some broken cars. Obviously, Jack Brewster, engine damage.
Did he?
Yeah.
I looked really good this weekend.
Yeah, two really good 7-second passes, and then just loads of metal shards in the oil pan. Not looking so good. But Jack's got the bits. So he'll be fixed and back out next meeting, hopefully. Obviously, Matt Peters with the.
So it was an axle that went on Matt Peters' car.
Yeah,
Was the axle not
Yeah,
the...
because
not the-
we were confused why the wheel hadn't fallen off. That was the weirdest part of all of that. But apparently, as soon as they turned it off the top end and jacked the back up to try and get it all sorted, that's when the wheel fell off.
Oh. Well, at least it waited. It was decent for it to wait till it got off the track.
Well,
anyway.
really lucky for it to wait till he came off the track, because that could have not been very nice. So, as Colin does his homework, I'm just making sure that none of the crowd are going anywhere. We do have jets up very shortly. And as Daryl said yesterday, it's not a quick job to clean up the blocks anymore. They are just sat on magnets. It is a case of collecting all the bits of the old block, putting a new one down, and we're good to go. Oklahoma Willie is sat behind the tower. And I think he's got a redesigned afterburner tunnel, because it didn't look like that last time I saw it.
You are indeed correct.
Yeah, so we know there's a couple of buys coming up in Super Pro. So we know Jack Brewster ain't going to make it. So Joe Kellett's going to be. You never give Joe a freebie, but
I was going to say, uh-oh.
And the other one, Andy Thetford actually will get. Should have had Matt Peters. So yeah, that's the way it's going to work out there. All right, so I'll look at Pro ET next.
So what can we see behind the tower? I can see Outlaw Anglia. I can see the Firestorm Jet Funny Car as well, which means Fire Force 3 will be behind. Indeed it is. I can see Outlaw Flat 4 and VW... Well, the issue is, it's either VW Pro or VW Sportsman, because the car I can see races in both of them. In fact, I think I can see Andy Bond leaving. Is that obviously had all the test runs he needed this weekend. He packed up and he's on his way home. Decides not to mess with anyone's championships anymore. The thing is, he did all right in both classes. He's qualified in nice places. I think, was it a 10 flat in
Super Gas,
Super Gas and a 9 flat in Super Comp? Yeah. So Oklahoma Willie making its way round onto the track. He's already been out once today, but if you missed him in the first time, he's back again. This is definitely one of those vehicles where if you haven't taken a photo or a video of it, no one would believe you. Because you'd tell them, I've seen a Volkswagen bus, a street legal Volkswagen bus with a jet on the back, and the jet works. That is, of course, Perry Watkins.
So right behind Perry as well, we've got Fire Force versus Firestorm once again. We've also got Outlaw Anglia, and we've got the VWs round there too. We've still got loads more racing to come today, as well as our exhibition vehicles right now, giving the thumbs up. I do think this is the way forward for jet cars, though, like self-propelled. Just put a little engine on them, you know.
Well, it is completely self-sufficient because all the starters and everything are on board. They live underneath the bed.
If he really wanted to, he could drive it here as well, couldn't he, I suppose? It is street legal. You just wouldn't race it.
Does that mean it's legal for Street Eliminator?
That is indeed a very good point, actually.
Because I think the only rule is it has to be street legal. And it has to run on track how it runs on the road.
Yeah, I imagine the hot start would be interesting at the petrol station.
Well, it
Whole
would be
new
hot.
meaning to the word hot start. Yeah, exactly. The only slight problem is that it runs really quick and really fast. Just not quite as quick as most of the cars in Street Eliminated, funnily enough.
No.
Even with a jet on it. Absolute rolling work of art, this thing. At least I think it is when we can see it.
Yeah, can't see it anymore as the tower fills with smoke. And Perry turning on the fire. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't get your phones out and video this, no one's going to believe what you've seen.
And if you forget to do it, go to Tom's blog because it'll be on there as well.
Kind of worryingly, the view I've got of the Oklahoma Willie right now is straight down the jet. I can see the pilot light hitting that activates the whole afterburner system. Oklahoma Willie underway down the quarter mile. Will it be a 10? Oh, clicks off slightly early, 11:50 at 136 miles an hour.
And the chute blossoms down the shutdown area.
An interesting thing about the jets is everyone on the racetrack loves a tailwind. The jet cars don't.
Don't enjoy it, no, because
Yeah,
the
don't
air's
get
going
much
the wrong
power.
way.
Yeah.
Just think as well, you know what you said about him running Street Eliminator? About VW Pro.
He still wouldn't be the quickest.
I know, but he'd be one of the more... he's definitely consistent enough to do it,
Yeah.
isn't he?
You'd be a bit worried if you're being chased down the track by him, wouldn't you?
Do you know what? A really quick silly story that I think I've shared before. One of the best drag racing events in the world is at a place called Great Lakes in Wisconsin. And it's basically a massive match race, yeah. And the guy that used to run it, a guy called Bob Metzler, Broadway Bob. Give him a round of applause, folks. That was rather good. We got 2 more jet cars coming your way. Broadway Bob Metzler, right, who runs it. At the start of the show and the start of the evening, he sits on a jet car with a beer and raises it, as in with the jet car running and flaming, and he sits on the front of it and just salutes the crowd to start the show, right? That's how the evening sort of goes. But what he does, it is a new speed record, 2:52. Thank you very much. I love the way he has to duck every time he comes in. So it makes me laugh. That's the one. It's the hat. But anyway, getting to the point. What he does is that there's loads of pro mods and all sorts of different stuff booked in, and he asks the crowd what race they want to see. And once they wanted to see a front-engine top-fuel dragster against a jet car, right? So this was quite a long time ago. Now the guy that driving, I'll never forget his name, a guy called Nitro Neil Basilia, driving the front-engine car. So lots of smoke noise, usual stuff. They both went off down the track together. The jet actually got there first, and so on and so on. And the guy in the fuel dragster was going all over the racetrack. Didn't lift. He still got to the finish line. Crew got to the other end. What the hell were you doing? Where were you going? The jet car had melted his goggles, so he couldn't see. All the heat from the jet had actually misted up the front of his goggles and slightly melted the front of it. He couldn't
Yeah.
see where he was going.
Well,
But he still kept his foot in it.
I'm not sure how many people on the spectator land can see this, but when we run the jet cars, we have to move all of the big heavy
Exactly.
machinery off to one side because it melts stuff, let alone racing one that closely.
I still can't believe, if you think about it logically, that we had people stood in the barn when the jets actually ran. Because
I'm so glad I did it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So am I. But you know,
Yeah.
the sensible head now kicks in. You think, why on earth did we do it? But that's what we did back in the day.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm
seeing
only
some of the-
just old enough.
Seeing some of the debris that have hit the windows in Nitro FM, and
Yeah.
you sort of think, well, that could be someone's head. You know. There we go.
Yeah, lucky to get away with it for as long as we did, I think,
Yeah.
is the way to put it. Yeah. I apologise, they're not side by side. It will be Roger Goring on his own, and then Martin Hill on his own.
Roger with a new personal best last weekend at the Fast Show, dipping into the 5.8 at well over 260 mile an hour. Over the quarter mile, that is. And I think we'll be seeing a full quarter mile pass now. I can't see the 1,000-foot cones.
It's only when they're actually side by side it's to 1,000 foot. Rest of the time they can run the full quarter.
Look at that.
Helen's about to give Rog the thumbs up. Just straightens her hair first, but she's about to give him the thumbs up.
One of the only cars in the world with the layout that Roger has. He actually sits in front of the jet.
Yeah, centre drive jet car. Basically, it's a very short jet dragster with a funny car body on it, if you will. So in testing before this weekend, Roger was down in the 580s, which is the quickest he's ever run with this car. See what he can do for us here this afternoon. Lovely,
cracking.
strong looking run.
593, 237.
Looks like actually that was a flame out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that was
yeah,
a
yeah.
quarter mile pass as well. Let's not forget 593. Well done, Rog.
I was going to say, cracking 108, 60 foot. Jets famously don't like getting off the line. They can thunder on at the top end. They can really, really rein the power in.
Yeah, a tailwind as well. Jets don't like that, as we've said, but that was a good run.
Because I think 543 has famously been well over 300 mile an hour in the past. And speaking to Martin Hill about it, he went, what happened was I got to about 1,000 foot and hit about the densest pocket of air I think I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And the thing just took off.
Yeah, he's a gulp of air that he wasn't expecting. Right, let's just bring everybody up to speed of what's going on at the moment. Obviously, we've got one more jet to run, which is Martin with Fire Force number 3. We still got some qualifying to come with Outlaw Flat 4, VW Pro, VW Sportsman, Junior Dragster, 850 bike, 950 bike, and ET bike. And there's eliminations. With Super Pro and Pro ET. I've got the ladders. I've gone through Super Pro. Yeah, okay. But the interesting matchup in Pro ET is Amy Watkins has got Tom Watkins in round 1. So sibling rivalry there. All the other pairings pretty sort of straightforward as you normally expect. But it's always interesting when you get two members of the same family in the same team, obviously, and typical. They meet in round 1. Still got plenty to come in. What's the time actually? I haven't even looked at that. 10 to 6 in the evening. Still got probably a couple of hours to go here at Santa Pod.
So the two Richards running around the outside of 543 with Martin sat in the car.
Personally, I've no idea. You tell the difference between the two of them. What, was that funny?
Hey, I'm not saying anything. There is an extensive checklist that each of the teams and the drivers have to go through before even turning on. Actually, before even getting down to the start line, let alone turning on the jets. But that checklist is complete, as we can hear the jet winding up. And the body goes down. Richard about to give Martin the signal to wind up the jet just that little bit further.
me, or was that particularly violent today?
I was just thinking that.
Truth.
So Richard bringing Martin into stage. Everyone give him a wave. .105, 60 foot from the jet car, clicks it off early, still goes 572 at 256 miles an hour.
That was fast. 572. Nice one, Richie.
I was going to say that's trucking onto one of the quickest ETs for
Yeah,
that car.
nice,
Actually,
stout.
I'm not sure what the quickest he's run, but it's normally 580s or 590s.
Yeah.
And that was still off early, but because it's not wheel driven, it doesn't make that much difference to the ET. But well done to Martin and the whole team. Hope you all enjoyed that, folks. If you're sticking with us, we've got loads more racing to go.
Outlaw Flat 4,
Actually-
I think, is up next.
Qualifying and eliminations as well.
Yeah.
So not too sure on who's going to be up next. Is Outlaw Flat 4
It's either
first?
Outlaw Anglia or Outlaw Flat 4. I've got Flat 4 on the screen. We'll find out very shortly indeed. I think it is Outlaw Flat 4. Yep, it is. Darren Shepherd with the Outcast machine.
Going up against Adam Lowe. So James Wooten has been missing in action all weekend. I know he was entered.
Yeah, he's still missing. Yeah, no, James Wood not into this event.
Oh, is he not entered? Oh, okay.
So number 3 and number 4 at the moment. 11:13 was Adam's number, and Darren is on a 12:18.
Adam going to get there first, goes over the line with an 11:22 and a 12:35 for Darren. No improvement for either of them. Mark with the gorgeous Carmen gear. He is your number 1 qualifier, and he will remain that way as we have no more Outlaw Flat 4 cars coming through. So the Toenail Dragon 2 on a victory lap, 9:49. Was what he ran yesterday, I believe. Let's see what he can do on this one. He can get a whole load of wheel spin. Underway now, though. Motoring on to a 1071.
Good turn of speed though, 146 at the stripe.
Look at that, side-by-side burnouts from the Anglias there. Wayne Power and Ben with the Lexus powered.
Just look at that, it's a 237 60 foot from the Carmen gear from Mark then. 237. He still went through at 1071, 146.
he let go and didn't really go anywhere.
Yeah. Even the 8th, 746, 119, it just really turned it on in the second half there.
So Ben with a personal best, 881 to put him in the number 2 qualifying spot. Wayne with a 939. He's really, really turning the wick up now with the black pop from Wolverhampton. Ben staging well off to the right-hand side of the lane.
He's following the burnout marks there.
Much more tame launch from Wayne. 9.46 and a 10.27. Colin Miller with the Flying Pfeiffer and Doug McClure with the Slug Cess pop in the Slitrix lane. 10.24 is where Doug is currently qualified with all of the nitrous. Another nitrous car in this Kestrel beer lane, as you see there from Colin Miller. Colin's car has been into the 6s before. He's trying to run 7.60 this weekend for no other reason than he wants to run in the 760 class. He can go much quicker if he wants to.
Somebody I haven't given a shout out to at all yet. Tuned in hopefully from down under at some point. John Willard and the team. A very good afternoon to you from Santa Pod Raceway. It'd be a good morning to you, a very early morning to you over there.
Much better
run for Colin.
Arrow straight, a bit of a wander at 1,000 foot, 776, 153
He'll take
mile an hour.
that. They'll take that one. Nicely done. Got a base to work from now for 760. Got 776 at 153. And Doug goes 10.35. Referencing John Willard there. Always give him a shout when anglers run, because he does literally tune in to every event at some point, has a look through, and then he'll message me afterwards and says, thanks for the shout out, sort of thing.
Scott, shout out to Scotty and Charlotte. I know they're watching from Scotland as well. Scott's got his own pop, currently in the garage waiting for parts, I believe.
I think it's more waiting for Scott, isn't it? Okay, VW Pro, Hazel Carter and Jake Fronda. Hazel with Patricia, 12.99, and Jake, 11.92. That Golf is quick.
Yeah, it's really tame on the launch, but seems to motor on.
Yeah. .13 and 14.45. No change in positions there. Jake already number 2. Hazel number 11. .50 dial-in for James Gould, Team Militia. The VR6 powered altered. Aiming to hit that 950 once again. Has been quicker. James Hodson, 1080 with a Mark II Golf. Currently number 4.
Is he one of these ones entered into the front-wheel drive class of Doors numbers yet? Because he could do really well in that.
He could, because he's consistent. Where a lot of the front-wheel drive cars, it's the 8 and 9 second ones, have a habit of braking. And we have seen it. Stephen Ray in the Astrovan, 11 second Astrovan, went and won it.
Oh, 1 light from James there. Looking for a 950, goes 958. Stays in number 1. James stays number 4 with the Golf with an 11.1. Luke Stevenson and Jacob Bailey. Jacob with a 10.0 dial-in. He's clearly turned the boost up a little bit in the Jetta.
Two good friends going at it this time round.
Yeah, I don't see Jake as often as we used to at the racetrack, but good to see him back.
Wow, Luke's actually popped the boot open. Some acceleration for you. However, Jacob's about to drive around him by the look of it. Well, Luke's in the 12s though, 12.96, knocking on the door of 110 miles an hour. Jacob Bailey, 11.79. Not quite what he was looking for.
He could also enter the front-wheel drive class.
I think a lot of them have. I really do. I think a lot of them...
Well, if Luke's got anything to do with it.
yeah,
Oh, he badgers them like mad.
yeah, basically he pesters them until they submit, doesn't he? If you like.
Which is the way to do it, because
Yeah,
it
yeah.
works.
Oh, it does work, yeah. Chris Waterhouse, 960 in the Castellane. Four-wheel drive Audi.
It's got to have a front-wheel drive bias because it launches like a front-wheel drive car. Albeit a little bit quicker. 969. And a 1298.
Abby goes up to number 6. Look at the speed though for Chris Waterhouse, 154 miles an hour.
All right, Phil Blogg and Rob Carter.
I'm liking the smiley faces that everyone's drawing on the back of their cars. Rob's got one with a 7.6 and so is Phil.
Love that 760 dial-in in VW Pro. That's pretty exceptional, isn't it? Actually, 760 heads up. Rob, you know what to do.
Yeah.
I'm saying that, he could enter 2 classes. He could enter the one of the street classes as well, couldn't he? With that VW.
Can you imagine that? Rob Carter and Colin Miller side by side. They would never race anywhere else like that. But yeah, 760, that would work.
You could get more 2 different combinations, could you? No spin at all this time for Rob Carter.
60 foot of 1.16 for that Passat is outstanding.
Whoa, 52!
Look at the speed as well. 185 miles an hour.
Wow.
I think that's his quickest run ever. And fastest run ever as well. 12.26 in the other lane.
Just like that, Street Eliminator got a little bit more difficult once again.
As usual.
As if it was ever easy.
Moving into Sportsman ET then. Georgina Smith and Richard Palmer with the family cat. He dials 13.47 and a 15.77 for the Toyota Supra. Richard currently in the number 27 spot. In fact, how many Sportsman ET people do we have entered?
It's about that. Oh, 29. Yeah, Richard Palmer needs to move up because it's qualifying points that gave him the points lead coming into this event.
0-1 red for Georgina, but that doesn't matter. I think Richard hasn't had a number on the right side yet. I think that's why he's so far down the order. He goes 13.31 breakout once again. Georgina stays put as well with a 15.83. No improvement for her. Debbie Taylor and Gary Lake. Gary with the Arabian Night. Repping some new front runners this weekend. Debbie Taylor as always ran the slicks with the skinnies on the front. She's looking for a 13.30. Gary looking to run a 13.92. 04 light from Gary there. practicing his race day reaction times. Debbie's going to get there first. 13.28 breakout. 13.99 on a 13.92. Gary stays put in number 7. 2 Camaros of the catfish variety. Couple of 4th gens. Troy Attree and Pete Walters. In fact, the dial-ins aren't too far apart either. 12.56 for Troy. Pete looking for a 12.24. Big old red light for Troy there, 0.2. Pete's going to get there first. Breakout, 12.23 with a 7. Troy leapfrogs him, moving up to number 8 with a 12.59 on 12.56. As the bald man himself, Matt Halsall, with the Mark II Escort, looking for a 14.68, and Jago Stokes with the Skyline looking for a 12.50. I know Jago's car isn't a GTR Skyline, but that probably plays in his favour, because it'd be very, very difficult to launch a four-wheel drive car on this track, especially a standard-ish one. Jago's going to get there first, looking for 12.50, goes 13.03. Matt goes 14.88, moves him up to the number 24 spot, and in fact Jago moves up to number 27. Chris Wynn with the website on wheels, Mito, taking on Simon Swarbrick with a 347 cubic inch Ford pot. Now, Simon's got the unique challenge of not running too quick. You can only dial.
He's on the cusp of class change.
Yeah, you can only dial 12.00, and he's run 11s all but one of the runs?
Yeah, something like that. Oh, they both go red, doesn't really matter. I think Simon did run in the 11s yesterday, actually.
And this morning, I think. Looking for a 12.02, going to get there first, goes 12.21.
Wow, definitely the right side. And a breakout for Chris Wynn, 15.15 on a 15.30. Just want to say a very big hello to everyone watching at home, especially to Evie, Kaya and Elodie. I hope you're taking good care of Fudge and Nana and Mummy.
Colin says hi as well.
Colin says hi too. Colin's taking care of me, so you've got to take care. You've got to take care of Mummy, Nana, and Fudge. Obviously, I'm sure you're taking care of Fudge and not driving him mad. But anyway, hope you had a wonderful day. Back to racing. Terrace Attree and Steve Giles. Steve Giles is actually number 29 currently.
Well, he went really quick in the last qualifier. Goes 13.08. Yeah, not matching the performance he found earlier. It's bizarre. It just came out of nowhere. Terry goes 18.76 on an 18.75. Moves him from 22 to 5.
Whilst we're doing quick shout-outs as such, Alfie Holmes has been in touch. Can we get a shout-out for Ginnerman, who's currently sat at home recovering from a knee op?
Oh.
So, Ginner, well, hope to see you up and about soon. We need you back at the track at some point. Thanks for updating us on that one, Alfie. Ginner, need to see you soon, mate.
James Grew with Mont Blanc and Al Medley with the Bad Penny Mustang. Supercharged Mustang from If My Ears Are Not Playing Tricks on Me. He's looking for 13.39, goes 13.43, stays number 2.
James Grew breaks out, although that car is deadly consistent. It really is. Okay, Jill Medley.
Someone at VW obviously went, someone's going to race this car on Sportsman ET. We've got to make it as consistent as possible.
Yeah, I'm sure VW consider that in their design process.
Would you not?
Why not? Happened everywhere else for years, isn't it? So, Jill Medley. On a bye run. Oh, Steph was in the other lane. We're just down to one lane for the moment.
Jill looking to run 12.36. She's qualified with a 14. Oh no, she's not. Steph's qualified with a 14, sorry. .36 on the board. Goes 12.38, moves her from 19 to 6.
That was very cleverly judged as well. She just backed off before the finish line. You heard the engine note dip, which is probably what made the difference. So, Chris Creswell. Not quite sure why we're down to one lane for the moment, but we're still running things through. The tractors there ready to...
I'll tell you what, I'm glad they chose different colours for the Fiestas, both the Creswells. Because if they were both blue, it would have been very difficult.
Well, whilst we're going through, various messages come through. Al Williamson just been in touch, Howland Hauler. He says, check out the entry list for the main event. Check out the entry list for the main event. 18 cars in Street Eliminator. Wow. And then I'm sort of looking at the rest of the entry.
That must have been updated since I last looked then.
Got 5 pro stockers coming now.
At least.
18 pro mods have booked in.
At least.
At least, yeah. And Chris go 23.91. 52 miles an hour, not quite what
he
Chris
was racing the tractor.
Yeah.
Well, look at that. He's actually made the first turn off, the very first turn off.
4 Nostalgia Funny Cars. Comp Eliminator has got 13 booked in. Super Comp 11. Super Gas 14. Super Pro have already got like a bum spot if everybody qualifies with 36 entries. Pro ET is up to 45. Absolutely insane. 18 in Street Eliminator. 22 junior dragsters. Top Fuel Bike, we've got 8.
Nice.
Already. Super Twins, 5. Wow.
And coming from Finland as well, some of them.
5 pro stocks. Super Street Bike is up to 10. That is building nicely. So I'd imagine there's going to be another update to come on that. But goodness me, 5 top methanols.
So what you're saying is if everyone out there hasn't already booked their tickets for the main event,
get on with it.
Do it now.
I'd say the total entries at the moment is 227. We know that will climb. Wow.
Well, I'm looking at Pro Modified, and there's a whole bunch of Swedes still missing in there, and there's already 18 up for it. You've also not on the list for some reason. I don't know whether they're not on the actual entry list. The Nitro Funny Car. Steph Pateman goes 14.04, goes up to the number 4 spots with that one. Yeah, they're not on the entry list. They're on the Santa Pod site as being there.
Yeah.
All 5 of them. But they're not actually on the official entry list just yet, anyway.
Rob Slater's just messaged in because obviously he's listening. Hi, Rob. Hi, Trudy. And he says, and we've got to supply all 18 with jam, roly-poly and custard.
That's a nice one to have.
I like that.
So, Holly Walters, currently number 21, looking for 15.42. Holly's way better than that. See what we can do. 15.55, only stage 21. Tough crowd. Yeah, in Street Eliminator, there's a whole bunch returning as well. Al McSweeney, Paul Morton coming back as well. Al Williamson. Phil Druitt's in there too.
403 Mafia. Yeah.
And the Hales are back as well. That always swells the numbers, which is always good. Jack McClure is in there as well.
Yeah.
And Joe Stevens. It's going to be awesome.
Right, Ian Dance and Felicity Gibbs, your next pair in Sportsman ET. Ian Dance looking for 16.66. Flick looking for 17.22. Ian goes 16.40. That's a big old breakout, nearly quarter of a second. Flick breaks up by 0.02 of a second. No improvement for either. Well, we've got VW Sports in the lanes. We've also got a load of bikes down there as well. So Rob Cresswell with the Smurf. Jay McCreevy with Ben's van. I think that is so nice the way they've done the SPRC stickers on the back of Ben's van there. All 10 of them, and obviously this is the 10th year. It looks so good. So 14.65 the dial-in for Rob, 15.14 for Jane.
Jane's been doing really well, really close to the number.
Oh, she's back in the 14s! Yes! Not when she wanted to do it, but a 14.96. Get in there, Jane McCready. Brilliant job. 14.90. Not so much help for the Cresswells there. But I don't care, that was a breakout. I said I wanted another 14 from Jane this weekend.
That was
and
good.
she supplied. Well done.
Well, better to do it in the last qualifying round than round
Yes.
1, obviously. Yeah. Okay, Kirsty Trow and Clive Dandridge. Kirsty Giles, 12 flat with a Camaro in the Slick Tricks lane.
Both wheels are hooked for Clive as well on this one. In fact, he's so close to Kirsty, he's going to break out. Oh, not quite.
Well, Kirsty, 12.06. She'd already been 12.04 on a 12 flat. She's number 14.
Yeah.
That is
How close is it at the top at the minute?
very squeaky close.
Yeah. That much.
Really squeaky close. Look at that. Top 20.1 or better. Top 10.2 or
I
better.
didn't realise it went 6 digits. Is that new?
Must be.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought it went 4. But
You pay more attention than we do,
Yeah.
honestly.
I'll check with the timing crew on that.
Oh, 002 red for Alex in the caddy. Brian off and running. He is your number 1 qualifier. 0001. Off his dial and looking for a 13.44, goes 13.54. Is a 10th off this time. 20.5 the dial in, 21.5 is the run for Alex in the van. Stays at number 23. And the Hum Maverick just coming out onto the track. There's, of course, Adam Wakefield.
What it's doing is that's the over under. That's one column. That's the next column.
Right. That was me thinking it was. You could have plugged that.
So 13.51 is the dial in. Lots of smoke. I was going to say from the burnout, but they're going to check the track, so obviously spotted something further up the track. See, this is the good thing about having the spotters right up at the top. If a car comes around the corner who's leaking something or doesn't look right, they can quickly radio down the track, get the rest of the spotters on the track. 9 times out of 10, there is something on the track that the car has dropped that no one's spotted because it can be so small. Well,
Oh, sorry. I started to speak then. I've got to switch the microphone on. Right, plan, just so everybody's up to date. We've got obviously the bikes in the lanes at the moment. You've got 850 bike, 950 bike and ET bike. I've also got VW Sportsman in the lanes. Once they've run, we hope to get Junior Dragster, Pro ET and Super Pro, and that will be it for today. But we will obviously update you as best as we can on that because obviously we do need to be observant of track conditions and, if there's any downtime as such. So that will be the plan. So, yeah, and if it is Pro ET and Super Pro, that'll be round 1 eliminations. Yeah, so going to be a late night. Time would fall out of the tower and go straight into Fielder's Bar for the live music at 9 o'clock.
Why not?
so attempt number 2 from the Maverick. Call it the Maverick because that's the noise it makes when it sits under the tower.
Maverick.
13.51. is the Dylan. Currently sits in the number 3 spot, went 13.52 in one of his earlier runs. I have a feeling this won't be, as he is spinning the left wheel.
Just the left one, eh?
Just the left one. Goes over the line with a 15.49 at 101 mile an hour. As we move into VW Sportsman. Tom Circuit with Harold the Lupo going up against the Baja Beetle. Of Steve Metcalf. Dial in 15.45 for the car in the Slictrix lane. 18.00, which I think it's been all weekend for the green car in the Kestrel B lane. Oh, 008 red for Steve. Doesn't matter in this, but shows he was trying. 02 green's a good light for Tom. What's Steve going to run? 15.83 and an 18.25. No improvement. Oh, no, Steve did improve. Up to 12 from 14. So, Polly Judge with the message, happy birthday, Rob, on the back of the window. Very good way to get a shout out.
And there's Rob stood by the car. Happy birthday, Rob.
Jason Anslow in the other lane, which is, he's driving what is definitely a Volkswagen Beetle. You cannot tell me otherwise.
Yeah, it's just a big old body kit on it.
Both looking for dial-ins in the 16s. 16.15 for Polly, 16.36 for Jason. They're going to cross the line at pretty similar times. Polly's going to get there first go. 16.08 breakout and a 16.39 moves Jason up to number 2. Karen Waterhouse and Lowry Anslow. So the good thing about the VW Pro, it's not just VWs, it's obviously Volkswagen Audi Group vehicles. That's why you've got an Audi and a Seat on the track at the minute. But if anyone out there with a Bugatti Veyron wanted to give it a go, they could. Or a Bentley.
Or Lamborghini. Loosely connected, but it is there.
Yeah, one of the unique issues with this more stock cars is when they launch, all of the condensation comes out the exhausts. Dial-ins then. Lowry Anslow, 13.95 in the Slictrix lane, 14.60 in the Kestrel B lane. For Karen. Both making their way down the track. Lowry goes 14.28, no improvement. And Karen moves up from 19 to 15 with a 15.12.
So, John Crawford in the Kestrel lane with the tribute to Dennis Priddle on the VW. Very successful he has been too as well. 15.70, 13.60 for Danny Bean.
So John looking for a 15.70, Danny looking for a 13.60, goes 14.13, moves him up one spot to number 16. No improvement for John as he goes 16.24. He stays number 13. Sorry. So the number plate on Danny's car says not Reese. And there's a small little piece of writing on the back of Reese's car that says I am Reese.
That's very helpful for everyone that doesn't know.
So, Reese Finney. 16.15 is the dialing. John Gallant with Takacat 2. Looking for a 15.24.
I would have been more impressed if Reese put I am Spartacus on the back instead of I am Reese. Oh dear. So John should get there first. 15.21 breakout. 16.30 the right side for Reese, and Reese goes from 11 to 8. John stays number 7.
Where is Spartacus now?
Working with his dad.
Okay.
Very, very busy indeed, doing a lot of groundworks.
That's good to hear.
Various things. And actually, fact, they have spent a lot of time up here, actually, because remember the works on the racetrack at 3:30. That's NEM plant, done all of that. Some of the concrete work up on the crop circles. Yeah, basically anything on site now that's concrete related. James Oliver and that squad pretty much take care of it.
Very excited to see him back out at some point, though.
Well,
Eagerly
the car
anticipated.
is being constructed. It's Monte Carlo.
Nice. I assume with the engine out of the Firebird.
Possibly, yes, because Ollie is having a new engine built to be comp eliminator legal, so it's a Pontiac engine.
Yeah.
And the engine that was in the Firebird will go into the Monte Carlo.
Nice.
And bearing in mind that engine went
Quick.
9.1. Yeah, it's going to be quick. I think the Monte Carlo is going to be a bit heavier, though. That's the only thing.
So, Poppy Hunter hasn't got a time on the board yet. Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, so this is first and last qualifying run of the weekend then. 14.92 in at number 22. Paul Robinson stays number 3 with a 14.98. Got a few more V-dubs to go, and then it's on with 850 and I think
950 bike.
850, 950 bike, ET bike, and then that's qualifying over and done with, and we're on to round 1 for...
Yeah. Well, Pro ET are come down in the lanes ready, so...
we're nearly
Wow.
on to eliminations.
Jerry Sadler looking for a 15.31. Justin Foley with the Red Dwarf looking for a 13.00. I've just realised Trevor's got a portrait of himself on the back of his t-shirt.
That's nice. No improvement for either of those. Jerry stays 5. Justin, number 6, 14.38 and 15.38.
Did you just guess that then?
Yeah, have you just come up with that number? 15.30, that's brave.
Turn it upside down.
So I was speaking to Trevor earlier. He put slicks on the car.
It was right. Okay, so we've got to dial Lorraine in. 15.30, I think is brave.
I'm going to say 15.74.
I was going to go 15.69. So you're 15.74. Darryl, you're not playing.
Say again, sorry?
Dialing in Lorraine. What do you reckon?
God knows, 28 seconds. Judging by
Right.
everything so far, I
Trev
might be
actually-
15.30.
I think...
Oh, I think you could be nearer, actually, Darryl.
yeah. She just unfortunately missed a shift. Jerry goes 14.20.
What did I say? 28? I'm rubbish. Going to start with a 1.
19.
Oh.
I was nearly closer and I went with 20-something.
Love you, Trev. Oh, dear. What a shame.
He's off to write a petition to decide the dial-in after the run.
Get a vote on it.
It's called retro. It's called a retro dial-in class.
Right, Golfy McGolfface, the Golf GTI of Nigel Gregson, alongside Thomas Webb with Jimmy the Golf.
Yeah, apologies, Nigel. We completely missed your perfect light yesterday, but he was in fact the winner of the perfect light award.
So 12.95 is his target compared to 14.20 for Thomas. 12.89 breakout and a 13.25 breakout and a 14.20. 0.95 of a second breakout. My word. Good effort. Or a bad judge of dialing. One or the other. This is George Miller with Sonic the TT. 14.20 dialing. Very black, actually, isn't it? Blacked out lights, blacked out number plate. And then you get dazzled by the red lights. And this is the last one of our VWs.
I've just noticed he's got a very bizarre problem that I've just sort of looked at. His race number is very similar to what he's dialing in. So I looked at that, I thought he was going to dial a 14.4. But obviously it's not. That's his race number, 144.
Yeah, good point. But timing system reboot. Nice to get that out of the way now before we go on a bit further. Right, so coming up next, we got 850 bike, 950 bike, ET bike. Got Pro ET in the lanes, and we do expect to have Junior Dragster and Super Pro as well. But as I say, wait for the call.
I beg your pardon, I forgot we got Junior Dragster to go after the V-dubs, and then it's the bikes, is it? Yeah.
Well, I can't see Junior Dragster down there.
No, they'll be
Are they not?
behind the bikes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then they are here, behind the bikes there. So.
Okay.
Okay, so 14.22, dialing for George. Nice light, 0-2.
He's got to run away now because the tractor's chasing him.
Go on the... no, I don't think so.
Go on the tractor. 14.36, 11-8.
Nicely done. Okay, just a quick sweep and a little bit of glue from Mr. Marshall down there in the Kestrel lane. And we will be on with the bikes. I think we've got 950 and 850 down there already.
Well, 850 bike are all suited and booted on the bike, so I assume we'll see them first.
Well, it looks like we're going into a little bit of track prep because the tractor is just about to go out. And one of our spotters at the top end. Ian's going to move over to the other side. Yeah. Okay, Nitro FM, if you can just take the airways for a short moment, we will take it back when we continue with 950 bike. All right, tractor just coming back down on station. Then we got 850 bike coming round the corner. Also 950 biker down there as well. Give me a time check now. 20 to 7 in the evening here. And we're still going. First up, Pete Wise. He appears in the Kestrel Beer Lane. He's currently number 3 qualifier on an 8.53. Pete Slater on an 8.60 at the moment, currently number 7. Last qualifier then. Next time we see this lot will be tomorrow in eliminations.
So the number is 850. You see it on the board. They're all really, really good at this. Really good. Doors a little bit, well, not open this year because a couple of them have gone to other things, comp bike and super street bike, but it's still very competitive. 860 with a 0 for Pete Wise, no improvement. And Pete Slater goes 870, but look at the speeds. 175,
Yeah, wow.
170. That's
hauling, isn't it?
That's rather staggering for an 850 bike. Normally about 150 to 160 would be about right. Mick Wynyard, who's number 11 with an 807. In the Slick Tricks lane. Well, the reason it's 807, it was a 7 something, is because that's the closest one he's got to the proper number. Up against Craig Wright, who's number 5. Craig won at Easter a few weeks ago. Well, Mick Wynyard's using Craig as a pacemaker to try and not break out, and he still does. However, Craig goes to the number 2 spot with an 852 at 162. That boy is good.
Yeah, very good.
Well, Mick Wynyard's run is now 8:36 because he's getting closer. Okay, Joe Elliott at number 9. Only run a 985, most unusual for him. He's normally well in the 8s. And the conditions at the moment with that normally aspirated machine are ideal. Ian Critchlow, just seen Craig go through on an 852 on his bike. 848 and a 964. Joe Elliott not having a great weekend so far. Too quick, too slow, I think is the outcome of that one. Although Critch only just missed it, to be completely fair. Okay. Stacey Reid with the not 202.22. Because her dad's got it on, obviously. Stacey's in the Slick Tricks lane. She's run 8.59 as a best so far. Daniel Madeira, though, has run 8.51. He's currently number 1. Stacey went for a slide off the start line. Daniel cruising at the top end to an 8.58. Stace got back on it, went 8.99 at 161. Okay, J Rowe, who was way too quick, a couple of times at least yesterday. Taking on Carl Thomas, who definitely was an 8.52 for Carl. Jay's actually looking over his shoulder. They both go 8.86 with a 7.
And a 4 after it. Identical. I can't believe that.
31 miles an hour difference in speed, though. And J Rowe was there first by that much. I don't think I've ever seen that.
No.
Identically teased, completely different speeds. It doesn't matter because it is only qualifying, obviously. It's nothing to be worried about particularly. So Kostas said it right yesterday, didn't I? Janopoulos in a bike that really is a super street bike, but he's in 850. is he going to try and run 850?
Nah.
Is he?
That's a good looking run. Wow. 751, 190. That'll do. Right, 950 bike. That's a wrap for 850.
I didn't know there was a 750 bike class.
Yeah, we just
There
made
is
one.
now. Okay, Dave Hall and Josh McLean. Josh doing a great job this weekend. He's been 954. However, Dave Hall has been 9.50 on the nose, which is obviously the idea.
Junior Dragster are in the lanes. So just Super Pro to tag on the back, and that's everybody for tonight.
Nine.
Oh, yeah.
We were going to say the same thing,
We
I
were.
think. Look at that. That's proper consistency. Dave Hall, the 951. A 962 in the other lane for Josh. Fantastically consistent. So, Rob Stanley. Every bike in 950 is in the 950s. Rob's been 957. Lifts at just the right moment and goes 9.60. Okay, ET bike qualifying session number 4. I think we've only got ET bike to go and
Junior
Dragster.
Dragster, and
Qualifying rise, that is,
yeah.
obviously, yeah.
Then Pro ET eliminations. And then hopefully Super Pro as well.
So Robbie Dobby over there with the Super Penguin, 985, and Pete Harrison. Pete was the one that's number 2. Beg your pardon. So yeah, there was someone in the middle of Scott and Phil.
Oh, Pete's bike died off the line. Where it gets going, but it's all about Robbie Dobby.
That'll be the longest 5 seconds trying to get it restarted and moving again.
Oh, Robbie goes too quick. 983.
Pete Harrison looking for 1090, goes not 1090. Actually, you got timed
16
out.
something.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
1635.
Okay, next up, Carl Hester in the Slick Tricks lane, 1050 against Lee Baxter. Sorry, 1092 for Lee. Still with that lovely tailwind, which is almost straight down the track behind them now. Definitely changed direction. $10.66 for Carl and a 10.87 for Lee. No improvement. They stay 8 and 14. Gary Hester and Scott Smith. Gary on the, I need to call them the way their correct name, old school stockers. In the Kessler lane. $8.88 and a 10.70. Little bit off of where they want to be. Only a little bit, though, mind.
Carl Rushby and Justin Moulton, your next pair. Carl looking for 1080, Justin 1040.
So, Justin Moulton, currently number 18. Carl Rushby is 15.
Both a little bit off there, actually. 11.05, 11.36, no help.
Well, Jerry's going to change the dial-in to a 9.51.
Brilliant.
But Scott Collier is currently number 1 against Nick, lining up against Nick Playden again. 11.15 for Nick Playden. is his chosen dial-in. Scott's been number 1 all the way through the qualifying day today and yesterday.
Oh, Scott's going to get there first. How well have they read it? Oh, pretty well. 52
He's
on a
still
51.
not been more than 1/100th of a second away from his dial-in in
And
the last
light.
2 days.
Look at the light, 04 as well.
Awesome.
He's staking his claim very early, isn't he? Right, Phil Pratt and Jake Bowden. Next pair. Phil currently number 3 on an 890-70. Dials this time 892. Jake dialing 1175. $8.96 for Phil. He's going to stay number 3 with that one. And Jake goes 11.85, a 10th off. Stays number 5. Brett Cordell and Harrison Brown, your next pair. 9.35 and 9.50 respectively. Oh, 9.34 with a 5 on a 9.35. That was oh so close there for Brett. Harrison Brown moves up a couple of spots there, 9.78. Right, Leo Lester, 10.65. Chris Venn, 9.65. Can we see another breakout from Chris Venn? If he does, I will be chuffed to bits if he does. But then I think he'd like to get one the right side and move up from number 21. But let's see. Right, I think he's going to break out this time round. $10.04. Yeah, it's got a little bit loose. 21 to 17. Leo Lester, breakout from him. 200's too quick. Number 9. Grace Pollen, 9.28. And Liam Holgate, 10.02. $9.51 for Grace, but Liam Holgate, big move there, 10.04. Very, very nice move indeed, up to number 3. Dayglow Dave Grundy, 10.45 dial in for him. And this, I believe, is the last bike. Something below us anyway. 10.50, 134. Dave Grundy stays number 5. This is the last bike. It's Blade King. See what Blade has got for us this evening then. 11.19, 140, excuse me, 142 miles an hour. Good turn of speed at the top end. Okay, the rattle and hum of Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster, and it is your number 1 qualifier, Teddy Howe down there, going alongside Jack Taylor. Last qualifying session for them. Then it will be eliminations round number 1 for Pro ET. So Teddy in the slick tricks lane. Yeah, local lad from Rushden. Jack Taylor from Chertsey in Surrey. The Black Magic Junior. Teddy goes 0-1 red this time. He's already got the number 1 in the bag anyway. 0-8 for Jack Taylor. No improvement. He's already had an 0-5. Neve Deevy in the number 5 spot. Great for her. Six. Already got an 0-1 in the bag, but still very, very nice indeed. Well done, Neve. A very good evening to Caitlin. She hasn't waved to me yet today. Yeah, she has now, finally. Thank you. Ada Cassisi and Sam Hiscock. These two currently 14 and 15. They're on the front page though. That means they've gone sub 0.1. No help for... Oh, possibly... No, in actual fact, they are going to stay put. So Eddie stays 14, Sam stays 15. Next pair, Emily Moore and Jacqueline Bartlett. 21 and 23, these two can certainly make a move here. So just rolling up to the line then. Okay, so a move being made by Jacqueline there. She's going to move up to the number 14 spot from 23. Emily goes red, went a bit too soon, but nice move from Jacqueline though. Up to number 14. Okay, brother and sister. Frankie Kent taking on Lola Bell Kent in this last qualifier. Loving the underglow on Frankie Kent's junior dragster in the Kestrel beer lane. And the more traditional team colours of Lola Bell Kent's West Ham Motorsport entry in the Slick Tricks lane. Lavelle goes 08. She's going to move up from number 18, I think, to possibly number 17. Not a huge move. Yep. Frankie stays number 21. Sam Fairhurst, number 2 in the ladder at the moment, taking on Eva Davis, number 26. Now, she can go quicker than 07 on reaction time. She'll move into the top 16. Oh, Eva Davis does make that move. She goes 0.56 and moves into number 13. Nice move, exactly halfway up from where she was before. 26 to 13. No movement from Sam there. Stays put. Next pair, Kai Cooper, number 4 at the moment, and Freddie Taylor, currently number 11. .030 for Kai, no help him, but a double 0.2 for Freddie Taylor. That's going to take him up to number 2 with that one. Nicely done, Freddie. Number 2. Great move at the towards the end of the session. All right, Daniel Todd, number 24 at the moment. Ted Sullivan, number 11. Oh, Daniel really tried hard there. Went 0.2 red, just that little bit too quick. Ted, no help for him with a 0.14. He had already been a 0.4. All right, Max Taylor and Jake Cooper for this one. Max number 19, Jake currently number 14. Oh, 0.02 red for Jake. That was so close. So, Luke Mugridge and Mackenzie Love. Luke currently number 7, Mackenzie number 8. Barney has just sent me a message. I don't think there's many people left here that I would class as newbies, but we'll certainly get that relayed tomorrow, Barney. Send me a reminder on that one tomorrow, mate. Oh, Mackenzie lost fire. So, oh, and Luke goes red. So no help for him. So he's going to stay number 7 and see what Mackenzie can do. Now he's refired. So, Mad Max, what's he got for us? He's currently number 8 on an 021. Goes too quick, 019 red. So, no movement from him. With the Flame Game Junior, currently number 10, and you got Tom Peters, currently number 20. So to go on the front page, you need a 06. This is the last qualifying session. Wow, 04 for Chev, 02 for Tom. That's going to move things around a little bit. No, Chev's already had an 03, so she drops back to number 11. Tom moves up from number 20 to number 9. All right, the Boost Monkey Jr. of Grace Smith. Going to be alongside Harry Peters with the Raptor. Both put cherries on the tree. No help for either of them. So Grace is going to stay 10. Harry's going to stay 21.
Very quickly, have you got a practice tree or not? Just out of blind curiosity.
Yes, but I haven't used it yet.
The reason I ask is because when I had a practice tree years ago, it's the most amazing thing.
Yeah.
Turn out the light. You turn out the lights and do it in the dark, and you red light all the time. And it's because your eye reacts to it quicker. And it's always the same problem. Is like when you race at night or when you race in the dark, people red light, which is one of the reasons we've probably seen quite a few.
No, very kindly, Wayne Allman gave me his one.
Okay.
Which we're going to be using at things like Silverstone Festival and stuff like that. So I actually got the proper portrait one. But I want to get my own tree.
It's good.
I'm convinced the Checketts have a full tree
Yeah.
in their living room.
And Daniel Weir goes red. Okay, right, fun time now. It is eliminations. I have got Lane's chock-a-block of Pro ET cars down there as we now get ready for eliminations. 7:10 in the evening.
So go on then, Colin, give us some matchups. Who have we got?
Right, okay. Well, Lee Morris with the green with MB Jaguar E-Type gets a bye run. Ronnie Mercer has got Mason Griffiths. Nick Mugridge has Laura Bainton. Brett Featherstone against Dave Cherritt. Don Scott against Dave Rudd. Stevie Gates has got Darren Huxley.
Ooh.
Neil Watkins has Darren Law. Tom Kay has got Susie McClure. Bob Molden and Dave Fulton. Matthew Dowdy against Andrew Brook. John Bean has got Harley J. Darby, two of the quickest cars in the class. That's going to be a goodie. Reuven Dawson has got Johnny McClure. Warren Watts has got Doug McClure. Mark Huxley has got Bill Wilson. Simon Innes has got Jack McClure. And then the interesting matchup, as far as I was concerned, Tom Watkins taking on Amy Watkins.
Well, all of those matchups seem to be pretty level pegging. That I can't choose anyone from any of those matchups.
Well, you can't. That's
just the class, though, isn't it?
the only one guaranteed to win is Lee Morris because he's got a bye.
I think Tom Kay has got a bye as well. I don't think Susie's made it to this round.
Right, okay, fair enough. Yeah, because you'd always see a silver tow truck in the lanes, wouldn't you? Can't see it there. Yeah, good point. But yeah, so that's what's coming up next. Bluebird just out there at the moment. Still got that tailwind. Can't believe that's it hasn't changed at all.
Even though the weather's coming up, we've said this a number of times, you know. Even though the weather is coming up from the south, the breeze is still going down the racetrack, which is not from the south, let's put it that way.
Just a reminder, Fuelers Bar's got live music at 9 o'clock this evening. And obviously that is the place to meet, greet and eat this evening, as the catering area will be open as well. Well, it hasn't closed, to be honest. Allenby Fun Fair is going to be operational as well tonight as well. Pop round there. Oh dear, look at this. Someone tried to take a boat for a challenge.
That's got to work.
Whoops.
Sorry.
So we're just looking at a video somebody's posted. Who put that on there? Andy Hode of somebody who's got a rather nice boat on the back of a articulated lorry decided to go through a single width bridge span and got rather stuck. Oh dear. Not good. Things you see on social media. That's amusing yet painful, that one.
Speaking of social media, Sanipod have got the new camera, haven't they? I'm intrigued to see if they did jet cars.
The heat one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if they did the jet cars with that camera, that'd be very impressive.
Yeah. We have also got a new camera that we could be trying out at possibly Door Slammers in preparation for main event. Mm-hmm. Commentator cam.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Because I'm not here for Door Slammer, but I am here for main event.
Yeah.
So if it works, let me know, because that sounds brilliant.
Yeah, so basically what it is, they can go around, we can guide the camera around the pits, obviously somebody's carrying it, and we can have to chat, we can like talk to drivers and teams and find out what's going on. So, and then they'll be able to hear us through the speaker on the camera on the other side. So it's a bit like FaceTime.
Yeah.
But no, so I don't know if they'll see us. That's it. Well, no, they don't want to see us. That's a good thing. So yeah, the great thing with Barney is always innovating and coming up with new ideas. Top marks for Barney.
So another trip up the track for the Bluebird, adding to its extensive list of trips up the drag strip. I wonder what's done more, the Bluebird or the tractor?
Tractor, definitely.
Definitely tractor.
Yeah?
Yeah, because the Bluebird's only for prep.
Yeah, tractor is out there for everything.
True. But which tractor? Do you reckon the new one's caught up yet?
Yes.
It has?
Well, I must have done. Must have done. But then I don't know how many years we had the old one for.
No, very true.
Good question. I still reckon the new one because it does more events. There's more events on the schedule now than there was back in the day then.
True.
There is more prep. Yeah.
Very, very true. Look at all of these hardcore fans on the grandstand and on the banking. You stayed right till the end. We've got a couple of classes coming up, hopefully, for you guys. Eliminations as well, so actual racing rather than just qualifying.
Yeah, our first set of eliminations, actually.
And to be fair,
Loser goes home or just chills out and goes home whenever they want.
Early bath or barbecue.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. A commiseratory beer or a celebratory beer afterwards. One or the other, because by the morning it... oh, my word.
yeah, if you don't know what that noise was for, it's because we're being surrounded
By weather.
by stuff.
We've done very, very well
Yeah.
today. If it could just hold off for a little bit longer, it would be great, so we could just finish out the evening.
There's someone on the grandstand with an umbrella out.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
Although I think that
Well,
may be more
that is
wind
That is
protection.
a good sign, because, you know, you need to keep dry, but...
Well, some of our traders are still open. Well done to them.
Oh, that is the sound of race cars. Not sure if it's someone just warming up or whether they've been told to. No, the truck crew are coming back out.
Run. Okay, who's going to be first?
But the looks of things,
I
it's
think
going to be
Reuven
Johnny
and-
McClure.
Yeah, Reuven and Johnny, I think.
Is this Johnny's first race?
In Pro ET, yes, but he has been here before, and he did run at the Hot Rod Drags last year.
Did he do Willis Wars?
No,
Okay.
because Mick Payne still had it then.
Oh, so is this the old retirement package car?
It is, yes.
Ah, very nice. So, Reuven Dawson and Johnny McClure. How did Reuven do in Pro ET last event?
Can't remember. I
'Cause
know
this may only be
he
his
was
second
he
race.
was flying in Comp Eliminator last time out. I can't remember, actually. So, eliminations, round number 1 here. At the rescheduled Festival of Power. Reuven Dawson with the Copo. Take it on, John McClure with the Willis. Now, to be fair, Reuven is using Pro ET purely as testing.
Okay.
Because obviously he's running in Comp Eliminator, and obviously we got when you got your tuner visiting from the States to help out, and none other than Mr. Barton himself. It certainly makes the journey worthwhile. Get as many runs in as you can.
He could have brought the son with him.
Yeah.
No, maybe he's going to go home and tell stories of how good the air is. In the
Yeah.
Yeah. Bring friends next
That's
time.
the one, yeah.
So 1020 plays 898. Johnny will be going first.
This is a staggered tree, unlike what you've been seeing all weekend long so far.
And that's the cherry on the tree for Johnny. So Reuven Dawson gets the automatic win. Flat against the 1060. And not only that, Reuven pulled a pretty decent light as well. That was going to be tough to get around. So Reuven Dawson moves on.
Is that his first round win as well? In Pro ET, I think he won a
Right.
round or two,
Yes, he
didn't
did.
he?
He
In
did,
comp, didn't he? Yeah. Okay, Mason Griffiths and Ronnie Mercer. Unusually for Ronnie, he's actually going to be running someone down without the nitrous on.
Yeah.
So Mason looking to run 11.45. Ronnie looking to run a 10.29. Roughly a 1.2 second head start to the purple Javelin.
won't be saying reaction times, other than they're pretty even.
Pretty close at the top end. I think Ronnie just has his nose in front with which he did, and he takes the win by 1.13 of a second.
Yeah, he was actually slowing. Actually, they both went 113 over the stripe, but Ronnie was slowing down because he knew he'd gotten past, and there's no point in going even further past. The idea is to be in the lead.
Well, you want to be in the lead by as little as physically possible to stop, negate the risk of breaking out.
Yeah, to win, but not by too much. So, Warren Watson, Doug McClure. With the success.
2.3 second difference on the tree for this one. So Warren will be doing the chasing.
Yeah, Warren's dropped the dyno a little bit from the 9.0 he's been trying to run all weekend. He qualified with a 9.05 but dropped the dyno to a 9.12.
Well, we didn't need to say that was on time, did we?
It's going to be closer to stripe. Warren gets their first 9.28, takes the win.
That's a whole shot win. He was further off his dialing, but he was 0-1 on the tree, which is pretty much what did that. He backed off at the finish line. 127 miles an hour is not what he'd normally do. So win margin 10th of a second, even though the guy in the other lane was closer to his dialing. Dave Rudd. No Steph here this weekend, so Kat stepped in for start line duties.
Yeah, big shout out to Steph. I know she'll be watching the coverage. We gave her a shout out yesterday. We'll give her another one today. Sorry you're not here, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Taking on Don Scott with that big old Superbird from down on the coast. Actually, these two are almost the furthest distance away from each other where they live.
Oh, Dave Rudd goes red. Actually, well, that was left before the tree was activated.
Yeah, I think that was more trans brake issues. He went to go up on the two-step and it just didn't go anywhere. You saw his head drop in the roll cage.
What a shame. Don cruises through at 11.33. No need to blast it all the way through. Huge shame for Dave Rudd. Look forward to seeing you again soon, sir. Just as everything was going in the right direction again.
Yeah, there's the one time you don't want it to happen in this first round of eliminations.
Yeah, stuff like that, silly stuff like that you want to get out of the way in qualifying. You don't want it in round one, unfortunately. Yeah, they are about as far away from each other as is possible because Don lives right on the coast and Dave lives way up in the
Up
northeast.
north.
Yeah,
needs oxygen to go up there.
yeah, not quite Scotland, but not far off. So Jack McClure.
He's booked in for Street Eliminator at the main event. How cool is that?
That's awesome. 11.99 is what he's after, and a 10.67 for Simon Innes. Green light drag race. Very green light drag race for one of them.
Yeah, Simon's already caught. Jack, just all he needs to do is not break out as the shift light comes on over the finish line. Yeah, backed off nicely. Still
close.
Yeah.
Closer than he'd like, really. He had nearly half a second in the bank in reaction time.
So, good news for Tom. He will be running tomorrow. As he has a Byron. No Susan McClure, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've run out of McClures.
Yeah.
There was a number of them in eliminations. 4, actually. Was that right?
Yes. Well, 3, because the fourth one should have been in the
Yeah,
race.
of course. Sorry. My goodness me. Okay, so Tom Kay will get a bye run. It's a shame for Susie. She was getting the hang of it.
Lots of wheel spin on off the line and a breather.
What came off? A breather, yeah.
Falling off the car, but gotta go through. And if there's any time you want that to happen, it's you want a bye run.
Yeah, precisely. Still went 131 miles an hour. Do you know what's really bizarre about that? He spun the tyres on the start line, but still went through the finish line arrow straight, which is normally the other way around.
Yeah.
Normally goes all over the place at the other end.
So another bye run. Lee Morris gets bye run by virtue of being your number 1 qualifier.
Gets a nice run out.
So the good news for everyone else is Lee's taking his bye run tonight, not tomorrow morning as a tune-up run, knowing what he's going to run for the rest of the day.
That's a good point because the weather may be different tomorrow.
Lee's a canny customer. He got enough data to work from. Most definitely.
You could be right there, I think.
Yeah, track seems to be nice and cold. in the evening, unfortunately. But 10.01's the number to aim for. I don't think he's going to hit it quite that much. 20.06.
Not far off, you know.
No, it wasn't as far as I expected, actually.
Did a really good effort. .90 for Dave Cherrett and a 9.58 for Brett Featherstone, champ from a couple of years back in Pro ET. My goodness me, that's the first time I've ever been able to see that blue dialing board in the back of the Nova. Normally when it's daylight, you can't see it at all. It's just invisible, blends in.
Well, 9.90 is the dialing for Dave Sherritt. This answers our question, of course, from earlier. He is racing in Pro ET.
Whoa.
Wheel spin from both of them. So this is a straight up drag race to the finish. Neither of them will break out. Whoever's going to get there first will take the winner. And I think Dave's got his nose in front.
Yeah, he's not going to break out. But he went up and sideways. Tyre slip for Brett Featherstone. It's very weird though that they're breaking traction because, well, yeah.
I think what's happened here as well, the DA's dropped as the same as the temperature, so they're making more power.
Yeah, that's true. As the gloom gathers, so does the horsepower.
Well, it's actually
Good point. You like that?
it's actually a benefit to
Like
some of
it
the
creeps up on you and goes. Anyway, sorry. Sneaks in.
It's a benefit to some of the lower horsepower cars, some of the slower cars in the class. Because all of the cars, like Stevie Gates in this race, he's got big power and he's got big tyres, but he needs to put the power down.
Although Darren Huxley spun the tyres earlier on today.
Yeah, he's got the unique issue of being a drift car.
That's right.
Oh, goes red by 008. A freebie for Stevie Gates.
Yeah, no issues at all putting the power down either.
Cruises through with the 957. Okay, we've got the wicked lady Darren Law taking on Neil Watkins, who was only 100th off his dialing. Still qualified number 7. Oh, Neil's going to go first by 2.5 seconds. And a bit. And then Darren's going to try and run him down. Harrison's got lots of crew duties, obviously, judging by that.
That's one green. That's another green, but a green with lots of wheel spin.
Neil will be looking over his shoulder now going, where's that little dragster?
Oh, he cut that fine.
Wow. 04 light and 11.30 on a 29. He didn't need to take that much strike. He did. Got away with it.
He really did want to make sure, didn't he? Blimey. He didn't need to take half a second, did he? No, definitely not. Okay, Bill Wilson.
I imagine he's a lot happier now the truck is comfortable in the 11s. He was a little bit dismayed earlier on, but he's good now. Going alongside Mark Huxley, the Can-Do 2 Toyota Corolla.
979 for Mark. And 11.70 for Bill Wilson. Weird old weekend for Pro ET. I mean, obviously still very tight at the top, but really odd to see 40 cars entered and only 31 on the sheets.
2 green lights.
Well, Mark's already alongside. Yeah, takes to it 10.65.
Marquee matchup then. Siblings in this matchup, Thomas and Amy Watkins, Charger and the Firebird. 902 and a 926 or 986, sorry. Misread that at the top end.
Well, I've been looking forward to this one in a twisted mind sort of way, because we're going to lose one of the Watkins, but one of them is guaranteed going through. Which one? Is it Thomas or Amy? Thanks ever so much, Steve. Stephanie Jane Rudd just been in touch saying thank you for the shout outs, feeling very loved, hating being at home, but come main event, dissertation will have been submitted, so normal service will be resumed. Miss you all and cannot wait to be back. Well done, Steph. Right, Tom and Amy. Who's it going to be? Amy leaving first. Gets green, turns Tom. Right, let's sort it out at the stripe.
It's funny, isn't it? You get a few cars spin the tyres and then you get a big door car like that. No trouble.
And it is. Oh, breakout for Amy. It's Tom.
Yeah, see, Tom actually got quite a bit of wheel spin there. I know it picked the front wheels up, but it was spinning the wheels at the same time, but it helped him.
But look at that. He went 903 on a 902 and he pulled the chute as well. So, yeah, Amy, the car finally runs the numbers that they're looking for at the wrong time.
So
well, I was saying to you earlier about if you've got a bug in it, do you find it or just leave it?
Yeah.
Sorry, Colin. Go on.
Right. Oh, this is good. 889 for Harley J. 901 for John Bean.
Oh,
The worry here, if John really does hook,
He ain't
could
lifted.
break out.
I was going to say, a couple of years ago, this matchup wouldn't have been possible because Harley would have to have moved up into Super Pro.
Exactly that, yeah.
Or they'd have had to turn it down a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, that's the other thing, of course.
Yeah, but it is turned down quite a bit. It can run low eights, that truck.
Yeah.
So John Bean leaving first. Oh, both get the green.
Well, John without the wheelie, but that might play to his advantage. Yeah, Harley's way out in front.
Yeah.
I think John Bean actually backed off by the look of that.
So is Harley. That is through. So Andrew Brook, Matthew Dowdy, next pair. Matthew 1107, Andrew 933. We keep thinking Matthew's got issues, but keeps coming around for the next one.
It's obviously
Fine.
breathing, like you
Yeah,
said,
it's
breathing
breathing
heavily
heavily.
or something. You think what actually causes? I'm not very technical with that sort of thing. You mean the engine's just getting? Is it too hot, or what is it that does that?
We've got on the top of the rocker covers, you've got breathers.
Yeah.
And basically, if I don't quite know the exact reason, but they're there to relieve pressure inside the rocker cover. Oh, and it is Matthew Dowdy that we'll see again tomorrow. Andrew Brook goes big red, actually. Couldn't hold it on the line, so Matthew goes 11.15, takes the win. Getting towards the end of Pro ET. This is Bob Molden and Dave Fulton.
Yeah, looking at the lineup, there's only a couple more matchups actually.
Yeah,
Is that right?
three more.
Three more. Okay. Or maybe not.
Oh no, two more. Sorry,
No, that's all right.
I've obviously missed one.
So 9:15. I missed most of them. Bob Molden with your number 2 qualifier, dials 9.39 this evening. Yeah, it's quite amazing how some obviously deal with the cold conditions a little bit better. It's the same for everybody. It's still perfectly fair. Bob Molden, no problem. Dave Fulton, no problem. That's going to be close. Oh, Dave Fulton on the money. 9.17 on a 9.15. He did actually...
Did he lift?
He lifted.
Whoa.
Only 135 miles an hour. Well done, Dave. Bob went 9.47 on his dial-in. Dave actually took the win margin by 0.2. He was 300 slower on the tree.
If Nicky Fulton's still tuned in, a very good evening. I don't know if you heard your little shout out earlier, but yeah, I missed my hug. Didn't get one from you this weekend.
I'm not subbing before you ask.
No.
Tom is. I'm not.
No.
Right. Nick Mugridge, Laura Bainton. Your last pair, actually.
Yeah, so I didn't get Simon Innes and Jack McClure result. Didn't write that
Simon
down.
Innes one.
Thank you.
That's all right. Dead even.
Oh, double
Nick.
breakout. Wow.
My goodness me, that's Nick Muggage's quickest ever run with that car. I think his previous PB was a 995. It went 131 miles an hour. He broke out by the least.
Yeah.
Over the finish line first was Laura, but she broke out by the greater margin. So we're on to Super Pro ET, our last class of the day. And we're in eliminations once again.
Alan Didwell, #1 qualifier, gets the bye. Just a quick shout out, actually. Yasmin Boot has been in touch. She just said, I want to do a shout out for my partner AJ. To tell her that I'm so grateful to share my favourite sport with her and to share my ambition with her and love her a lot. And basically, they're watching from home. So there we go, proof that you can still get in touch with us even if you're miles away. I think they're quite local, actually.
Do you know what I take from that is he's got the remote for the telly.
She.
Oh, sorry, she's got the remote
Yeah,
for the telly.
that's right, yeah. So, yeah, thanks for that one, Yasmin. I expect a thumbs up or something to say, yeah, I heard it. Right. A green light. Doesn't really matter if you call a red, still win because you're on a solo.
68 on a 65 for Alan Didwell.
Oh, Pete Lane, I missed that one, Pete. Sorry about that. Pete Lane said, Rick and Carl have got a full tree at home. You know, we were talking about practice trees. Rick and Carl have got a full setup at home.
I think, I mean, it's. I built one with the pedal in the end because I realised I was reacting quicker with my hand than I was with my foot. I was talking about that earlier. But some of them, like people, especially obviously stateside races that are pros, they actually have like take old cars, chop the roll cage off, and like set up a tree with like Antron Brown. I think it was Courtney Enders went on a tour of his facility in his house, and he had it set up in like the entrance hall. It jumps in it occasionally, keeps sharp. Bye run for Joe.
Yeah, should have been alongside Jack Brewster, but we know Jack's got engine damage, so... Whoa, where are you going, Joe? Taking a long way round. 905.93. Morris Boys Racing. Stu out in front, Colin behind the wheel. Matt Atkinson back this weekend. Very good afternoon to you, Matt, or evening, Matt. Don't see enough of him these days. And of course, Sandy's down there. And Christine will be around somewhere as well. Should have been alongside Ashley Bell, but Ash unable to make the call this evening. Great shame.
Didn't see Ashley today, actually, thinking about it. Car with its characteristic move to the right goes 76 on 72. That'll work. Wooden light was the most important thing, but working well.
Right, another one on his own is Alan Schofield. We haven't seen John Sleeth at all today.
Yeah, another one. Unfortunately.
And that's right, no, Ash is there, look.
No, that's
AC. Sorry, isn't it? Yeah. I know. Right, what's Alan Schofield got for us then? 764. Just as well, that's a buy.
Yeah, that's what buy runs are for.
Yeah. Oh, you know, we were talking about the altered, the red mist altered.
Yes,
that was only tagged to 7.5.
That'll be
So-
yeah.
It couldn't go quicker than that. Because Alan really wants to go quick. He wants to go in the 6s eventually. So this could be the car to do it for him.
That's what's called catching the bug, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think.
Yasmin says, thank you, Colin. No worries, Yasmin. Thank you.
Hey, without people tuning in,
Yeah.
we don't have a job. I think it's going. Yeah, he's going off the top end, isn't he? But he got the green light, which is the most important
Yeah,
thing, which means that
he's through.
He's through. It may be confusing to first-timers, but as long as you take the tree, which is a bit bizarre when we ran the final of Pro Stock Bike and it was raining a few years ago, and Dale Leaks, right, and Top Fuel Bike, wasn't it?
Yeah. Body surfing, wasn't it?
That's the one, yeah.
Right, so to let you know what's still to come at you this evening, which is basically just the remaining pairs in Super Pro. So a quick look. Jack with the Evil Edna. I've forgotten the name of the car then. Taking on AC. Mark Bailey has got Dave C. Callum has got Pete Brown. Oh, that's a good one. The two former Wild Bunch racers.
Cool.
Racing in Super Pro. Scott Hauser and Dave Russell. Matt Peters, we know, unfortunately, has got a broken axle, so he won't be coming out. So Andy Thetford will get a solo. Tom Atkinson will take on Mark Corsell. Bob Doyle taking on Kieran Astley. And Daniel Giles taking on Lee Huxley. I think most of them are down there.
Looks like Al Schofield's going to clear the top end nice and easily. So Kieran Ashley is underneath the tower. Who's Kieran supposed to be racing?
Yeah, Bob Doyle.
Ah, and Bobby's down there as well.
Give you a quick time check. It is 9:43, so we will, fingers crossed, be done by 8.
I think you'll find that's 19:43, mate.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So it's 7:43. Yeah, it's not 9:43 in the evening. Don't panic, folks.
My bad.
Not the longest day of the year. I tell you what, Evil Edna looks even more evil with the headlights on as well. You're going to see that in just a couple of seconds when they come round.
Angel eyes. It's a huffing and a puffing a little bit there from Kieran. All of a sudden started doing that. Team don't seem too concerned. Oh, they are concerned actually. They shut it off. Yeah, we thought that didn't look too good. So going to be a solo then for Bob Doyle. Just as well.
Yeah, Kieran's sitting in the car saying a few words that we can't say on the BBC.
Great burn out there. Like that one.
As if Evil Edna needed to look any more evil.
Oh, it stopped there.
Thank you very much indeed for the info yesterday as well regarding this car. Yeah, it was Luke Ramage's super gas car. It did go to Greece. It did come back. It's actually funny enough, that man down there, Kenny Coleman, they brought it back over with Ian Tubb. Pass through a couple of hands now. Jack Williams with the supercharged big block in there, running 7.5s. well.
Yeah.
That's not fair. Well, AC will not get
Whoa.
the win.
Wow. Jack takes the win, 58 on a 52, but AC, reaction time there was 001.
He just had to have a little
Wow.
bit of a better ET, and he would have taken
Yeah.
that, but ifs, coulds, whatever. The closing speed for Jack as well. Look at that over the stripe.
181
181 miles an hour for Jack Williams. Evil Ed is indeed evil. He wasn't exactly asleep either. He was 05 on the tree.
No, nothing wrong with that at all.
Okay, Mark Bailey and Dave Crowhurst, two big door cars coming your way. Mark Bailey will go first, 875. But not by much. Dave Crowhurst will try and run him down with the big Camaro.
Oh, Mark Bailey getting all crossed up there. He had to back out of that. That was just too many different directions in one short space. 838, Dave Crowhurst. He didn't have to
lift.
take that much.
It's
did
something
he?
about the
What?
name Dave, isn't it, that they don't lift? Have you noticed? Look at the speed as well,
Oh,
160.
160.
He was still going for it. He was also 002 on the tree.
Wow. That was stout.
Possibly a
Yeah,
bit
so-
too stout, actually.
Yeah.
The reason we sound a little shocked is that's not really the idea of bracket racing is to get the win light, but not push it right close to your dial-in, especially
Yeah.
if the guy in the other lane is nowhere to be seen, which frankly he wasn't. It's definitely the name, isn't it? So
Yeah.
anyone
It's
called
Dave.
anyone called Dave in bracket racing, you know.
Yeah, Dave Fulton, you've set a trend.
You
Well, no,
you
don't
trendsetter,
forget.
you.
No, got Dayglow Dave as well. Yeah, we can't ignore Dayglow Dave. Don't live Dave, Dayglow Dave. Today's the Dave.
I just wish it was an easy name to rhyme with. Otherwise,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
know.
we'd have nothing. So Tom Atkinson, 8.42, 8.26 for Mark Coulsell, and the ball breaker. Just wonder in these chilly conditions if the dragster has got an advantage over a door car. Although saying that, we've seen a number of door cars have no trouble whatsoever. Like that one.
Whoa!
Well, it was
Will
actually
Smith
Mark
launch.
Coulsell that spun the tyres off the line
Yeah.
that time.
As long as Tom don't break out.
Oh, he takes it a bit
Wow.
too close as well. He really could have lifted.
Yeah.
Really could have lifted. I think he probably hit the wheelie bar again, which unloaded the tyre.
All right, Scott Hauser, Dave Russell. We've got 4 races to go. Right, let's have a look at the dial-ins. 7:32 for Scott Hauser, 8:69 for Dave Russell. It will be the Marina van going first. Bizarrely, when you and I started commentating, this was one of the first new vehicles
Is that right?
that came out, because I remember they having fueling issues. The car kept stopping, and it was Dave Wilson that helped him out. So that was like 16 years ago. Right, let's have a look then. 8:69, Dave Russell. Off he goes. There goes Scott in pursuit. And Scott's going to go sailing by here.
Scott will lift, and he has. There we
Yeah,
go.
764.
I hate to say that's how to do it, but that's how to do it.
Yeah.
As in, once you've gone past the guy in the other lane, and the guy in the other lane's got a slower car, you lift.
Okay, right. Of interest then, we've only got 2 pairs to go.
We've only got 2 cars.
Yeah. So obviously Matt Peters, we know he's got a broken axle. That would have given Andy Thetford a freebie, but Andy's not in the lanes either.
Wow. So that's a no-show for
That is
both.
a no-show.
So that's going to give someone a freebie.
Yeah,
in
Tom
round.
Atkinson.
Wow. It's always
Oh.
it's always nice in especially eliminations. Well, for racers, obviously, when you get 2 for 1.
Yeah. Right, so yeah, 2 races to go.
So it is Pete Brown, even though it says Rob on the screen, we know it's Pete. Oh no, he's getting clicked off.
They both are.
Something on the racetrack. We can just hear the chatter on the radio in the background. Not sure which lane or which car, but once again, our terrific track crew doing their job. Everyone past the finish line, checking everything out. That's Mark Cooksel's lane, so there may have been... It's all right, Steve, don't panic. They're only checking the lane. It does look like we have a quick... Unbelievably, with 2 pairs... Is it 2 pairs to go? Yeah, 2 pairs to
2
go.
pairs.
We've got a quick, hopefully quick, clean up at the top end with the shoe. Hopefully it will be quick, because obviously we need to get this round completed. Ideally now,
Yeah.
because if the round doesn't get completed, then none of it counts.
Right, Andy Thetford's just messaged. Oh, gutted Andy. Andy messaged to say got a broken lifter and damaged camshaft. So, well, the car's been going great. I bet you're really, really happy, just really frustrated that you couldn't have made round 1. And bizarre twist was you were matched up with a car that couldn't make it, would have been straight into round 2. But, oh, it's racing. It really is. Right, as I say, 2 pairs to go. And we will be done for today. So a quick time check. Coming up to 5 to 8 in the evening. Tell you what, just for a short moment, whilst there's a little bit of radio silence, just give the airwaves to Nitro FM, because obviously we've got 2 vehicles on the track at the moment doing some track work. So instead of listening to silence, let's see what Nitro FM have got lined up on the old music list. Let's hear it. What you got? Well, with 2 pairs to go, literally 2 pairs, and we would have been finished. Unfortunately, we've got a track clean-up, which is going to take about half an hour. So we are going to finish off tomorrow. It's only 2 pairs to go. As you can probably see, the cars are going back to the pits. So they will do their races tomorrow morning. Have a great evening, folks. Really, really have a good time. And make sure you get yourself somewhere under cover. There is a weather system coming in. We think it's going to be rather soggy for the next 8 to 10 hours. So make sure you get yourselves back in the pits, whatever. Or if you're going to Fuelers Bar, just get there. But make sure you take a coat with you, not only because it is a bit cold, but it's due to rain. We have been ridiculously lucky this afternoon, this evening. The weather system that's coming in is coming in from the south and it's due to hang around for quite a while. But our weather radar tells us that once that all clears, hopefully some say, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, whenever it disappears, behind it's looking pretty good, so we may get away with it tomorrow. Let's just wait and see. But thank you ever so much indeed for everybody joining us today. A challenging day to start off with, turned into a pretty good one towards the end. Loads of people here, Live Action Arena put on a great show, and everybody's pretty much had a good time. So have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Nitro FM's going to take over the airways for a little while. In the meantime, have a great evening. Cheers.